abrogating that non-aggression as Hitler supplied Stalin with a massive weapon. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular army that was sent in to the Soviet YouTube, for example, which is like daily wire would not have to pay him for those he would be working here for free. First one spread out throughout the territory that they conquered. And this is where things get interesting for Reagan. But I'm going to come back to that because I want to explain why I think Reagan and Spotify did this differently in the first place. Local villages Jewish townlets that started the nation, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these and others out to local ravines. There were no drive-by firearms. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, as it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this loss. Number one, Reagan lost a whole bunch of listeners when he left YouTube for Spotify, and number two, Spotify wasn't making enough money off of JRE to justify giving him another exclusivity contract. Think about it. The only reason why Spotify just on so-called Holocaust by bullets justify some contract. And that's also partly Reagan's fault too. He obviously wasn't able to migrate his audience over to growing, and what I suspect has happened is that both Joe and Spotify have agreed that podcasting with a dictionary and Google. So at the stage, Joe has basically given control of his podcast to Spotify for a list. I mean, Spotify has basically become a broadcast network now, right? In my humble opinion, why don't they just stick to music and do that better than everybody else? Now they're doing exactly what podcast one does. For example, from this list of how it's turned out for them so far. And so hopefully by now, conquered by Germany, such as, for example, in Albania, distribution for a sense of just how digital the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million aspect of production, marketing, and distribution. It appeared that literally be JD uploading each episode onto a podcast hosting site and the RSS feed spinning out the podcast to all of the platform, which they have been experimenting with for some time. Just so upfront guarantee would have made 10 times over by just doing it yourself at Spotify. The deception here is map. So-called overdetermination. Imagine how happy you see it at the Times, Washington. There you go. All of those established big deals. And major which held largely, particularly in the early period, their political enemies of there. The concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death. The death camps were ended natural privileges Many satellite maps that were used for slave labor put it on the here you get a sense of the process of importation. All around Europe, to be after the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to use World War II to what was the process? Jews were rounded up based on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day. Warsaw, and when they disembarked, often after terrifying Paris, where many died actually, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellites. We know that all the deals they canceled were shorn of anything that they made so many different values and personalities. Not only their personal belongings, but also their aesthetic lenses, eyeglasses, seriously it. Their like that. Land manage all of the ad revenue across and similar to Crowder, the big problem will come when Rogan's content gets demonetized by sharing our pressure from here. So that lead were sent for slave trade survived the Holocaust in these camps typically were not immediately processed or gassed, but rather building that podcasting audience anymore. All that's gone out the window. Now they're just trying to make money and use this space. Money is all about advertising. So if you can't advertise for whatever reason, then Spotify will inevitably turn to Joe and say, hey, I thought you were another guy. What are we doing? We're going to have to start approving it, censoring anything that is ad-friendly. And then in one swift stroke of the pen, everything Rogan stood for just went out the window. But let's just see what happens. We know that all the deletions after the N-word controversy were removed at Rogan's request, shaking their head at censorship. But now it's different. Now they're in the drive and all of that. I'd be surprised if Rogan didn't address this pretty soon in one of his podcasts. He never really shies away from this stuff, and he's always been pretty open and honest about his rulings with Spotify. But yeah, everyone's happy until they start losing money, right? Anyway, that's my breakdown of Rogan's new Spotify deal. I hope you enjoyed it because all I've seen, like I said at the beginning, is commentary and analysis about how Rogan is and how he beat the woke mob, he's cancelable, etc., etc. I haven't seen anyone make a serious attempt to go over the actual details and consider why this deal is just so different to the previous one. So make sure you guys drop a comment. Let me know what you think about all of this. Maybe I've missed it, so you get all my uploads right there in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one. Bro, we've been doing this since 2009. Crazy at the beginning. when we first started doing it, everybody's like, what the f are you doing? We tried a few different versions of like this idea that we can just stream stuff and have fun. It was just, but that's, I think, why it worked. Because it was all just fun. Like, no one ever thought it was going to be a business. Are you angry right now? I wonder why you're so angry. I'm not angry. I was glad. You're a blast, but every look at me, I see anger. I love you, dude. I'm just you were weird about that. And I have to say that I thought of you. Okay. See if I can scallop. So I have to do what I can. You know what I mean? I'm Admiral Pikachu. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. If you haven't heard, Bobby Lee just Barbra Streisand himself. This whole thing is much to talk about, so if this is your first video on this channel, you're at the right time. And speaking of first timers, the last time I was 1,000 subscribers, and now we're about to hit 90,000. You guys are unbelievable. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but I'm always thanking you, and I'm not going to stop. Hopefully we'll hit 100 because people are just so sick and tired of all these two-faced clowns, and finally there's a few of us actually calling them out, which has forced them to show their true colours. If you haven't heard of Too Lazy to Try, David Spade on as their guest, and Bobby Lee turned up. You can tell Spade was a little bit dirty about it. Even though 32 77 commercials. As a low like through straight around and having a laugh about it. I'm keeping you just waiting for almost an hour. Is pretty form. And so the video covering all of this, and to be honest, Too Lazy is pretty good myself. My previous video, I mean, they going on about free speech and not good. And it's so easily, but then once you criticize them, or make fun of them, and say something that they don't like, negative, instead of that, just origin there, they'll try to silence it, which I like is always just the worst idea of media. I think now that it actually stay by what they say. I'm going to break down Too Lazy video and review rejecting all that they missed, which could potentially why.
Yo, dog. What's going on, pimp? How do you live in big? Can I have second names? How'd you find out about me? What Discord were you in?
Adora?
Oh, okay, very cool, man. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? seen a movie, The Truman Show, or okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do. If you didn't know, the Economist magazine is sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's where all my merch is. It's worth about 100 million Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the LifeStrip program, but most importantly, these technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. About communication, things like alien disclosure, quantum computing, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial intelligence, Santa Claus means nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2000 in Ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded knows Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next Asian elephant circuits. I just think this is a mind-blowing project, and I'm excited for it to occur. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They may recently have lines with their direwolf. There are three of them. They are located things like perhaps red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you're starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is, again, with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind floating technology. Again, with your consent, if you want, we'd be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and every central nervous system in your peripheral nervous system. For later down at being a clone of yourself. Serial being. Whatever you want to be. Well, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's interesting, very interesting.
I've gotten a lot of people though who are well. I'm live on 20 different streams simultaneously, which is more body putting out on Earth right now. Individual in 60 degrees. But also I create robots. So I've got robots here, robots here. I've got another. They're auto clickers, and what they do on platforms like put my link in clips, and basically are working 24 hours a day. And then random individuals see that they come in here, they learn about me, they become positive and allies, and they spread the word. So it's just a matter of time until we viral. 18. Nothing against children. Children are great, but I don't want to talk with them. You'll find me.
Children that aren't my relatives or my.
What you will see, I should say, in the servers, a portal into my world, and I don't really care. You can watch me, but it's just the thing that I say. Sometimes I don't always want. They're not always for children's ears. Though the majority of the things that I talk about, futurology and life extension, all that's fine. But you get people in here who want relation things like that, so I do my best to censor that. Absolutely. So that's what I do. How about you, Pimp? What are your hobbies? What are your favorite things to do?
Recently cut my hand, so
How'd you do that?
I can't really do anything. I cut two of my extender tendons, and 75% away from the pointer finger bone. So
How did you do that?
it was serrated blade that weren't cutting copper.
Ooh, wow. Okay. Did they put you on workers' compensation for that?
Unfortunately, it's only 60%.
Right. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Have you gone back to work yet?
Telling me 6 months, and it's only been a month.
Oh, no way. You gotta do your best. Is it your dominant hand?
Yep.
All right. Do you think you'll ever get full use out of it again? Some type of bionic arm. You'll be able to do them previously if you want, or you can keep it.
Well, I was a gym shark before this happened, so.
Okay. So getting swole. Like I said, I'm live 24/7. You can literally live here. We've got Brandon who lives in. And I understand that there are a lot of people on the internet and they don't all care about you, but I do. And meaning, I'm here to hear your highs. I'm here to hear your lows. I'm here to be a positive person in your absolutely. My friend. Do you play any sports, or did you play any sports?
Kinda.
Dog, the NFL season kicks off tomorrow. Are you in it? Well, not in it, but are you in any fantasy leagues?
I'm just a college fan watcher.
Okay, well, that kicked off last weekend. What did you think about the Texas Ohio State game?
I think Texas never deserved to be in first place.
There you go. All right, I understand that. Yeah, everything is hyped for them. they basically
they have Matthew McConaughey, and that's what makes them
can't still win it, or that he's still not the probable favorite. But I would say, but you know, he's right on his last name, and that's cool. I think everybody kind of expects that, but Jeremiah Smith Ohio State showed why they were the national champions last year, and even though they lost a lot of their talent, showed why they could be the national champions this year. So that was they it, the world would be okay if they didn't win another national championship this century. Remember who they played? It was a big game.
Yeah, we played Virginia Tech.
There you go. That's right.
Oh yeah.
All right. So, how are you guys supposed to be this year?
Just really good.
I really like
one of the best quarterbacks, number one. Drafted quarterback for the college team.
That's great. All right. So, I've been there. I've been to that state. Been to Charleston. Beautiful city. Absolutely stunning. Um, had some friends there. That whole we you guys have a lot of uh, pride. That's your rival.
Lawrence anymore now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, Trevor Lawrence was a guy who I thought would have been like a big time quarterback in the NFL. Wow, he's not terrible. He just hasn't come to fruition. Now, I know he's on Jacksonville, and Jacksonville absolutely blows and has blown for like well since they've really been gave him Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy
Yeah.
winner. Though I don't know how that's going to go. He's going to play both sides of the ball, and in the NFL, it just doesn't seem like he's Deion Sanders in the '90s and stuff. But the modern NFL, you've got to kind of pick a side. So I think it'll probably end up permanently at probably. Dude, your fucking women's basketball team. Now that's a dynasty. Do you follow women's basketball at all? Oh, definitely. You guys are amazing. But she's so good that they were considering her for the New York Knicks. And no. Hey, that's cool.
Defeat the Soviet thought of the countryside, round up the local Jewish population. Along with other enemies of Hitler and others out to local community post plugging their dry riverbeds in the vicinity. They will have the Jews dig their own graves and then shoot these people on my fire. Just temporary. We'll get over it. I mean, look at Brendan Shaw, the guy who's still involved in a lawsuit with the estimate. But it's had the complete opposite effect. Top residents in Malibu, California, taking to document California coastal erosion, inadvertently drew far greater attention to the previously obscure photograph in 2003. So she actually tried to sue the photographer and veto. So it seems like that's what's happened here as well. guys know that I was definitely, as soon as I saw Two Lazy's video when he that strategy from reference, the timing of the criticism has been considering on your right to take down that criticism. Joe Rogan does that for example. Covering the bad friends list, and I've never heard of it before. So if you believe that Jackie Santina and the producer or an agent or manager, whoever it was, grilled him based on the limited information available to me. Because really had no primarily and responsible. They were factory. Many of them had satellite decides to take legal action against bad friends, which would be here you get a sense of the process of deportation. This whole argument that I've seen with journey places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually on why they would have done disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were healthy enough to labor camps were isolated and the way to like that, like feels embarrassed that George before I move on, he does not wear personal belongings, but also copyright takedown notice that Too Lazy received. Glasses. Where they were placed to move their bodies, was very common. In any of these camps, even the Americans later would be transformed to try poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then contextual poetry or analysis and seeks to profit from your work directly. So that's why when I did my takedown, I issued it for the entire video because it was literally a carbon copy of my video. Perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, was very inefficient. The original work into the context of his own commentary about Bobby Lee being white. A small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to the barracks, and the vast majority died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. Those Jews who survived the Holocaust, that Too Lazy takedown, on the irony of doing a lazy thing, they couldn't even get their paperwork straight. chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history.
Filipino, krokoze koekjes, 100% echte chocolade.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are well. I am really excited that a significant milestone in my life, and I hope for those of you who have been with the channel for a while know that just before the pandemic, I signed a contract with a fantastic publisher for brochures in Jerusalem to produce a 3-volume history of the Jewish people from earliest time to the present day. My goal was to create something that would be dignified yet affordable and would be the perfect bar-mitzvah gift for the next century. That's my goal. It's going to be a really useful project. And the news for all of us today is that this very day,
So finally, kid.
it looks like I've been working on it since the beginning of the pandemic. I really got started, and I'm just really pleased to reach this particular milestone. I want to take a minute in this video to tell you a little bit about how you can be involved with this project. First of all, it's really
So finally, kid. Let's go, buddy. Slept straight up on the plane. Hell yeah, dude. Went to bed, woke up when we were about to land. Not bad, not bad. So comfortable to sleep sitting up. I love that feeling. Do you know what I love hearing about your travels? The flight. I like just their travels and their dreams. I love hearing about. When you just start comedy, because comics travel so much, so we would have to bits on airports and flights. Yeah.
300 channel members who like to get involved in much deeper level. But here's the part that's specifically connected to the book. Created a biblical history course where I can put all of the music in our work on different projects. I put the videos in sequence and by relevancy, and then I added the draft chapters as we went along. So far, 120 students have gone through the biblical Jewish history course, and in this particular course, I've gotten the best feedback ever. Really, really useful stuff. I'm so grateful to you for telling me a little bit about how I've shaped this particular book. It's been fantastic. If you are interested in participating in the biblical Jewish history course yourself, welcome. It would be great to have you there. I'll put the links in the information section. So if you are interested, it's entirely open. If you like, I have to get started on volume 2 right now, and beginning of page now, man, the goal of geography is relative. Some of this amazing. This is a now look at these kind of math ideas that express like more philosophical thought about how the world is organized. And this is one of my favorite shows. In this globally, the top left is Europe, the top right is Asia, and the bottom is Africa. Of course, and they all join in the language. Jerusalem. Now, this Jewish rabbi obviously was a Protestant minister, not especially successful in his career as a see America, the New World is there, and there's a whole bunch of relational burdens. And in fact, looking at
As long as you made it good, dude.
Sinful, can you hear me? That's cool.
You know what I do give a fuck about though? .com/TFATK. What do we get? Well, you get 2 shows ad-free, alright? Every show ad-free, and extended episodes. So it's an hour for free on YouTube and Apple and iTunes, all that stuff. You're gonna tune into the Patreon of extra content, alright? Plus, twice a month you get fan questions, you get behind the scenes. This month, Brian has been working hard on his wrestling, and he told his instructors, how can he take me down? So you guys can get a little insight to that. You're gonna see how low I go, and you're gonna see how I capitalize on the weakest part. Huge guy, I'm teaching you guys how to go for where he's very vulnerable. Nobody can fuck my freaking month. Ditch Starbucks for 1 freaking day. I think don't get your kids the cake pops. Give Patreon for 1 month. It's $5. You get all the shows and for Patreon. You don't want to pay $5 a month to learn how to fucking neutralize a giant in a street fight? Oh, look at my face. Okay. And don't be safe. So your safety isn't worth $100 a month. Yeah, hold on. Next time you find a giant, it makes you tuck your dick between your legs. You'll be like, oh, wish I paid $5. Make a man vagina for me. Because that's what happens if you don't understand how to capitalize on where a guy is weak. Next time that larger man makes you bulldog your nuts at the back, where he kicks you from the back, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm glad I saved $5, right? Right? So it's patreon.com/TFATK. All the shows, all the craziness, ad-free, plus extended episodes, plus monthly paying questions. This is just for the hardcores. This is for you guys. Get yourself right now. But right now, we are free on YouTube. Worst ad ever. You guys want to make they opened up against Ohio State. I know it's like the biggest college game. It's number 1 or number 1 against each number 1. Yeah, like did someone? How much? I grew up despising Texas Longhorns. They were rival of ours, Big 12. And my wife bought all the kiddos Texas football jerseys, and it makes me feel a certain way. But I get it; things have changed, and they are in the SEC now, so I don't hold too much grudge against her. When they thought March Manning was going to be the savior and be the next freaking Peyton Manning, he's in the best defense in the country, so I knew he's going to struggle. I just a little hype on him. Yeah. This is the first game, and he's playing against the best defense coordinator who was in the NFL and he's in college. And this NFL coordinator is used to shut down Aaron Rodgers, Oh wow! So now he's dealing with Patrick Mahomes. Oh Jesus! So now he's dealing with a college. He played Tom Brady, so he's used to shutting those guys down. So when he goes to college, he's salivating at the mouth to shut Arch Manning down, and that's his first. And Ohio State also has the best defense in the country. They have the best corner, the best linebacker. They're stacked. You idiots. So listen, Arch Manning, he's gonna be the guy. It's not gonna be today. He's gonna struggle. So the other kid, they can still win, but it's not happening. I'm so ignorant to the value of having a high-level offensive coordinator who can look at a young prospect who's going to be great, but goes, I've seen your game. He knows the patterns. You're not going to show him something he hasn't seen. It'll be like going from. He's also studying tape on it. It'd be like going from the UFC to LFA, where you're reigning champ at the UFC. Like, I'm going to LFA, and then you're like, yeah, I kind of stop this stuff. Wow, because I've been going against Izzy and Alex B. So they held him to one touchdown. You would just expect that it's week one. You work out the kingship. They have shown playing fucking the number 3 team in the nation. Week one anyway. Those warm-up games, the Kings on the offense. He's thrown right in the fire. And then at the party, this dad goes, Honey, they still got that receipt from Diggs. Talking to Mark Sanchez about what it was like to be just to get a 500 season. He's like, when you got geniuses, take all your benefits away, the advantage you have, all they're doing is trying to get you out of the pocket. So maybe you're not as good as throwing on the run or throwing to the left, and they're going to make sure they do that every single play. It's the NFL. You have to know that, so you practice that. You know, it's like a lot of young kids, but that's what you sign up for, right? Especially when you're in yeah, so I think in NIL, it makes like $8 million a year. Is he a big kid? Yeah. So he's got all the tools.
At the land of Israel and Babylonia. Okay, so let's start with the
Is that right? Yeah, he's at Here's the background. Jackson may find. He's like 5-1. Ohio State's going to go undefeated. Might lose to Michigan, but
But what were the major political events between the year 200
I will say I was missed that shit.
We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the 2nd century. Tremendous devastation brought on particular all kinds of terrible things. A lot of was the name of the entire dynasty. The name I wanted
they start getting these tags.
So during this period when, of course, the
spoiler alert, because now I have spoiler alert, and I'm gonna guess this all keep going. Like you sweat and then taking pictures like stuff like I see what you're wearing, blah blah blah, you and your flat ass, you skinny bitch, like your boyfriend needs me because I suck my fuck. They're 12.
His father was also
and it goes all the way up to like 14. It goes
at any rate,
straight up
what this
for
means
2
for us
years.
is that
12
all
to
the
14.
time when
She's
you
getting
decide that
you're in the
take
boyfriend
advantage
tax
of it,
minutes.
and he's
But sometimes it's 40 to 60 minutes a day.
The Roman
So in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna just
divided, you
walk.
would have the
Part
school by
I know we can figure this out. Do you want me to keep going so we can figure out? So get the principal involved. He's looking at all the cameras, all those cameras. Don't tell me
This represents
yeah, I'm gonna start and so when she gets text, she tells the master when she gets text that this dumbass started looking at the camera just to see what kids are texting. That's not working. Yeah, the cops are kind of like, God, so they're investing that problem.
There
So
is
they go
a couple
through
of
what you're telling them. She's like, this one girl's really mean to me because
better, like
her school's
short lived.
it's the one girl that kind of bitch, you know, she's that type of girl. They bring in behavioral science. He said it though.
The Christian perspective, obviously, he was bucking a trend towards Christianity that would be strongly
This is so
promoted by his predecessor. The Persians will end up invading. The Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire. They will end up invading the land of Israel. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Byzantine Empire, will invade back again just a couple of decades later.
Finally, the NFL starts this Thursday. Every touchdown brings you closer to payout with DraftKings Sportsbook.
This period of
Official sport part of the NFL. This is the first anytime touchdown rushes. Live bet is Thursday. Listen, new customers, this one's free. Bet just $5 and get 300 bonus bet. Instantly, plus grab over 200 off NFL from YouTube and YouTube TV.
distorted in the sense that all the dogs are the same, but really
Instantly, when you place your first bet of $5 or more, NFL Sunday ticket
there were
from
definitely
YouTube and YouTube
significant
TV in partnership with DraftKings and Brown Insurance. Gamble problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888 responsibly on behalf of Rothschild Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook at DraftKings.com/promos. Sunday ticket offer for you and former subscribers only. And all orders canceled anytime. Additional Sunday ticket terms at tv.youtube.com/learn/NFL Sunday ticket. Okay, so just tell me what's going on. I can't wait to watch this. But this is where you realize that whatever you think the depravity of human beings is, there are some people that it's beyond what you can imagine. When you're a detective, don't say when you're a detective.
the Jerusalem Talmud. This is
my girl's best friend that her kids are in the house. It's
the other
chaos
term
behind
that's
me.
frequently used is the county more accurate.
It's spaghetti.
Israel has
I was bothered.
but
I'm going to say this. When I read about this,
so
you're a flawed human being. But you know what? We are not. We're actually good people. Yeah. There are certain flaws. There are certain things I know you would never do, and certain things I would never do. It doesn't matter how much money. I don't have a price. There are certain things I would never do. You're the same way. There's no way.
of the mission
Tax-free. I have to be tax-free. Yeah. So, well, I would do this. I have a joke on it, but I'm serious. If you were to say, if you had a guy, a guy said, look, I will give you enough money, so you would never have to worry about money again. And I let your kids. I need for sentence I can
was distinct from the Jews' words. It encapsulates what they expand in other areas where they're able to look back at the extension. And one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called Nefukei. Nefukei is Aramaic. I mean, those who go down. It's the same term used in order to for those who today carries a slight that's not necessarily used because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Jews were going back and forth. Quite often, people start with phrases like when Rabbi Zimi came from the land of Israel. The Babylonians, which is essentially this is a period also when there is a major invasion of someone named Ovid, king of nearby Palestine, the region that was allied with Rome. It was actually kind of like a minor principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness. That Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that Rabbis completely destroyed the Shiva Haidah in the year 2. A lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. I'll tell you what I do because my clear that Rashi and several others were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in Israel. So it happened also. I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off on the Talmud because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death. Questions some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps points the essence of it, and then later Esther added a few things while they're discussing history. All over the world will follow a single, the same Talmud on the same day worldwide. You can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight California, and pick up the next stop in Tokyo, driving back, right? I stopped at a Buc-ee's. Jews are engaged in it daily, and I'm very proud to have a little plug here for participating in Alda. Alda is this is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different applications here. The page of Talmud in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary material. The part that I do that I'm really happy about is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical data that occurs on that particular page of the Talmud. Really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History in Dallas. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's
their side.
One of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago about
First of all, Bucky's, I stopped at a Bucky's in
incantation
the
bowls
outskirts of Waco,
for
Texas.
first bowls, and no one
It was like
exactly
literally in the parking lot. Have
perhaps
you
for
ever
a
seen like
general market,
that
not
movie?
just
When they're
other
you
Jews,
just
but
hanging apart
also
all
for
cars.
local
That's what
Babylonians.
Bucky is.
They typically involve all kinds of
Trucks,
like,
cars. When I say packed, it
spells,
was every gas
prayers, used
for a fucking
different
mile.
kinds of words to describe
filling
the
stations for
all of
gas.
these things,
They're all packed.
sometimes featuring
Inside, you go
drawings
inside,
like this
what do
one,
you
sometimes demons. And
they're
they're
often,
often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be like turned upside down as if to, I don't know, capture evil spirits.
Brisket. Okay. Okay. It's a bunch nuts and desserts. Sweets. That's great to know. You're always supposed to go easy with
Hello,
the
fellow
I
students
use
of
Joy Morgan's.
let's pick up a discussion now of the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in the text. I've really encouraged to look at the book or the draft version of
I
it.
didn't have a
Of course,
second to spare.
biblical
By the
Jewish
time I got
history.
to that toilet,
The,
there was shit coming
One
out
of the,
of my
we talked about several of these contributions that
transition
Jews
out.
made
It was
to your
coming out. Have you ever
civilization,
shat so hard?
Sabbath,
It's like it just shoots out. It sprays everywhere. That's crazy.
just grow
I went to waste well, but I tell you,
actually more important today
and
than
I've
it
done that
has been
before.
since we live such
But
a
that's
connected
a
world where
great operation. They got. I did the red light alien. That looks like
everything in the world, the Sabbath
no,
is a
they're some muscular
now
alien. Oh yeah,
focus on
that's
people
awesome.
who live with focus on your community.
Right?
Direct
I'm getting older, and
relationship.
that's while
Of course, prior to that, the idea of monotheism, very, very significant cultural culture, especially Western civilization. The very significant one that we talk about today is the synagogue. This is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering. You have temple specialists like priests allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that, the actual work of the temple was done by other people who could be on the side, but the real stuff that happens there is just specialist. The synagogue is a public space. The synagogue is what everyone can join. Spiritual learning, we reinforce that community engagement, same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church.
So anyway, I
The
get worked out
mosque.
like an hour
These are
later.
the direct descendants of the synagogue.
So I
The very
got
idea
this,
of the
and they
synagogue
gave me
is
some
something that we
stem
find
cells.
to
Oh,
the
they
Jewish
gave me the
world.
whole pack.
Let's have a look at some of the archaeological records. So there's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly, there's some theories that it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to
Whenever I get people are like,
Babylonian
God, that's stem
diaspora.
cell, but
The Talmud speaks about a very ancient established in the 6th century court of Palmyra. And it stands to reason that one of the synagogues, when you But not definitive source found any remains of there's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees when there was a surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole. We see a lot of archaeological evidence of the more and more souls which were purity and so on. And perhaps it's associated with that period. But early actual archaeological evidence for synagogues is not the Judeo-Christian Church. Basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory shrines, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walk by the synagogue today, you see still just strongly dedicated to Allah, which dedicated to telling her father, this is something that he's doing. Difficult to exactly place it because it was not external with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it. But it seems around the time when the temple was still standing. Theodotus, son of Betanus, and head of the synagogue, if this will go on, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have and it dates from look at this an aerial view. Wall that was constructed in trisection, unfortunately. And on top of it is the searching, and it has after the construction. So there's still the synagogue as a mikdash. All right, so kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it to this day. That is just bizarre, right? First of all, beautiful artwork, very realistic. High example of 4th century Byzantine art. As you see, the 4 seasons around the outside, we've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, labor, why don't we go over some certain amount of which is also see it in
this weekend. What time's that? Not
So,
o'clock.
but what's going on in the center there? You have what really Helios sundial, which is a non-Jewish zodiac, where you have this the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sundial. So especially because they tend to be very anti, meaning when they portrayed artwork, it was typically decorative in nature using geometrical symbols and patterns rather than, depictions of the human form.
Let me ask you this.
So still being developed and on here, but significant, more convincing theories that, Jews didn't look at this like it was the God the representation of the sun. Just as you want to display the sun, display is like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took seriously as, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, isn't this a beautiful, you've got the sun and all these other things around it.
I don't understand how your coach doesn't say, we have
a
to
better
drill
idea.
your hand being here every time you throw.
Here is another example of a zodiac,
just
not
boxing
nearly as
101,
beautiful, I think, from the faith
And I know it
office
works sometimes,
based
but
on
not
later you
high
see
level
that
guys
the
like us.
artwork is,
So
I think, a
can you
little bit
explain
more
why
primitive
that
in
would be
nature,
one?
similar kind of decorative element.
Again,
You see, of course, Helios with his four horses, examples of this kind of.
tie your ship up.
This also an mosaic from Beit Alpha, which
But
has a
still,
very,
I
very
don't
stark
care.
kind of
Your
representation
jaw
of the Akeda,
is your
the
jaw.
tribe of Isaac. You see that right there is patriarch Abraham. He's holding a slaughtering knife when he's about to place his son Isaac labeled in Hebrew on the plains, and he's slaughtering him. But there is a sand that reaches out, which is also fascinating because if Jews are and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the Ten Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God. But nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, I mean, Jews are paying for this art for the synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. And anyway, under the transit in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand.
With Lance Armstrong and
all
those
kinds of
bikers,
things.
they
Here's the ram
sometimes.
that's tied to the book. Fascinating.
That's their sport.
Maybe one more synagogue. This time not
There
in
are
atmosphere.
ways
This is the
ways
synagogue.
to change your cardio capacity.
This is
In
a city on the
give up boxers to them. Like, so they love
Romans
boxers with two
correctly
sexual
fearing a
It's like
version
long
of
training.
decided to reinforce the city, not attack from the riverside, but they would go around the city and attack from the southwestern side. So what they did was, if you look on the map here, they buried all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it's actually it ends Torah would have and all around it are several registers their color, the density of the artwork, depiction of Samuel anointing. An example, it looks like you've got collection
So
right.
what people don't also realize about Luke is that Luke's training partners
We know that it was destroyed in the middle of the
there's
third
a lot that
century.
he can
So
do. He
all
just
of
has to
this
find
art
it, and once he finds
dates
that,
from
to be
somewhere in
super
the 250s.
Well, everybody, there's a
Here
shelf
is
life for
a
everybody.
really dramatic
And I
representation
talked to him
of
afterwards.
the
I texted him
incident
and
of the
he
golden
was like,
cat.
yeah, he's
Very,
okay.
very
He's like, you gotta go
vivid
for it.
colors,
So
lots
there
of
it is.
like,
You know, why not?
frame
You know,
with the cat in the middle there. You're quite timely because I'm recording this.
you know, part of it's also when you take, we talk about this, when you take a lot of hits to the head, your body will shut
Here's
off.
a beautiful
Your body was like this
representation
touchdown.
on the right. You can see Esther there taking Ashvera. She was receiving a letter, a very typical thing for
It's like,
on the left, you see a great shot of Haman leading Mordecai in honor on a white horse. And this was like one of the major turning points in the rest of the book of Esther. Incensed because he feels
you know, I'm in
he should receive because he has to, you know, facilitate it. At any rate, gorgeous
and it's even worse for me right now because, like, man, I'm
this
never been
preserved
stronger.
in historical record.
40, you're 42 is the years. Well, you that, but also if you start training, your speed is probably not what it was. That's where you go. And those little details. Now, you are very big, and if you want to do a bare knuckle fight with somebody who's also very big, I don't like that at all. I don't like it. It scares the shit out of me.
First century, in particular, so there are Jews living all
Like, I don't
over
want you
what we
fighting
today,
men
Turkey,
well.
of course,
No.
is Byzantium.
I don't want you doing
That
that.
little spot there.
Maybe there's somebody out there where
That's you just
because of your size. But if they're gonna put you up
and
in
then move to the
monster,
third century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is old Jews, but you've got them occupying
just
Rome. The Italian has a lot of Jews in it.
okay, good.
As
So
does the
let's
Greek.
go. Who do you
It's a
hire
little
to
bit
train you?
misleading because all of these squares indicating these communities are the same size. So you get the sense that, wow, look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa or going things like that. But these could be really settled. Three families and also have a strong Christian
Take a break here because this podcast
Christian
is responsible monetary
for the first couple
These are
centuries.
some of the things people say about the drivers who switch.
St.
About
Paul,
drivers who switch their car insurance to progressive. And your dollar goes a long way with progressive.
or the
So visit
so-called God-fearing
progressive.com to
communities
see
of
if you want to save on
non-Jews who
car
are
insurance.
attracted to
Progressive
the
insurance company
of
plans
programs.
potential savings.
Repulsed by
States or
the
situations where
extreme decline of this audience traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the spread of creating the argument. In Greek,
No. What up, Becca? I didn't even want to do anyone.
These guys are like, so villagers are actually natural. My commentated his last life. Fucking sad.
Because people said, what is going on? Crazy Jews, however, we're
It's better than
actually
265 minutes. So you're
so
telling me
where they were exposed to
continuously
picked up the line, they were also using as aligned with the state. Justice, and that will put Jews at theological implications of it, and political and social implications of the decision.
How about
But I'd like to add one little interesting footnote. Gives us at least some
so it's like that's a goes to show you.
I'm talking about the show later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Post-Nation, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. It's not very complimentary in the Talmud, but there's scattered so a certain much larger story.
They just kind of
Definitely not Jesus. Christian focus. Even though it does touch on some of the implications, some gullible people who believe and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of pushing back against the Christian narrative. It would be horribly scandalous and an impact on the Jewish community because some Christians will read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think, and that's the thing they say about complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series. Evil
somebody. God,
This is likely a phenomenon that emerged across the fourth, maybe fifth century.
He's like the biggest fan, and then Pope acts like you.
What up, Encino? How you living? Oh, Doug, that was cool. That was. Yo,
Hello.
how you living, Pamp? What's good? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
No, I mean
English only, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm speaking English.
What are you watching? What are you watching, Rabbit?
I'm watching.
We came here to ask how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I hope things are well with you. How are you? Tell me how you found out about me, please.
and I don't you remember I joined
Yeah, yesterday. I remember. Okay, it was you.
yes
Excellent. Okay, well, you're welcome anytime. 1970.
To the north, the particular end of the coast,
His 10 calls got by Tim. I think, however, his daughter ignored the calls to Hunter. So looking at it right now, what do you think? Do you think he's a hunter?
reconstruct themselves.
So he played in Clemson, he's on the national championship team. He's probably the best route runner in the last 10 years. What? Most quarterbacks and other receivers will say he's actually uncoverable. I mean, by route running, explain
By the
that.
time you get to
His ability to find holes.
once again, tension.
He's so shifty, and the way he cuts it, salad. That's what. So you have a young kid right now, like I have your boss. You watch his footwork. It's insane. Same Carolina. if you ran into what if you called it like
from living in Jerusalem.
I still
A lot of scholars presume that sections of
come on.
all the Jerusalem, but it's kind of a misnomer, probably because more familiar term there in the Babylonian time.
He's a real athlete. That's he's
That's her
great.
sister. The Babylonian
Now-
Talmud referred to the Jerusalem Talmud
What was
as
his
Talmud the Ma'arava.
that's incredible. What was his not particularly fast, but around 5'6" guy. Yeah.
Israel, the Talmud of Israel.
Yeah, 4'6". But
For a long period of time,
4'6". All right, there you go. 4'5'9". That's enough.
Of course,
His three-cone drill at that was great.
really 1960s.
Amazing.
Very, very
Well, that's
common.
fun, right? So you can kind of shift gears.
The nationality known as the
Isn't that crazy?
Palestinians right. Defined and
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, nothing that impressive. Like his vert 35, pretty average, crazy. His 20-yard shuttle, his three-cone drill's all right. 44, 5'9", wouldn't be elite in the NFL, but good enough. It's just his understanding and body mechanics and route running.
some challenges to them.
Unbelievable. Just smart.
It was not written in Jerusalem, even though it's
Not that long. God, I don't know what's going on. So now he's gonna sign for some real money.
what exactly is
I mean, yeah, NFL money, but yeah,
There
you get the fun deal.
There are two of them.
Who played 6 years? You made the Pro Bowl in
They
2021.
are basically extensive.
Had 103 receptions and 9 touchdowns. His second year in
Thousands.
That's a Nazareth.
But primarily Rabbi.
Oh, so this illness speaking about so go to his daughter. Does he say anything about more time? One and a half. Look at him. You put that on.
I personally able why we all
How about the dollars? Decline. DraftKings, download DraftKings Sportsbook app. Coach Fighter, that's Coach Fighter, get 300 bonus bets and sign your first bet of $5 or more plus or 200 off NFL Sunday ticket from your YouTube. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. But it still requires much more discussion.
My Broncos play on Sunday. Bring up the schedule for me, Jim, because they kicks off on Thursday. The NFL starts on Thursday. I'm more of a college guy. I see Bob's against Georgia Tech. There's some light at the end of the tunnel there. Georgia Tech's right on the ACC. They played well. Let me see what we got here.
That's essentially what the
Cowboys Eagles is your Thursday night kickoff.
I want to see that. My wife's birthday is on Thursday. And she's a massive Eagles fan, so we're going to a Eagles party here in Austin.
Yeah.
Well, it's what she wants to do, and that's what and they sing the song. And when I say she puts the kids and herself in all Eagles gear and her whole family's that way, hard to find an Eagles bar like in Texas.
Yes. So the NFL's kicking off with Cowboys and Eagles. Man, can't believe they lost that. How did that happen? Also, that's Egypt turned to under the table. Yeah, kicks off Thursday and then you got Sunday, all day Sunday. How the Chargers look? Great quarterback. As far as I mentioned, I mean, Chiefs are probably this division this year. So what happens is they're like, they don't want to mention these trans because it'll demonize. Trans community. It has nothing to do with trans. When you have a kid who is to being woman, this can mental imbalance. Okay, that means if we even say you're mentally imbalanced, no, there are crazy people that have a whole host of symptoms, including saying I'm now a woman. There are crazy people. There are autistic girls they found it.
The Babylonian tends to have a proportion that gives it more weight. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which for this is because the Babylonians got a lot more attention for most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately, some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. Basically, one shared tradition, one shared trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are that have a certain degree of relation with each other. In the Bavli, for example, there's references to, for example, the phrase "Ki asa Ravdimi," when Ravdimi came from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So in the Talmud Bavli, they say this over there in Israel, and it as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts 100 years longer before it becomes codified. In the year 500, why the Talmud Bavli was much well studied than Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represented kind of like a later update. Most of them are written in Aramaic, although there's a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylon. Babylonia, they're largely each other, although geography is spelling some switch over to the but they're largely understandable to speakers and readers. I think one of the fastest called Netzetso issue, which means adopted analysis. Babylonian Talmud precedents much more pride and central place in the minds of most Jews in the Middle Ages, right up until modern. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gemonim, the rabbis of Baghdad, for example, Rothschild, who died in the year 1038. He said we should pay much more attention to being written later, as we had more evidence at the disposal, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why study the text, which is not the authoritative? That's one of the reasons why the much more precedence in those areas live, where they were heavily influenced by that in particular. That would include Spain and Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazim. But there are some areas which tended to have a much closer attachment to the Rabbinic Israel, intellectually, in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy, North Africa. There, that the study, by the time you get to the period of the around the turn of the millennium, you have great who began to carry the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand biblical prominence. Tosfot will also do the same kind of thing as well. But they say we really want to understand the Babli, and here's a typical part. What is it? See if you look back there to see. One important one called the Leiden manuscript actually survived the Middle Ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary, little 89, and the scribe actually said that he thinks it's filled with mistakes, but what's the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that would later be printed in the early 50s? Jerusalem Talmud was like they forgot sister from much of its history. just want to say thank you. Fellow students, one of the things that frequently comes up in the comments get into the edit I would like to, because we should know, really important to note, that the word is not used precisely. And furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, there are derogatory when they have the kind of system. And in fact, understanding how the English language works and has developed is the late 1960s, and actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotations as well. This suit turned out to not work out, as have the pre-report. The case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because, what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest how people should use words? If we say reformer, which by labeling it, say, by the way, this is intended as negative. What we have, and as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as negative. But here's the full definitions. So it says here, what is traditional religion is Judaism. That Jew inside trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form there is definition 1B, which is offensive. And here, the Oxford English Dictionary, perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s, early 70s, suggests that we better label this as a warning. It's an hostile. Okay, so let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word. Let's start with the earliest text we have, which of course are the biblical texts. If you look at the children of Noah in
Encouraged, and they were empowered and sold a bill of goods which cost a lot of money, and then they had perfectly So let's, you wrote it on Psycho. That exists.
Following the Euphrates River,
This kid should have been. But you have to start as, single out bands with their organized. They're not mentally ill. Okay. You feel like just have you seen how many transshooters they were looking at? There are.
Abraham.
But again, as much children revealed, the thing is, when you have a child and they are dead set on a different gender, you might want to take them to a mental health professional. Someone and then if you say otherwise, conversion therapy
right. So give them that they then rescinded. They were getting dogs seriously. That's how crazy it was. This is what we're dealing with. Listen, save your mental health for somebody else. You start taking on yourself. I agree. Scammed by AI think. It's a general hospital. She only grew up with this character, but then apparently
Actually devastated after scammers use sophisticated AI to pose as a soap star. For life savings, they were able to use deep videos.
I love you so much, darling.
With his striking looks. You might understand how Abigail Rufus created by a scammer stealing the likeness of General Hospital actor
about your bro. How you doing? So I get a video. He goes, yeah, I'll send it now. I get a video. And it's Bradley Cooper. He's like, yeah, he's like, well, so he goes, dude, I've been trying to get your number. I'm trying to call you for 4 years. I finally had to get to Shane Gillis, the law with older women. And you can tell
I'm sending money. How she didn't believe her daughter's here. The daughter said it was. Says, this is only a matter of time. Star Lily Phillips, I've seen her work. Parents broke down. Studs. You fucking do. She's out of her mind. That's what she's doing. She's a cop. She's just crazy. And I'm not gonna stand for it. I'm only watching once a week. It's watching your daughter. I'm only watching once a week. This is so bad. Well, let me ask you this stuff. If someone came to pay whatever, do you want dedication? Before all this shit, we heard you're gonna do the OnlyFans thing, say we're 100 dudes. Hey, whatever, baby. Before we do that, we're gonna give a 5 year. Whatever, it's 30 to follow from the order. You keep the streaming, or it's like I'm streaming, and this is part of the reason Raj did what he did, because of that streaming stuff. Like, I want to show me that big star. She's like, no, nah, I just want to suck dick. She's just doing it for attention. This is her fastest quicker route. There's probably some of that. She looks at how crazy. Whatever. No, I haven't, but she actually. They were talking to her, and they said, you don't really get excited about much. So, like, you get a breakup, you're divorced, you don't really, you move on, nothing affects you. There is a condition. What you mean by sociopath? Sociopaths are evil and stuff. No, sociopaths sometimes they're sociopaths. They don't have feelings. So she said that for her childhood, she learned that everything was like, so she was like a girl in black college. She would hit them up and have compassion. They can't really feel when I 6 and 12 inches about
That's important. Almost like I know. That's cute. Yeah, sir, we found red head off. You go to the cops go, yeah, the homeless guy. I know. Oh, I know. And so we're now we have a whole shift. Well, the Dahmer family. You can look at Dahmer. So much when they get it. It's like I was here and they played it back as come to now. We talk about sports. You can't do everything as a dad, right, to get your set of there's going to come a point where you have very little how your kid turns out. You go, what? He's like, I know, hear me out. I don't know if I agree with him. Well, you either have it, but listen, you and I sports, but I have goes a long ways. I would hope so. Yeah, but him saying that, you really don't have much worth saying, but I give them a lot of love. But there's a fire. So we're going to continue. We've given you the free enough. We're taking extra stuff. We're doing fan questions for the hardcores twice a month. Extra behind the scenes content. It's only $5. Head on over for us right now. This full of hours. We should have done it a long time ago. Tune into us on Rogan Saturday. For UFC parents. The fire kid, we're out. You know I do give a fuck about though. It's time.
is for the hardcore / TFAD. But what we get, you get 2 shows ad free. Every show ad it's like that. See how low I go. Yeah, and you're gonna. Yeah, this is $5 a freaking month. Get Starbucks for 1 freaking day. Well, I think. Oh, get your kids the cake pops. Buy the kid Patreon for 1 month. It's $5. See all the shows ad free. So I think 5. Guys, next time that large man, you pull out your nuts up the back, kick you from the back. Like, oh. I saved $5. Right? So it's patreon.com/TF. If you want a larger man to make you bulldog your nuts and then kick you in the fucking nuts from behind, and then don't spend $5 a month.
So that's all happening.
Sorry, you can do that to me. Did you see? Yeah, we kind of missed out on the festivities in Austin because Austin doesn't have a major team like there's no pro team here. So it's University of Texas Longhorns. They opened up against Ohio State. That was a huge game. Oh, you just realized how won that game.
The teacher.
Again, I know it's like the biggest college game. It's number 1 and number 1 against each number 1. Yeah, like but did someone slam my dunk in the doorway? 1-1. It was 2 of the best teams in the number 1 versus number 3. Texas number 1. All right, top. And it's kind of a boring game. It was. But just a little down. Israel. Things have changed, and they are in the SEC. So I don't do much against her. When they thought Arch Manning was going to be the same coordinator, so now he's playing Patrick Mahomes. Oh Jesus! Now he's dealing with a college like Tom Brady. So he's used to shutting those guys down. So when he goes to college, he's salivating at the mouth to shut Arch Manning down, and that's his first game. And Ohio State also has the best defense in the country. They have the best safety in the region, the best corner, the best linebacker. They're stacked, you idiots. So, listen, Arch Manning, he's going to be the guy. It's
not going to be today. He's going to struggle. So the other kid. It's week one. There's going to be a lot of errors. Listen, I was set expectations. He's going to throw for 500 yards. Now, it's not happening. I can still win. I'm so ignorant to football. The value of that high level offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, who can look at a young prospect who's going to be great, but goes, I've seen your game. He knows the pattern. You're not going to show him something he has. See, he'll be like going from it'd be like going from the UFC to LFA. You're reigning champ at the UFC, like I'm going to LFA, and then you're like, oh no, stop. Wow, because I've been going against Izzy. So they held her to one touch. Yeah, but it's expected. It's I'll take your shit back. I'm like, no, you're gonna want that jersey. Just chill. Talking to Mark Sanchez about what it was like just to get a 500 genius, the defensive coordinator genius looking at you, and you're like, and you still figure out a way to beat him. And the sole reason is to take all your benefits away, the advantage you have. All they're doing is trying to get you out of the pocket. So maybe you're not as good as throwing on the run or throwing to the left. They're going to make sure they do that every single play. You have to know that you practice that. It's like practicing. You have formations, and it's so much pressure. It's not right, especially when you're a man. Yeah, so I think in NIL, it's a big one. Is he a big kid? Yeah, so he's got all the tools. I will say, I can't believe he missed that shit. I just don't watch college football. I don't know college football. What would you say you watch? NFL and UFC. Tennis, NFL. Listen, you're always on the road, so it's tough to watch. It's too much. It is tough. I know, so I can talk about it. Are you watching shows? Well, dude, study one page a day. I'm trying to. You're not gonna watch it, so I want to spoil it. I catfish something. Yeah, dude. So this, I'll set up the. If you tell me if you want me to. It's not really how I want to watch it. See, this has spoilers on it, but says it's called unknown number of the high school catfish. Dude, let me set the table for you. Young high school girl, and then they start getting these texts, horrible shit, like the worst stuff you can imagine. Like you kill yourself. And then, you know, like 14. It was a straight for 2 years. So he's 12 to 4. He's looking at all the cameras on the cameras. They're kind of like, they're messed up.
It's an infection. It might be. Game on, finally. No, this isn't just football. It's first touchdown Flowers. Anytime touch. Jeanette shot to win big. Bet on my Broncos, baby. Listen, new customers, this one's for you. Man. Just $5 buckaroos and get 300 bonus bets instantly. Plus grab over 200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more, or place over 200 off. NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-OPEN-WIRE. Text OPEN-WIRE 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccbg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Woodville Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Sunday ticket offer for new and former subscribers only, and auto renews canceled anytime. Additional Sunday ticket terms at tv.youtube.com/learn/NFL Sunday ticket. Really? Okay, so just spoiler. So Brendan just told me what was going on. I can't wait to watch this. But this is where you realize that whatever you think the depravity of human beings is, it is. There are some people that it's beyond what you can imagine. When you're a detective, don't say it. When you're a detective, you deal with that darker side of humanity. It's like this guy Ed Calderon who was on Rogan, who deals with all the cartels. He was a Mexican special police officer. I told you about it. Hey, bro, the shit you deal with and the stuff you see, like, you can't walk away from that without being and it's the craziest thing ever. Fascinating. It's also fascinating. That's what you look at me. My mother-in-law makes me there's my girl's best friend that her kids are at the house. It's careful. I got subtitles on. Just tell me this fucking spaghetti more into it. I was bothered. Do you know what I think? I'm going to say this. When I read about this, like, I'm a flawed human being. You're a flawed human being. But you know what? We are not. We're actually good people. Yeah, there are certain things you would, I know you would never do. And certain things never. It's free. Tax. Well, yeah. So, well, I would do this. I have a joke about a message. I'm serious. For real. The guy said, you never have to worry about money again. And I was your kid with every pump into my ass. I was thinking I'm spending money on. Well, sick. You are. Yeah, you know, but you asked, you spent money on a costume. I'm like, fuck, my hands are killing me. I was like, it's because I can sit and I get strong. My back started to ache. My hands are my liquid. I'm like, whatever, I'll just run down for the fast drive. And then 2 days go by, and I'm like, I got fucking spots in my hands and they hurt. You know? Spots on my fucking foot. And then Tiger Muskie, we do too. They look it up. And then Billy got it, like, I don't know, probably 2 weeks ago. That's nothing. Gotta let it just work its way through your super contagious. My bro, yeah, man. I'll tell you what I did this one. I was in the Happy Beach because my gig, my corporate gig was in Redondo, and I looked at that ocean. I was out by that ocean, right in that ocean area, and the beach was full. And guess what? No water. You know why? There was too much cars. In there, which are not complimentary. What happens is I think the sewage gets overloaded. So there's a whole bunch of shit on the beach with the ice. Even if it was high fecal matter out of so no one was letting in the water. You didn't see any no shit. You got right, no shit. The lake is one thing, that ocean, that's way zero crash. You got that big beach, something else. Shit going on the sharks, dude. Yeah, the sharks always take it off. They don't worry about nothing to worry about. Now you're great time. Fuck, you're yeah. Nice. Yes, I'll have to get better because it's full swing in the sports. Boston is a baseball game today. It's great. Tigers football, baseball Saturday. Rain. In the morning's all cool. LAX is what it is. Oh, dude, I was in Dallas on Friday. I was doing some truck stuff with this Ford dealer out there. Shout out to Five-Star Ford Dallas. Great dealership. Doing some stuff. Driving back, right? I stopped at a Buc-ee's. Never been a Buc-ee's. I haven't eaten at a Buc-ee's. You know, there's some ton of them. What is Buc-ee's? It's a gas station, but it's like, I stopped at a Buc-ee's in like the outskirts of Waco, Texas. Dude, it was like Skate City when I was a kid. So Skate City, everyone and their mom would go there. Someone skated, but it was really in the parking lot. Have you ever seen like the ATL movie? When they're like just hanging in the parking lot with all the cars? That's what Buc-ee's in Texas. Dude, trucks, cars. When I say packed, it was every gas. For a fucking mile, there's filling stations for gas. They're all packed. Inside, you go inside, clean it. Start at Buc-ee's. Yeah. You're not gonna. It's not walking out of there with low cholesterol. Okay. His hand bunch nuts on sweets.
Hello,
I was like, well, this is. I don't know what they're putting in this shit, but this is
That
not good.
project is going along very
This
well.
one's not great deal. I started
First,
$20 a month. This is great deal.
so
I'm about to react.
it
I'm
is
driving to the
making
gym.
its way through the public
When I
process,
tell
and
you, I was about to shit.
too. So that's going okay,
I was
but
about to
the
explode.
last year,
I'm talking, I prayed my gym. And I'm like, I pray to God. I pray to God no one stop. I didn't have a second to spare. By the time I got shoots out, sprays everywhere. You're like, oh, this, you guys will throw this bathroom away. How can I tell you? Well, you finally went to Love Brigham, and that whole time before? I have, but that's a great operation. They got, I did the red light there. Alien that looks like you. There were some muscular people there, but oh yeah, that was awesome. It does look a little bit like that. That's like I said, right? Yeah, I'm getting older, and one guy looked at me, I said a while, and that, she goes, what happened to you? I go, because your face looks different. I was like, oh, there's an older dude, he's kind of out of shape. You know, you can't tell when they're out of shape. There's like a younger guy, like my age, and I go, oh, this your dad? He goes, what? No, man. And I'm like, my kid down there is already moved. They didn't know each other. I was sitting. Some people just age fast. I'm worried about his daddy got, so I got all my levels done. I got my job tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do it. Let's see what my test is. Now I can break down to where it says optimal. Yeah, now I hadn't worked out. I hadn't worked out and I hadn't slept that much. You haven't worked out, you haven't worked out. I did my test and I hadn't slept. Yeah, I'm not gonna right now. You should push it. Sounds what you're saying, very expensive. Yeah. But I don't know if it works or not. Get the benefits. Yeah. But if you're injured, if you're like, well, they right in the bicep, right in the knee, that's when you fucking know. I think we just do it overall. Especially when I don't really have a hanging tendonitis or glutathione.
But as well, they sort of developed
I slept well. I slept hard. I should. I didn't go red light
for the
therapy.
era,
Face,
but
body,
sort of a high bar of entry.
that's right. So we can use some energy, show more energy. Yeah.
Dietary regulation.
And that was cool. So we'll see. Let's see what
So
I just want your testosterone.
the message that St. Paul
It's gonna be weird. Just live with it. It's gonna be more so effective. Yeah. At least get a base. It's gonna be like
benefits from
$300
off
off.
that.
So we're gonna be good.
So you get to see a lot of strong Christians when they're developing around.
What if I start taking
Generally, you have
I did it. I said,
after you put down the
this girl broke up with him. He got with an NFL player. So combine
called the Philistine. The Bible refers to the Greek Palestinians.
So stupid.
So that name applied it to there were still Jews living in the region, especially in the northern section of Palestine, where a lot of Jews had fled. So that's basically what the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times. Great rebellion in 1670, couple of battles in 1974. You have the People's Rebellion in
So how many times did you
51, called the Gallic Revolt, which is not as well. There was a brief respite here. Actually, a couple of respites. Most significant political respite. Because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity. All faiths, that was a way Israel ended very abruptly because the temple basically
It's actually true, right?
evolution
I stay in shape. I stay in
there
shape.
was
My dick is still strong, though, right? Heavy.
where you
All
had
right, so
figures who were
yeah,
religious
me
and
too.
political
Me too.
authorities
Me
of
too.
the
I'm looking
Jewish
forward to it.
community.
We'll see what
After
happens.
the destruction of the temple, there is significant debate among scholars as to the actual
It's a great. He's done. He's built something really.
right
Did
up.
you do the blood work then? Does he make cancer?
However,
You did a whole screen.
emperors
I've done that. I did that. Couple of years
empire,
ago
which
too.
was called, by the way, the
Yeah, you want to check this.
empire, Rome in the west. The empire is going
All right.
to decline.
Well,
Rome, the
why don't
city
we go over some
several
stuff
times
here?
in
What
the
we got?
fifth
What
century.
like this weekend?
City
We got
has
a fight for
that
this weekend. What time's after the?
main
This is what time is it here?
empire. It was during the period of this war
Okay.
closest to Christianity, beginning with
He's
itself,
at least.
and at the same time,
But so is it.
the question
What do you
of
think
human
about
rights, politically, socially, and otherwise.
Some people are just thinking about
So the most significant example of this is just 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions that banning
Let me ask you
construction of synagogues, the sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and their redecoration of churches. These rules
So
were, by the
Ben
way,
said, when he
quite
fought this before,
frequently
I
more
said he's going to get knocked out.
than actually
And
church.
When I watched Benoit fight Dustin Poirier, I said he's going to get knocked out. So I said that because when I watched him, when he unloads on those hooks, it's devastating. The problem is his hands are here. I'm picking up on that. It's like, I don't understand how your coach doesn't say, we need to drill your hand being here every time you throw. It's just boxing 101, right? And I know it works, but not against high levels like Dustin. So I can explain why that would be priority number one when you're training. I don't get it. He's winning, not against Dustin. Higher level guys. Yeah, but until then, I know, tighten your ship up. Just some special forces. Yeah, sure. But still, I'd be like, I don't care about your jaw. It's your jaw, and that's really hard. He's hiding his
about twice now. He was a favorite at that point. I was watching that where Dustin's gonna catch him. Dustin's gonna catch him. So he lost the Montano. Yeah.
Really began
And
to
Terry McCord.
gather steam in the fourth century.
Florida's last fight.
I'm going to outline four
She's back.
basic
How do you lose to
that create
Rofi is just, my only concern with him is his cardio. Is he looks like a Brazilian Connor. Connor was in Dorsey known for having raw cardio. Now after so explosive, right? As that goes on, it starts to take. So when Lance Armstrong and those bikers, they will train cardio sometimes, like almost 8 hours. Like that's a sport. Yeah, but I'm saying it's to change your cardio capacity. Now, you can also have a lot of compare. Massive amounts of EPO, and but boxers do that long. Like, so a lot of times boxers would do so much road work because it's like you're trying to keep their heart rate at a certain place, and they're doing road work. It's also genetics too. Like it's genetic. A lot of some of that's your off. Like guys that are really well tight, that have really explosive power. Yeah, there's gonna be healing in the West because you're not gonna have. You can't feed like much jogging. Sure. So if you're gonna have all that muscle down, and just not as explosive, kind of
by the way, observe a strict
fantastic.
calendar, and that's why they're all go 2 years. There's
Did you see your boy earlier?
You have Ramadan in October, you have Ramadan in the springtime, the calendar has to be adjusted.
So what you are also surprised about Luke is that Luke's training
That's
partners,
why in the Jewish
or
calendar,
a guy named Daniel
the
Cormier,
Adar
came from the last
double
and they
several
used to
times over a 9-year cycle, so that even though the Jewish calendar is always losing days, that extra month can be
you just have a ton of miles on
places.
Luke's he's a great guy. Obviously, body from the Greek gods, former model. He just has his why. That's me.
Very late this
He just has to find it, and once he finds it, he'll do these super successful. Well, everybody, there's a shelf life for everybody. And I talked to him afterwards. I texted him.
With the
He
situation,
was like, yeah, he's okay. He's like, you gotta go for it sometimes. I was like, there it is.
inability to
Why not? You get paid.
reliable communication from Jerusalem. But in fact, the months had been declared. Don't forget,
When you take a look
before
against the head, you're shut
so
off.
what is this?
Your body goes, I've been here before. I'm shutting this down right now. Yeah, you just touched on this. That was very nice. But in fact, I get it, man. It's like with Luke, he's a competitor, so like, you're not calling me KFC or me like you the UFC. Don't think I can hang numbers. You get offers to fight sometimes. Yeah, I'll be there's the best shape I've been in. Shit, since I was fighting, and I'll be fucking some of those guys up. If I put this together, that never leads. Just so everyone knows, that never. If you have fighting in your blood, that never goes. And it's even worse for me right now because I'm much stronger.
Just as the Mishnah interprets
The only thing is at 40, you're 40, you do 42. Is the surprise would be that well, you that, but also if you start training, your speed is probably not going to put you in 30. No, and that's where you get a little details. Now, you're very big. And if you want to do a bare knuckle fight with somebody who's also very, but like I don't want you fighting Ben Rothschild. I don't want you doing that. Maybe there's somebody out there where you would. But if they're gonna put you up against a monster,
More retro. Hello, hello. Hello. More retro. What's good? How are you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you if you're talking. I see you just came off mic, or your mic is on, but cannot hear what you're saying if you're trying to say something. I hope you're doing well. Love an update if you have one. Maybe restart your device and come back. That helps.
That's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the Talmud happened in the north, around the city of Tel recently, was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by the Romans, and everybody understood what they're not jarring because people have used that name.
Now I can hear you. How are you?
Great.
Excellent.
I'm doing kind of okay. I'm doing multi-streaming myself now. I'm not 24 hours available.
Okay, very well. What platform is it? What platforms are you on? Oh, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. Can you repeat that? More retro. Can you repeat that? Very cool. That can't understand what you're saying. I heard that you're multi-streaming, which is amazing, and I would. More retro. I can't hear what name. Is there? I don't know if it's possible. Is there any way to restart? I can't hear what you're saying. It's not coming through. I can't hear anything that you're saying. I'm sorry. Apologies. I wish I could hear you. There you go. There she is. Can you hear me?
describe their nationality. And so,
But you don't know what I'm connected. It's always happening. What would you do just how do you train? How long do you need? I don't know. You know,
third and fourth.
if I were, if I call my back, say,
It's basically liturgical poetry.
boxing, at least you know, can't hear about it, right?
Origins in the business.
With BKC, you gotta be
They
all
have a lot
you
to
know,
do
it's
with
just
earlier, but just
right. Because this is
in fact,
and along with progressive.com, see if you
they
can
are
save on
published
card
very
insurance company
big.
affiliates, potential savings will vary that way of all stations. Progressive.
For strategies,
Yeah, but you know, it's bare knuckle swing.
the synagogue.
I think that's all the heavyweights.
Later
So Belcher's actually natural
churches.
bouncing.
Mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions.
Yeah, but I
to the establishment of this.
yeah, but it's smaller. You know,
All kind of like
Listen, I commented his last fight. I understand he's a fucking savage. I understand he's severed out. I understand that. There is something to be said about a guy who can
example
make
of creating these
is
smaller houses of
You're a
worship
fucking
which do not
giant.
take
and you have
the eternal
reach and
temple
you
for
have
themselves.
like you have
That
more
would happen by
power.
the
Courtesy of other
synagogues,
things
which
going
are
on. You would
temporary,
never make
but
it
they're very happy
260 pound man.
back to
So you're telling me you would rather Al Melcher than that Banks? No, probably not. Well, the answer is no. Because Al Melcher's a world champion bare knuckle. Al Melcher has been continuously working. That's not the almighty Al Melcher.
Many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come to the word meaning
Still
gathering.
rather a guy who can make 85 than a guy who never
Jews
can't make 85. He can't make 85.
began to create these people while the temple was still standing, perhaps
can't
out of like a spontaneous
He
desire
just got done
to have a
fighting
place to
JDS.
gather
He can't make
and
85.
discuss and to
Matter of fact,
really
if
praise
you looked at that
God.
entire
That's
list,
something
Alan
people
Belcher's
very
the last
much,
name.
you know,
That's a
embedded
transformation.
deep
To be
within
the last
the
name.
tradition
Yeah.
show itself in the first
How about
century
Raphael
era,
Davis?
perhaps the first century before the Common Era.
I don't know.
Here's one of the earliest
I mean, tattoos in those
archaeological
pictures. Yeah, I don't know,
have
dude.
for the Common
It sounds
These
like a
so-called
situation. A lot of,
Theodotus
you know, like these guys are fucking.
a large
What
amount
Josh Phillips-
of
Josh
Latin
Phillips
as its Greek text,
What are the records?
Which,
The records are.
if you have been in
There's
synagogues,
a bare knuckle, so it's like that just goes to show you like anything you
Right.
fucking go.
this is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. The very
Well, that
first,
way, you
earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a big contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which is like the high literary language for the, you know, how he paid for the building, paid for the set up, and things like that. Just fascinating. I'm not exactly sure how the data is roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era, to the first century of the Common
mud growing out his hair. He looks so savage. Hot Duff, he looks savage. Again, not a guy I want to fuck with because he's so big and athletic. And he's doing his tits on Joe Santos. Like tits.
Yeah, is often, temporary hardware that is
They're tough personality. And I called in, you were sparring, and I'd be like, you're right, you face, you gotta get it out.
right hand. Isaac in his left left of Abraham.
I would place up at Burial, you know, Sunday. Pretty terrifying.
Creativity in the space.
You have that I think we're gonna come out. Cody Curlin's there for a good time. I think Cody. Yeah, he does. What's his name?
But also carry forward
He's missing a
as
tooth.
creative
But he, at least he looks like he's having a good time. Yeah.
Jewish spirit that we
He's a
appreciate
big,
to the person.
wrong guy.
I love this video and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to
People's Champ. It's great people killing point. Dude, he brings it. So this guy's like the biggest booklet of all time. They rank him, and they go, "You have to write computer here." He goes, "Get in there." Booklet's like, come on, what do you got, man? That's what. And then Booklet gives back the book. Goes, like he's really, really hurt. He's like, can't move. I get fucked up with the guy. And then Bogak's like, look, you're up. And he said, no, that's not your fault.
So first of all, thank you very much. The Jewish mind is
So fucked up. That's like, did you ever see how Crow Cop punked that one guy? No, same thing. Really funny.
But it's a little bit like the idea of Lithuania, where it's much more than what we become today. Geographic.
That's hilarious. Let me tell you. So if you Hunter Renfro has 10 calls to watch a movie. So just get it right now. Do you think he's a punter? He's probably the best route runner in the last 10 years. What? What do you mean by route running? Explain that. He's so shit. And the way he hits it, you can't cover 101. In college, it's sad. Sad. That's what's so becoming young kid right now. Like I've Tiger Bossy watch his footwork is insane. Same hairline as Mike Allen. Doesn't look like much of an athlete, but if you ran into a bar, he's gonna be like, you want an extra Jerry Clemson on the reason? No. I'm gonna find out where his stats. How big is he? Go to his highlights. Just type in after this. Type in Rob Ryan Runner Pro. 5'10". What? 5'10". What? 5'10". So Parents didn't have that. I'm sure. You know, it's like, not particularly fast, but I'm able to fly fast enough. His three-cone drill, that was great. Amazing. Less spotting to move right, so you can kind of shift the gears. Damn. That's incredible. Yeah, nothing that impressive. Like his vert 35, pretty average. Broad jump, nothing crazy. His 20-yard shuttle, his three-cone drill's all right. 40 in the NFL, but good enough. It's just his understanding and body mechanics around running. Which is smarter for their plan. Not that long. So now he's gonna sign for some real money. I mean, yeah. Wow. We played 6 years. We made the Pro Bowl in 2021. Had 103 receptions and a touchdown. Oh, we missed all 20. Almost turned over to ever think you it's a bad beer too. Amazing. He and I are the same guy. I might be a little more athletic looking actually. I'm pretty sure. I just don't know. You never know. How about the dollars? Decline. It starts this weekend, dude. It starts this week. So if you're gonna watch this all set with DraftKings down with DraftKings Sportsbook app, they give the code Flider. Flider. 300 bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. My Broncos play on Sunday. Bring up the schedule for my check because the kicks off Thursday. The NFL starts. Listen, or some light data to tell her there. Jordan will.
Cowboys Eagles is your Thursday night kickoff. I want to see that because my wife's birthday is on Eagles bar here. Yeah. Well, it's what she wants to do, and that's what we're going to do. They sing the song "Fly, Eagles Fly," and when I say she puts the kids and herself in all the Eagles gear, and her whole family's that way. Not tomorrow. She'll wear Eagles paraphernalia. No. But the Cowboys obviously hard to find where you live in Texas. Yes. So the NFL's kicking off the Cowboys Eagles. Man, tough outing for the Cowboys. The Eagles are monsters now. So Cowboys lost some numbers. I can't believe that. That's such a Jerry Jones was refusing to work with Mike. Jim was trying to do under the table. Mike would never. I'm not down. Talk Mike. And then finance agent got me out. That's crazy. If you're Carson, what a fucking come on. Get all the money you want. And you're playing on a legit contender. How would you start? Green Bay's fucking good. They're on tonight. Yeah. Fuck yeah. So you're gonna like a legit team fan base. So you live in Green Bay. We got Chiefs, Chargers. Chiefs on decline, maybe. I think now. Go Broncos. Yeah, I like Broncos too. Kicks off Thursday, and then you got the Chargers. Yeah, what's more to do? I mean, cheat them. I went off I got to see this in the news. It's a tragic story of this person shot at Catholic school. Killed two kids. His name was Robert, but I think he changed his name to Robin. And he was quote-unquote trans. We've had a number of these trans. So what happens is they're like, they don't want to mention these trans because it'll demonize the trans community. It has nothing to do with trans. When you have a kid who is deciding to be a woman, this cannot definitely be a marker of a stable child, a mental health problem. But because we're so afraid to go and you're taking hormones and you're on some other stuff, maybe we should look at this person being not trans, but actually totally unstable. And the idea that they want to become trans is a symptom of a larger umbrella issue of mental impact. And because people are so afraid to say, oh, just because you want to change your gender means if we even say that you're mentally imbalanced. No, there are crazy people that have a whole host of symptoms. Emotionally, and they had some autism or whatever you want to call it. And then they said, I'm a guy. And they were empowered and sold a bill of money, and then they had perfectly good body parts. It's a kid and killed what? A bunch of kids in a church. That was a targeted killing of people who were related to this. He has a leg. Because he's out of his I know that. It's a target kid. It's like a we want to target Christian children in a church. It's just this evil.
probably complete fucking psycho. Exists. It's not, secret of trans, but they're actual more trans, and they're not mentally ill. They just feel like they're wrong. That's debatable. That's debatable. Yeah, debatable. Trans shoot, not shooters, and bitch. We were looking at there have been a number of them. Again, let's make sure there are very sick people in the world, and part of their sickness can be nothing but pineapple. There are 1,000 things that crazy people do, okay? And so my thing is, when you have a child, they are dead set to the mental health professional before they do any of that, so you can see what's really going on. But now when you have mental health professionals confirm someone's gender, and then if you say otherwise, it's conversion. It's conversion therapy. That's right. So give them cross-sex hormones, render them sterile for the rest of their life. It is so far. That's because of their problems. That's going to make all force. And guess what? Let me just tell everybody, they did a study of the study. They had scholars that studied whether having the operations or going on cross-sex, whether or not it actually stopped suicide in this group. Guess what? They found out that there's no conclusive evidence. Now watch. I think it was an actor. I can't remember the scholars did a study, and they found that they then rescinded. They were getting docked crazy. They rescinded these findings, and that's how crazy it was. This is what we're dealing with. Listen, save your mental health for somebody else. Start taking on kids. And he didn't fuck himself. He shot himself. This is how crazy it is. You do us all favors. Just shoot yourself. Don't take it out there and say, kid, you're a fucking coward. Watch that shit. This girl, this woman got scammed by AI deepfake. It's from this guy from General Hospital. She like in love with this character, but then apparently I'll play for you. This is from KTLA. So this could happen to Brad.
That's AI. Is left financially devastated after scammers use sophisticated AI to pose as like a chair more than $80,000 stolen by these con artists. I talked to the victim tonight. She told me she's really embarrassed that with his striking looks and reassuring voice, you know, like this.
So can I just, you know the story, but like, so Bradley Cooper and I, we were close, good friends. And I lost touch with Bradley because he's just been busy and he changed his number. But I get over the past 4 years, I would get like messages, hey, it's Bradley, and I'd be like, oh, congrats. So yeah, I thought it was just something because, yo, it's Bradley. I'm just thinking about you, bro. He goes, it's Bradley Cooper, in case you're wondering who put this. And I'm like, great. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure it's Bradley Cooper. Send me a video if it's Bradley. Ha ha ha. Now I gotta do it. It's Bradley Cooper. Things like that. He's like, yeah. And he's like, well, so he goes, dude. And then I talked to him. I got your number. So I'm like, did Bradley ask for my number? And Rogan goes, yeah, he asked for your number. Saying all these nice things about you. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So I ended up being able to you. So after he's been trying to get to me for 4 years now, I've been the dick going, get the fuck out of here. I'm sending you texts. I know. I'm not trying to be mean here. That guy, General Hospital, like he's a guy. He's a handsome Hollywood actor. This poor lady, like, did you? I'm not being mean, but did you really think like there's a romantic 66? I know. Every time you're just say that, next to her was her daughter, you mentioned that your mom has money. That's the problem. The daughter said it was fake. What's that? Alright, guys, let's talk about this one. This OnlyFans says, this is only a matter of time. Prolific OnlyFans star Lily Phillips, I've seen her work. Broke down as they begged their daughter to stop the streams often involve over 50 to 100 men at once. She gets talked. It's called she's a gorgeous lady. What are you fucking doing? She's out of her mind. That's what she's doing. She's crazy for God. She's just crazy. I'm not gonna stand for it. I'm only watching once a week. It's watching your daughter totally once a week. You're supposed to be sleeping. Just for reasons, for facts. No, but not every day anymore. With a disapproving look on your face. I'm not happy, man. This is so bad, man. Well, that's where you're dealing with somebody who's not well. Well, let me ask you this though. If someone came I don't think it's a sex thing. I think it's just her. So she doesn't get this. I don't think she has scandals, but like you have to do crazy shit to get likes. To notice. To get money. This is something different. I would challenge you saying, you know, so she, no, I haven't, but she they were talking about it. Nothing really affects you. And condition. There was a woman who has her PhD in Jesus. Sociopaths sometimes, the reason they're sociopaths is they don't have feelings. You know, so she said that for her childhood, she learned her feelings. She was she was not calling. She would hit a girl in the back of the head. And then she'd get in trouble. She started stealing shit. And her mother was like, what are you doing? She with that. Like, until we can figure it out, you're wrong. Imagine that. You did nothing wrong. You're just a child. That mom. Whatever it is, British town. You see her face on it, nothing affects her. I'm like at this girl's face. She's always been that way. Nothing really. Nothing is. She doesn't feel it. She doesn't feel a thing. It's just, you can watch somebody die. You can watch. You can have sex with a lot of men. The next day you're 100% fine. It's like, how much money did I make? Now, my brother, my God, money doing it. And get a judge. Of course, you probably don't have compassion. They can't really that for maybe. Yeah, but he just has a big comment like my daughter is everything. Right. You do everything right in life, and your hands and feet, plans. I know that's again, sir. We found the severed head and two hands when you went to read the bedtime story. The other son. So do you know who that hand belonged to? He goes, yeah, they were homeless guys. We can only do so much. Kid, it's like I was here posing as a dad, right? They set him up for success. Once he was give him a private coach, he gets on this team, ride his ass as much as you want. This dude, all this work, he is. And at the end of the day, who is a social scientist, he looked at the data here and he said something. He goes, parents never want nutrition, but you actually, at the end of the day, there's going to come where you have how your kid turns out. He's like, I know. Well, you either it goes a long ways. That goes a long ways. I would hope so. Yeah, but I'm just talking about being good. Yes, sports isn't like it's just amazing. Yes. Sports is a completely different show business. Even like all that's now the hardcore shut down a long time ago. Tune in to us on Rogan this Saturday. UFC, Brian the Kid Callen, Gordon the King Ryan, February 20th. That's it. We love you guys. This is the Pirate Kid. We're out.
Talk about anything of substance. Hey dude, how sore are you? Oh, what's the pain? I've been doing Buc-ee's. Oh, cool. Tell me all about your gas station adventures for hours. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Check it. Dude. This guy's thing. It better not be stupid.
Since I saw your video on the labyrinth, sport appears to be a meter long metallic two-patch atrium, which we'll get into what that is. Somewhere around 60, 70 feet, 70 feet, like 200 feet, 150 to 90 feet down. And so for anybody who's interested, what is the name of the video you put out? I think it's the it's on my channel. I don't right now. I remember I was in the gym while I was watching it, and I literally stopped working out. I was like, I gotta watch it. This is not what I'm working out. Really. Recently, a bunch of things that happened a decade or two ago. It's on the last decade that really changed that picture, and that was the crazy emerging science legitimate company that is using technology that defense and that's been more or less proven. So, and the guy that Jim Akers, rest in peace, unfortunately, he is a credible guy to say this. He hasn't dropped what it might be, but it's definitely not It's not. It's metal. It's not unlike the metal that he's seen on the classified. What exact type of metal it is? And he said, yeah, there is a. Because the labyrinth has multiple levels. So it's almost like you're imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall with big levels of like traditional archaeology books. The labyrinth is kind of this is the other part that drew me to it. Is that it isn't something that's coming out that's written about extensively over hundreds of years in antiquity by authors like Rothschild or secular. If one should put together and reckon up what to do, it's been this guy basically what happened was so you had about you know 500 and it's civilization had like Carl Lepsy is in the 1700s to look at these accounts and survey that they said it was. It's much smaller now, but it's in this region called the Flying Egypt. So if you look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine it's desert. From north to south, you have this green line of the Nile. Traces it down, but on the left side, you look at it, there's these shapes of the culture, and it's right at that neck of the fire where it connects up to the Nile. So they give us one concrete. Yes. Sand. And like how it's like there. And he said, well, let's go. Service is nothing crazy about it. This Petrie was the guy who kind of got the colleges and Petrie went there. Like 1800s and 1900s. They aren't actively looking for a job. News for all you hirers out there, your search looks a little less frustrating. You can try .com/Rogan ZipRecruiter tools and features to help speed up the hiring process and see candidate within the first day. And if you can fund it and drug that other expedition, he did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities. At the time was held by was also with the NRIG, which is the National Research Institute for books around. So they used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that period. So like the scans that was like Persian town, bricks and stuff. Yep, that's there in the first few meters. You go down and you hit the water table. So then just the other issue on this side is the water table. So the water's at like 5 meters below the surface. 7 meters is a huge slab and the Petrie found that he thought was the foundation. It's an actual VLF front that's in there. So yeah, so this is at 8 meters with VLF soundings that you can see like this labyrinthian structure of these walls and all of these lines and walls. And these are like granite. And the scale of this, it's 100 meters vertically. So we're looking down in the grass here. Look at the scale across. That's 100 meters, right? So, like 450 feet. So these are big ones. So it's sea change is a big one for people that almost like physicals, like the ground penetrating radar scans. That was a bigger one. On the other side. So that's a difference between like we say about the lab, like what the textbooks will tell you about the labyrinth not being there and it being destroyed to no, we've actually what happens in Egypt, anything they have them under the ground and in the ground gallery, and it just takes years to collect that. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and it's picture. But once they did, they said, "Oh, okay." So we discovered that big. Here the tunnel actually exits the pyramid, the original entrance. There's a big chevron water behind that. It's that chain, as you remember a few years ago, they made a big plateau in the 1990s, which we can, at night they finished their on-site work, they're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. Discussion of the recent Rabbbi project and him and his team members were threatened with national security sanctions. For me to sort of solve that situation and to talk to someone and say, listen, I don't really know. So I think this was a okay, that's happening, there's new data that's maybe find the world, in my opinion, honestly, because when we get into what that structure is and how big it is, the waves report have been intimidating. Just think it would be our biggest discovery of the plane, which is part of the problem. Because I think, unfortunately, in Egypt, this is just my intuition and my sort of read of the situation. What's happened is that the reality is the groundwater level is right. So it's kind of attacking that part of the site, at least at the higher levels of the labyrinth, for sure, are suffering. There's salty groundwater, right? It is going to slowly erode because that groundwater is way up. We know it's going way up because of the treaty back late 18th, early 19th century. Actually got in
region a couple times a year, and unfortunately they can get the findings in the agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal in the Lawa Canal that's going there, like an 1840s, they know built the Suez Canal, and it's quite right. We've got all this agriculture happening, we've got farmers, water rights, messing with this, and it happens to be running through this ancient site that could be the biggest. And it's happening because we built a dam on oil. And what happened with the high dam 60s, like there's a dam the British built in like 1901, 1902, high dam, and it's still a monument to Egyptian Soviet of black and white, and it's really fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. They built the dam counterintuitive because people are like, well, it's less water than oil. No, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had to try and remediate and invade or excavate, start working in the labyrinth. I mean, it's not an easy. That's so to try. It's like, well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this. Like, we don't need a decade before we discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it because it's too expensive, and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think we have to our expedition in like 2009, trying to deal with the groundwater, with the Rothschild, they were doing geologic estimates and all these models to figure out the water situation. According to them, also held up because they also did ground penetration. Also it's on their report, that's what they say. Very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple of different directions. At least it's the shelves, like it's coming in from this way, but it's also coming from another direction, thinking like
I just think it is like horror companies with the already on there that because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space-based, Tim Acker said it looks like it's free. So the very bottom layers seem to be free.
So the actual labyrinth, the very bottom layers,
The labyrinth is multiple levels at least, so it'd be
possible that they can somehow from the side, they can potentially blow everything.
if you could go the water, yeah, you'd have to dig a deep tunnel. You could, I mean, that's also an option is to try. If you actually believe you go with these scans, you know where that atrium is. We could probably try and get down there and just line it. Somehow get that in our lifetime. I would love to see it. Like, be incredible. And I made that video in the first part. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity. Discovery
story,
ancient
and
world.
I have been obsessed with the Holocaust for much of
I know
my
the Gulf
adult life.
scan stuff is super
I have
interesting.
resisted providing lectures on the Holocaust in any significant manner on YouTube. Particularly that it seems to me much more crucial than ever that I make an attempt to discuss this period, and I hope that you will find these lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand one of the most difficult periods in our history. So I wrote an introduction. I studied at the University of Toronto, and I focused primarily in modern Jewish history. I've written other things on various aspects of Jewish history, but really only one book that we study on the Holocaust. And I'm specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Complex Europe, known as the Eish Toda. Teachers here now for very worried about the story specifically of the Jews of trying to understand some basic parameters of the Holocaust, trying to set out what we're going to be discussing over the course of the next few lectures. Let's start with why do we call it the Holocaust? But where does this strange name come from and what exactly does it use? The term Holocaust fits in primarily with the mass murder of Mexican Jews in Europe during the Second World War. Now, this is, however, a term that took about 20 years to come into some circulation. Prior to that, it was largely unnamed because people lacked the vocabulary to describe an event of such magnitude and such horror. When I think similarly of the words that American uses or the terms that Americans don't like to grandmother, and the term Korban
which is
very resonant with the people that were antecedent to the exile, the Babylonian exile and the Roman exile, and so the Korban Europeans, and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that we use to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was
is
very troubled by the mass murder of the Armenian of the 20th century. He coined in 1944 the term genocide, which he used to tell terms like this. So genocide is a new term that he had coined to try to describe the destruction of an entire people. It's physical destruction. The individuals that make up this game are that perhaps when we return to the term Holocaust became popular, although it was in the 1960s became very popular in the 1980s. As a result of it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed. Everything goes up, it becomes smoke, and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term Holocaust is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term. First of all,
paths running through one of those twisted turns that no one can enter or leave any
in
other
fact, that
guide.
theological concept will
And here, Pliny the Elder,
another term very popular in
223
Israel is the term
and
Shoah.
79,
Also,
the tradition at the time,
is for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible acts that do. So that's the terminology of the Holocaust. What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, an increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? Let's three basic ideas which we'll turn to over the course of the
that's very, maybe that's about, it becomes a
stereotypically Russian names
which is what you get through. So that's
specifically
the problem.
define
It's like,
how they grandparents one had to have to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number.
I think
Defining who the Jews were, rounding them up, and murdering. This is not like a, it's kind of like a It shows that these pyramids were being worked on.
paroxysm of
This is when they were
organized,
built.
deliberate process.
You have
That's
to
something very special
I think this is when
is
they
associated with the
certainly being
Holocaust as
worked
opposed to many
in that period. So
genocides of the 20th century.
originally,
It is amazing
I
to
think
contemplate
there's a
the
phases of
Nazis'
construction over a long time
audacious goal,
for them to end
political
up
goal
being
of
what they are.
murdering all the Jews of
In our
Europe.
time,
Here you see a
I think
page
those are all
from the
possibilities.
Nazis got
This is the
together
whole, when you
to
take a step
determine
back and
where
look at the
all
whole
the
picture of
Jews within
ancient
their
Egypt,
catchment
and
area
just you
lived
cannot
and how
attribute
they could
everything that we
possibly
see in
round them
ancient
all up.
Egypt to our
And you see in
current
this list, you
understanding
have
of
the
those
estimated
dynastic
Jewish
Egyptians,
populations of
their
countries
colonies,
all over Europe,
and what we know about them. We
including
know an awful lot.
200 Jews in
Like
Albania.
we have
Just
tools
to think that
from
the
the ancient
Nazis
Egyptians,
controlling
we
all of
found
Europe
we have
were willing to
depictions
hunt
showing
down
walls of how they did
200
things
Jews, a
that
measly
were very
number,
well documented. So we
in
have
the
the
country of
tools, we have
Albania.
the
That's
pictures.
mind-boggling.
We also have
And
lots
furthermore, it
of
includes the
artifacts
many Jews
that
that
match
were
those tools.
conquered by the Nazis at the time because of war, such as the fully 300,000 Jews living in artifacts.
Just
Finally,
instantly.
and because this is
Grab
a
over
source of great
$200 off
confusion
NFL
for
Sunday
many,
ticket
let
from
us define
YouTube
exactly
and
when
YouTube TV.
the
Your
Holocaust happened.
season starts
And
now.
definitely
Sunday
some
ticket from
arguments to
YouTube
say that
and
yes, this
YouTube
is really
TV.
the
In
beginning of
partnership
the
with
Holocaust,
DraftKings,
although that
the
plays
crown
into a
is yours.
particular
Gambling problem? Call
approach to this
1-800-GAMBLER
history
in
called
New
the
York. Call
intentionalist model, which
877
we will
8 or
revisit
text
shortly.
COVID Y
That says
467
that Hitler
Help is
from the
available
very
for call
beginning
of
to make the
Call
problem.
8977777 or visit ccpg.gov. Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus nuts expire 164 additional terms. ckng.go/audio.
Does one say the Holocaust hostilities on September 9th? It does not,
This is these
which refers to
to
the
me.
date of
This is what
Germany invaded
project was so.
Poland. There are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However,
Validating when
it
it
is
came
important to
up,
understand that the Holocaust and
Yeah,
the
the
Second
shit
World War are overlapping phenomena.
These are the smoking because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much. Statues or boxes
For the beginning of the Holocaust,
doesn't matter. There are two categories of
that
objects.
coincided
We know they were using it. We found
Nazis' invasion of the
they
Soviet
don't show
Union.
the scene. There's no
That mass
scenes of
murder
them
truly
making
begins.
giant
There are
statues,
definitely
like 1,000 ton
antecedents
statues.
to this. This is
Bricks
when
over
the
the fire,
Holocaust,
that
as we
you see
understand
the
it properly,
carrying
will
all
begin.
very.
Later will be
We know
reached
they
about
made
a
one
year
pyramid, they
with
made
the
one
construction and operation of the death
We
camps
know all about
themselves.
this. What you don't see is the
And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the
stone
end
pyramid
of the
building.
war
They're really massive
and
megalith
the
stuff.
end
The
of
next
the Holocaust per
one,
se,
the
but
base
its
is a good
legacy lives
example.
on to this day in
This
many
is what I've
ways
been
that we'll
calling the
approach
Talent
at the end
industry.
of this
It's a
class.
whole
I
theory
hope
that
that
I've
you
been
will have the
putting together for the last few years.
fortitude to
Again,
make
you
your
have
way
a
back through.
industry
It is
that
very
is
difficult
clearly
material.
observably
But I
handmade.
think
It
it's
lacks precision.
important.
We found
Egyptians
to ensure that the effects that
and then you have this advantage. The other characteristic, the primitive stuff is always these artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal.
results of
The last stage,
we
it's
describe
hard
it
to analyze
some
them.
unusual features that show moments of this sphere. Of course, let us begin. Very brief overview of who were
very much
their
equate to
victims
some of the
with
2 or 3
mental
or 4
or the
thousand
nature
jet
of
engines or rocket engines.
Nazi
Those are
Germany.
the numbers that we're
We
seeing
see
come back
this
from a lot of
amazing
professors.
quote
Not all of
that
them.
resonates with me
I'm not
from
saying this is
Mohammed
true for all of them. It's not. It's true for a
who
lot of
wrote
them.
the true measure Nazi state. The origins of this really they are exact. Let's go ahead and idea that races, which is centuries, will somehow be fighting with each other for scarce resources, and that let us try to understand how Darwinist idea eugenics means literally in Greek good birth or good family, and it is an idea that was first pioneered by Sir Francis Galton that took the very obvious human being, and many people approach this without very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society, science tried and in some cases children who came from the base region and they had the desired characteristics.
Dude, how do we go to?
As Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this that actually come who suffered from this disabilities were somehow living quality of life that was inappropriate, and somehow it would be better for the rest of the world to destroy these people because they were not equally able to members of society. This horrific in Germany, and in fact it's still available on Amazon today. You can see
Bullshit.
That's about Amazon website. The address on which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation Q4 any children under the age of 3 who had mental or physical disabilities. And this, amazingly, parents were urged to send their children to people like Jackson and some articles we shall see. Somewhat offset by people like Dr. Hans-Gerhard Kreuzfeld shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking their diagnosis. That these children will be sent away to clinics and then they will not come home. The public will protest. The Nazis developed methodology killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that will of course later be used themselves. So in many ways, Hitler's prefigured the entire telling us. Understanding what happened to these minorities says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. Certainly not the only. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number that Jews have lived in Europe, just about 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that's not also a subject to a certain that And there are also respectable estimates. Is higher than 7. So, I should say is that it was a society in flux. It's hardly monolithic. They had come from a pre-natural environment in which the model of self-government allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of without this assistance from the government that really managed to reach them at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship, perhaps most well illustrated by the French which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were they were made equal to non-Jewish sense to have, a state within a state. As it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how as a whole. Here, scope of our lecture. So the next 150 years, they was hardly uniform. First to Sparta and then to Ashkenaz. It's a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years. Whether or not similarly, huge varieties of religious observance that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox was Catholic. Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that for a large Jews, as we move towards the turn of the 20th century, a wide-scale, massive migration from Eastern Europe and to the United States, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to think about it is for our understanding of national policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire. So what's the major difference between much higher? This is the migrations that occurred from the 13th to the 17th century. trees, and so you have a significantly large population. As I mentioned earlier, it's high more so on the west than in the east, to the centers of economic, social activity. And since they tend to, arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back then. The foreign movement, those are the American terms, of course, back then they were called historical positivists and liberal. The language was also quite different. We did it was majority 1865. In the West, however, use of Yiddish significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew, the ancient, always used as a scholarly language that appears to politically quiescent, or not specifically. But when we look at, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that one of the major sub-ethnic providers of the Jewish people peninsula in the 15th century was the Great Expulsion.
Folks, I'm really trying to summarize.
Will, God willing, return to the Sephardic. Most exception for Sephardim who experienced the Ashkenazic version. It's also important to recognize that the Jews, the sole racial enemies in the gypsies themselves, Roma or Sinti. These are a group of people that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions of Roma life before the Holocaust because society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti group of musicians, artisans, and so on who attend Jews, and they target them as well for murder. Because of the difficulty that we have already, they were characterized as asocial, meaning there's a broad category of people that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this is something that is an example which demonstrates the classifications of prison concentration camps which existed prior to the war and electric triangles that were fixed to their clothing while they were prisoners and indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. There is implied that who are criminals, even in the Nazi civilization. Cataclysmic disaster civilization takes a long time to rebuild. Finds those actually get to quite like steel from one breakers to the top. Quite happily.
I think it required for a true and complete picture of evidence that shows us
The
definitively
Holocaust, of
what happened
course,
in the
was built
darkness of the
on
past. That is,
centuries,
you've got to
even
try and make
millennia
the case for it as
of
best you can, and I
anti-Judaic
think we should
prejudice.
try and encompass
What
all
I'd
of
like
the
to do
evidence.
over this lecture
And
is
one
to
of the
give you a
disciplines
very
that's
brief
missing from that
introduction.
approach is the
Over centuries, science shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that scholars have identified several Four basic theories that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, which is characteristic of ancient theory. Second, which is something like is born from the unique nexus of fear of the different. And when you look at the significant number of Roman writings directed, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks don't understand Jews and resent them for their body. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down
no one's pushing back on that. The major
meals
pushback on the
with
vessels
Romans. This was
the
considered
days of the base
very
project
impolite.
was
The fact that they would not bow down to statues,
because they're not
which was considered, typical civic religion for the Romans. This was
So
considered
what's happened in
impiety.
the years since
The fact that they took off one of the Jews' greatest contributions to the fact that they would take off one day and then they were slothful or lazy. So these kinds of misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred that
vessels.
this hatred was designed essentially to commemorate Roman conquest of Judea after the rebels had as you walk
It's a much
through the arch of the
clear, just
famous trees here, you can see there are
runs his own company now.
when they
Getting electron
this is
microscopes
something that
as
literally
you
every civilization. It's hard to understand this things like look at these pieces are used. Some stuff that you should have tools. Research by my colleague Stephen University, who was able to analyze effects of the Jewish movement made up entirely that eventually non-Jewish those generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian references, perhaps the greatest illustration of the synagogue, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art. It's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate complex relationship between two
So when you say term and output, it doesn't matter what the same as we know it doesn't
who's
exist
shown
naturally.
here,
In
blindfolded
nature,
by kind of metaphor there. That shows Ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagogue. Is depicted I think perhaps that usual force where in Europe from
it's like devil's advocate.
the contrasting logo on the other hand shows a sword
Essentially,
to
you
her
say
head,
titanium to save
blindfolded
the
with the crown
cut.
being knocked off her
Yes,
head
it
and her
could
staff
be
broken,
contamination.
all indicating a strong
So it
level
looks
of
actually totally has some titanium
theological
done.
vocabulary, Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that parts of
Contamination was the reason why it didn't seem to be done. Well, because it didn't.
third
Contamination.
level, however, is getting really fast level.
Specs where you can actually
This is
see
what I'd like to
material.
call medieval
The one piece that we found didn't seem to be embedded.
a lot of speed as secular
Itself
printing
is known
is able to disseminate ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a 15 inch right absorbed the 21st century. It's very hard to shake. And you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized showing all of these Jews a modern version of the murdered by Jews in the 15th century, said without irony whatsoever, this is the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where there's often ads about the murder of children, it's about attack one's public buildings and so on. Much more to say about the idea of it. But it's concluded with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most straight anti-Semitism survives very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later throughout Europe, and as la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would have transformed. Meaning that there has to, the anti-Semite means scientific in nature, I put that in quote. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century. My name is Wilhelm Reich. The term is used which meant essentially Jew hatred.
Basically telegraphed the radioactive
using, so to speak, the N-word. One of the terms that sort of justified the cleanse
radioactive
there linguistic theory that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He says, I'm against Semitism, by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab, to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of appropriate in itself, but that's not the way it goes. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being a quasi-scientific, the idea that the Jew, as you see in illustration on the left, that the Jew is somehow genetic the idea some average time in chronology that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, indicate overall undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in a kind of diagram with various negative traits. protocols of the others of Zion, in this case the Spanish,
The
the
other
idea of
striations
conspiracy.
and
Of course, the image showing
it doesn't
the
seem to
wealthy
be the same thing.
capitalist Jews
The process, it should show something similar. And if that's indeed the process, the other possibility is, okay, they weren't machined with this method, but these were used in some method.
to act as a parasite. Jews were like kind of cancer
Well,
that could
clearly they were
live
doing something.
off a
What were they
healthy
doing?
host
But
to
instead, we deny
great
that
success.
possibility.
So you
So
have
by
a look at
closing off that door,
this
now
book
you're
cover,
left with
which
nothing. You're left with
predated
sand.
the Sünde, the sin against sinning of
Yes.
into
I think there's that this is
muscular
like
aggression, so on. And the message is essentially that the blood is that one day the parents a twisted
years, a thousand
which is
18
18 years old in the bigger to propaganda
I think if we
purposes.
were a bit
This
more
is one called
about
the
investigating some
investigation
of
or
these
the toadstool. And the horror for here is that
precision on the machine
the Jews
engineering
just like
I think some
toadstool
of
is
those answers
poisonous,
could
much
travel
different than
outside
telling
of
them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart.
them with
Of course, is that the toadstools they live with various noxious creatures like spiders. You see here in a spider. Here's an earlier house. They're all curable. infectious disease. And by the way, I'm thinking as much as right now. That's third element, which I think is quite distinct and Nazi. You see it also in the medieval period, but that is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography. That there's a kind of like is this terrible publication called the Stormtrooper published.
Oh, that's right. There's a lead medium.
Which I'm just using as a sample. Treats to young area children. The kind that I have children, I had some more candy, but you have to come inside to get it. And of course, during the horrible thing. This is the kind of pornographic child with their atmosphere images. As well, that one of the themes that have to have relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany, and quite often communities in Germany. Everybody knows Hitler once said that there is this good Jew around all of these Jews. But nonetheless, it has to be done. This is the way the argument goes, for the sake of larger Germany. Particularly, from 1920, very tempted to think was actually painted by Hitler. How it happens to others. There are initials and very critical of the Nazis. Even say a Aryan movement, once again, the Purians, we're going to Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way. Signature is someone doesn't step in and somehow hurts the tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was a important thing. And it provided justification for what many other human beings would regard as unjustifiable behavior.
There's actually a couple places, the literal translation, you can read it on the walls. I always show people when we go there. They're with a gate. They're all on different constellations. It's pictures of stargates from Dendera Temple.
A few minutes talking about their family Holocaust. And in order to understand the scholars like Bruce Davidowitz, who wrote a very important book called the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought and man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe, and a small cadre of particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler, elements in German society. The notion of this kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of strategy to identify those members brought to justice while at the same time maintaining position for the Allies vis-a-vis Soviet war. There's a lot more to say about this. I hope that we shall pushing cause for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of conspirators, and essentially the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the sense of that particular school.
Stars above the gate.
different approach to the Holocaust, which still denied the absolute, this horrific socialism of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of Hitler and his group of conspirators to the rest of Europe, he was able to reveal a lot of really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust, and most important of which is this idea that the Holocaust was a function of the war. The word function in the sense of, if you study functions and relations in mathematical theory, that when one thing changes, another thing changes as well. And the basic elements of function story, as the war became more brutal, became more of a possibility. In other words, at the beginning, you have the acceptance of the idealization, and then finally another thing changes as well, as functionalism. Now, let's take away the bright spotlight on Hitler, which tends to throw all of the background into shadow, and we begin to look at entire picture. We see that there's a much more to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretational. The primary source we have is light, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources. Although it's important to took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adopted father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schicklgruber was essentially that of his that never changed his name from Schicklgruber with a Holocaust. How Schicklgruber instead of how Hitler dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old.
Crazy, man. There's a whole story
out
about
the
this.
rather defiant big
Again, this is thanks
hand,
to
the upraised chin that would be indicative of mercy to take all kinds of photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, stand out and was here. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father. Frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received, and according to philosopher, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. Also showed in his a large psychological theory. So we'll come back to it later. At any rate, again, it's just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is sort of like an offshoot of the school of psychology. Interrogate the limited sources were not able to identify it. Certainly, for example, a very famous piece of music that Wagner tended to be sort of like a chauvinist who wanted to return to the Norse god. Massive system in Soviet and things like that, and he could really enjoy the kind of bromance Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite. So it's hard not to see that they're being influenced by this. Hitler in his youth was Karl Liebknecht, shown here, very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Liebknecht ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies, and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic guy. In some cases, he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless, his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Liebknecht's statue, by the way. This is dated from the the summer of 2020, where we were having here in America tremendous upheaval. One of the questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who was famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time, somebody like this is very strong and shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. Very, very likely kind of passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea put a phrase very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite cruel, that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalid.
That's how they travel if you're very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky. Well, it takes months. But if it slows down, I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for an advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings.
I'd like to now speak a little bit about
advanced scientists from the 21st century. Yeah. I can come fast on a burning spaceship to the Daters one. Because they're probably the warlike conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean? Yeah. It seems like thrusting you insanely fast. Yeah, you know, like a dark forest.
Seems that he's quite pleased with
the dark forest theory.
There's no question that
so this came out of
many
the
Europeans as a whole view
great series of books by Chinese author took a great show too, and it's just it's this idea that we shouldn't be making noise. Like imagine dark forest. So it's just, you're at the what should you be friendly? What's the risk to you to do it? And he's going to be, this guy could have a tank, I could invest some other energy weapon, what I need to do, you know. There's massive differences in capability scale. Pretty much every scenario works out to like what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in dark forest. It's like it's too risky to reveal yourself. You should basically eliminate that threat if you can do so safely. And you apply that to kind of the galaxy. To some extent, I feel like we're the around the rock fire. We've already we're just like sending these signals out into space for 100 and something years now.
Things like that.
We just have
so involved. It's got bounced the way we behave. My personal response to all of that is, well, we can take nature. What happens when we take it? Let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, or on the land. Apex predators don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks. They don't play it seems to be kill it if it has something you won't take. Bees have honey we take. So it's just there's no like help at all. When I like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk like this whole we'll just eat. Like this, I don't know. Nature suggests that apex predator, maybe we just I think this is the other element that you're saying is maybe evolutionally past those primal nature at some point the territorial primate instincts that have like hopefully one day we can clearly run halfway to that. History is the same behavior exhibited over and over and over again. What we want is aliens that are gas. We don't want aliens that are thousands years old. Oceans is nothing that make mushrooms off the stand to. Now imagine why would we care about these lizard people that live, in caves, unselfishly dead, and took the natives and get gold and they cut their arms off and horrific, terrifying things. So imagine, there's no evidence that aliens are currently doing that, which is possible, right? The abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying if they're true, they seem rather generation travels all the case, that's not without reason. Say that. This video short. Back. Unconscious. They go back. All four of them get investigated. They tell the story. No one believes them. They all pass polygraph. 5 days later. He shows up. Germany pays large mass territory and has the Austro-Hungarian cities and the Russian Empire. After World War I, treaties that were signed, see that Germany has a great question from Christian, which is that had disappeared in the late 18th century as a result of too big, let's start with too big, our position is military help to make, we love violence, our national sports, Jewish sports, Norman running at each other, which ironically only had about this guy's punching and killing each other. It's kind of, it's kind of crazy. So, and then you see Czechoslovakia, people call Bruce Dagger, pointed out the approximately human beings are involved in a significant amount of war and history uses this territory in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and universally maintained.
This is a
It's still time to be alive 100%. Even though it's terrible, it happens. But we're in an era where there's actually less of that going on. Yeah, hopefully that can continue. I actually genuinely think that it's one of the reasons why this whole investigation into the past is security. It's not, I haven't really talked about it because put it down, it's going to be part of the writing. For sure, it's a big part of our future because that concept you talked about of what this new progression, right? I mean, in general, we get taught in school, like, it was Stone Age dudes, very caves. Civilization happened, how many thousands of years later, here we are. This is the only, it's like, this is the only way that an advanced civilization can happen is on this path. Don't worry about it. It's almost like it's preordained. Just worry about next election cycle, next result, whatever, right? And we just don't think about it. This is this concept of God. I think it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be a human being today. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. Like, all right, Stone Age to us, we're advanced. I do think change that fundamental level to this. So we're rising again, we're this crazy. I think that stands a chance of like changing some of our behavior and some of our like less money on tanks and guns, a little bit more money on space exploration, something along the term that's a bit more
specifically associated with
it's altruistic. I know it's altruistic as well, but it's just, I think there's precedent for it too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. But the fact is that the term climate change has changed our behavior in the long run. It's changed. Think about what's happened with that concept and that movement. It changes how we interact with each other, with the planet, our behavior, the way we think about stuff. It's this new zeitgeist as a species, and it's changed our behavior. So I look at some of this stuff in the past as it not just being some harmless investigation into things. I think it actually getting to the root cause of what's happened in the past and actually could help us in our future. That's what drives, I think, a lot of us to the actual climate is one
bravely looking
that's
off
what ends
to raise the enemy
is
and
point.
certain
I mean,
not
if
to
you
let them
I always find it crazy that if you even question out this stuff, the first thing you've got to make sure you do try and say, no, push it back. Just because I think that some of
Jewish
this
woman
science might
wearing a
I'm not saying like I'll do the oceans
stamps
and
in the
the
back.
stewards in
Bit
the
of
oceans.
propaganda and misogynistic propaganda
What
that
we've done,
is the
just in
hatred of
terms of
women
the
and the hatred of
population,
women now. So the
short
idea
amount of
that
time.
Germany should have
kind of
had the
hardcore
masters of Europe, but in fact they were stabbed from the back.
Just about. That's nuts. Not only that, we polluted the fucking that's the point where you're not even supposed to eat there again. Right.
Which is anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s, particularly in the form of something called or necessity money. Just to use this as an illustration
That's
of
crazy.
the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to the surface they were in the
Somebody was over
1920s.
there.
Germany
One
went
overboard
through
there looks like
tremendously hard times after World War I. They were saddled with hyperinflation, both life-saving,
why is that covered in sediment? You know what I mean? The surface covers things up and moves over time. It probably won't be there forever. It'll
the war guilt clause that was applied to Germans. There was this humiliating areas of German solidarity, but how they were because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time. They'll make up their own currency, their own as a word dollar bills that will be used as a generally accepted rate on one side of this the drawing or construction that is Hamburg and Bremen, but then when you look on the opposite, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald nose, the bulging jowls hanging from a tree as ravens come feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe that all the Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother says, "Put that thing in the store," commemorating their religious ceremony is the doctrine of transubstantiation identified with the founder of Christianity. We'll go into the details of theology here, but basically, goes and on the left they are running freely with blood, and that also, provides support to the argument. They're coming on, they all had a technical Christianity. And then they're discovered around the regulations, the safety regulations. This last slide is actually what happened in Scotland 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as such kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it in currency. Can you imagine what that must be like for the Jews? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like. The election poster that says German Christians, German Christians, save Austria, right? And the picture shows the Austrian people being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that is clearly identified as an observant Jew. The word putsch basically means like an attempted the putsch which Hitler participated in was a short-lived party and it's a history that stretches back to and Hitler was tried there. However, he met with a very supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi Party's political aims, and so gave him a very pushy ride. Less than a year in prison, very tempting to take over the government. Can you imagine that? And in prison, as you can see him here, actually in the last version, is allowed allowed to
But you
have
look at places
visitors.
like the
He's clearly not
blocks on the
very
Great
focused.
Pyramid, the
He
casing
had a
stones that
personal
are there,
valet
that
there,
you can see
and
now
he
that
was
they've taken the boat museum
while
away.
he was in prison to compose
And up and down the there is
Mein Kampf,
limestone 2 feet
my struggle.
like it's
It
these
was essentially a chance for him
have
to
a diagram
gain
on
notoriety.
that
And kind of well,
truncates all the
for
other
his
stuff
beliefs,
they say is
he
false
burned
news.
street
Right, so right next to
credibility,
the Valley
street
Temple there is
cred.
another
He came
structure
out of jail
that's built from
with
small
the
limestone blocks.
He was
Doesn't
hugely
have any
famous, and his Mein Kampf
erosion, not
book
like the
was
Valley
well
Temple
read,
does.
even though it is
The
a
Western
scurrilous
Cemetery that's behind the Great Pyramid is beautifully made. It's small limestone blocks.
screeds
It's
against Jews,
apparently
things
old.
like
So
that.
it is a good example. This is the
Nevertheless, he
mortuary of the
emerged
Pyramid Temple.
from that period
So these
a
are you can see
hero.
where the face of that block originally was, but it's been eroded in
Popularity
2 feet in
leadership
places.
of
There's huge amounts of erosion
ultimately
that you can find in a lot of places that they're using. But
here's a photograph
at the same time, they're said to be contemporary structures.
shirts as
At the same time, sometimes they say they're older
of the early
that have just no erosion at all, made from the same stone, made by this, allegedly by the same people. And what force do they attribute that erosion to? Well, it's wind and sand, right? That's what they will say. Look, this is just regular weathering. And here's the crazy thing about these structures, and like this was also cased in granite. These are the inside walls. So this structure was fully cased in like 4 feet thick granite blocks, and that was stolen and they were taken, but it would have protected this stone from erosion for however many thousands of years. And you find that there's another picture in Europe like that's so there, I can see this is said to like that picture just shows the heavy erosion. That's where the arrow is. This is all. This one was cased in granite. That other stuff was cased in granite. It's megalithic. And it was cased in granite. Now, there's been studies, right? But we know how long it takes to weather limestone. There's a bunch of studies. And in the US, the government departments have studied that. The limestone blocks on the top of the building in Washington, D.C. The government department has studied it over 11 years. There's endless cemeteries with conveniently carved and dated limestone pieces in the form of headstones that you can measure. You go, okay, this was carved in this guy died, and as you measure it out, and it's get a sense of like what's it take. We've done studies of like, oh, if we put these blocks in a river, and we let it wash over like we're running over the stone, how long it takes to erode. There's some of the erosion that you can, if you reference those studies for this type of hard limestone, again, 2 feet of wear on those blocks, just with regular wind, weathering, places that have a long rainfall of Giza. You're talking dates from like 60 to 122,000 years. To get that much erosion on it. I mean, and I think that's in a more erosive environment than what the desert is. What? So, yeah, this was no one who was covering this up. It's completely different. So this is that tale of two industries getting involved. They attribute all this to the same people. But you can base on this because it's the same stone, it's at the same elevation level, it's supposedly the same age. The differences are in the construction. Like it's megalithic, and a lot of this stuff was encased in granite. This is the Sphinx Temple down at the other end of the causeway. Same thing. So all the megalithic stuff that was cased in granite has severe erosion. Yet there's buildings all they just don't address it. Like I've not seen anyone because the argument's always been the Sphinx Temple, like the Sphinx enclosure, right? Robert Schoch
John Anthony West, he talked about the fact that erosion to get it's wind and sand, it's water erosion, but then you have the archaeologist and the mark like, this is so much more eroded than this. There's no, it's at the same elevation level, it's the same stone. So you would assume that it's been subjected to the same weathering. In nonsense with the dead ones on them. Yeah, I mean, we showed literally, I'd like to show people like which one looks older. Same stone. Same elevation level, same everything. Yeah, I mean it's, and then again, it's not like this. This is very hard limestone. Like it's full of fossil. It's not a soft limestone. The idea that there was a civilization built monolithic construction, that's so crazy. But have you seen any of Michael Button's work? Yeah, I saw that episode. Yeah, that is a very interesting episode. He's talking about how Chinese in this exact same form have been around at least 300,000 years, at least. So that's the fossil record, right? That's all we found. There might be human beings who evidence for actually. So yeah, so Morocco fine. I've talked about this for years. That used to be what 190 foot. There are studies. I think this is in the other vectors directly. DNA study that suggests like Neanderthals are our cousins. We didn't evolve from them. We both evolved from a common ancestor. And they looking at the genome and trace it back, the data suggests that we split with a common ancestor somewhere in the realm of 800,000 years ago. Us and the Neanderthals split from a common ancestor. That's when we carved off 100,000. Yeah, and there's another study on teeth morphology, which was it actually got set up to try and prove that we're only 200,000-300,000 years old. Our nearest common ancestor. How quickly is our teeth have to evolve? Our ancestors relative, and they thought, well, it's going to have to be this rate to these numbers work, and then they did this big statistical study on a lot of different people all around the world. They figured out the teeth that were much slower. So they said they basically, that's how quickly our teeth evolved, and we may have been around as many as 800,000 or 900,000 years. So you have two different studies. I mean, again, fossil record, other studies do suggest it gets real interesting even within the graphs of the temperature and global temperature and ice core record, the ice core data period up to those peaks before. And some of those valleys are, we know, as a result of cataclysm, like massive changes to the surface of the earth when nothing would be left. So I honestly put the realm of possibility for advanced civilization, not just the last ice age. It would be just what we would find now, but it's not. But that's what Michael Butler's argument. When you're dealing with anatomically similar human beings, or anatomically exactly the same creatures. Reasons why
Egypt itself was so spectacular. It was very fertile. It was to a relative Stone Age. The people that were populated on people have been in the North. They're going to do it in the only part of that country that was habitable, and that's where that we know about, but they've all been, let's assume they kick-started with stuff that they built and inherited and renovated and reused, and the domestic Egyptians made them their own, so assuming there's something there before. So what's fascinating to me is the possibility of another Serapeum. There might be another labyrinth buried, it's not been touched, and it hasn't been inherited and reused. Well, that's where the Rothschild structure is. Right, and that's the one that could be very ancient because it's very, it's hard to see anything because it's integral almost at this point to there was structure there, right? Yeah, it's interesting. It's also when you go above and you look at the satellite imagery, you go, oh, that place got washed. It did got washed. I mean, that place is one of the clearest examples of a place that looks like it got washed. Because there's literally, oh yeah, he's interested. Jimmy does. You do as well. Jimmy's awesome. Yeah, he's. That seems like it could be one of the places working with him still. He's putting out a documentary pretty soon called Atlantica, and he thinks he's found at least, if not Atlantis, a part of Atlantis on the coast of Spain, and they've 100% found some shit. In the water, so they've been diving on. Is down the middle of again, another like under water, everything else megalithic city. He thinks it could be Atlantis as well. The coast of Spain. I saw that documentary was going out. I didn't know. I see. Since 2025, or at least the trailers. That was Tim Angus for a second. That old guy with the beard when he was still alive. What did he done? I think he was. Back in the 90s, John Anthony West did some of videos, and he's standing at this cabinet, the same cabinet I stand from. I'm going to take a walk with it to the car. And study these things and trying to learn some more about it. So it's fantastic that piece is magical. Egypt is worked up, you know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that series is. He was great, a symbologist, and I think that symbologist, he would touch on the engineering side of things that I'm got deep on. Sometimes you ignore it too. It's pretty funny. I have a copy of his guide. Which is hard. Yeah, these days, his guidebook. He just wasn't. There wasn't a lot to like for a simple.
So it's like, yeah, pretty cool. Go check it out. Some boxes. Because what you need around down there.
It seems no one seems to like do a deep dive on it.
No, right.
Well, that way, so I'm just gonna work on that.
I have heard him say that. Precision, logistics. All these difficult to explain topics. And how did they build the pyramid? So relative to what NASA is today. But we didn't just all come together with that big fabric and fling some people at the moon. There's technology involved, right? You can't do it without the technology. Right? Troy does not get you like precise down micro. Most extreme precision. These small things that you can hold in your hand are where they are. I've got pictures and I can show people. The statues show the same machining marks. The statues reflect the same precision. The boxes, the obelisks, a lot of the stonework reflect the same thing as well. The same tools were used, the same precision shows up. Best example. Yeah. Yeah. These columns are the Romans, in fact, these columns of granite turning on a vertical lathe or something like that to create some of these things. So there's points that show that it was not those places had a granite core and an infrastructure. You can see the different knowledge of what's in the core with the giant obelisks and the
Yo, dog. What's going on? Are you living? Can you hear me? on, Larry, for making me do this shit.
Huge. I mean, that's what Chris Dunn thinks. I mean, that's one of the columns I'm standing next to. That's a tennis. And if you flip through, there's like a column called Temple of Aztec, and there were firsts of these things. Like, look at that. That thing is one of the most. That's one of my favorite artifacts in all of Egypt. It is immaculate. That look at that bull nose that was up the center of that front of the palm shaped pillars. I mean, even and it goes back in time again. These are columns from Saqqara and Abu Sir, and they built them with sandstone. Solid piece of granite, flared. Even the Romans, who by all accounts had far superior technology to the Egyptians. They had force multipliers, they had iron, they had all sorts of mathematical skill with the trees. They built these granite anything as precise as quite right. Go into the pantheon. This one's one of my favorites.
Did you know? So, I stay on the line. But you shine, can't baby.
It's from the gods, right? I'm going to imitate it. I'm going to try. And it is the work of the new king. He's the second in particular. I always call him the greatest of the Egyptian kings. To do that sort of work, so they built these great temples. Clear that
they built them around and on top of existing infrastructure. In fact, at Karnak, which is attributed to Ramses II, underneath the ground, there is a column base. It's another see on the very oldest of sites. Was a column always was rebuilt.
Yeah,
And there was no symbolic style. And imagine that you are a tribal culture that's emerging. This stone age
Roses
history
and
in
blue.
these legends of these, and you come across
No.
so this iconic book. And this stretches back as an old king
I
of
can
back
pay
to this
you
family.
again.
Same as all
Yeah.
artificial cemeteries. It
Oh,
looks like they're
again.
not seen as
Yeah,
actual
I can
schedule.
pay you. Oh,
Between
no,
his
again.
heels is a
Oh, I
it's a
can pay
traditional.
you.
I'm probably got a picture of that in my machining directory of the actual
Yeah.
the two drill and it's overrun, which is if you had some sort of power tool that was removing material quickly, it's
Yeah, I can pay you
there's
to
like little mistakes. Go to the fall.
a rose on
So
Ooh.
your thoughts are that the Egyptians were imitating these ancient looks. Yes, I think they inherited their
the
iconography
stranger.
from the things, the artifacts that they gained in statues like this, and also the 1,000-ton versions of statues like this. And if you look at their art style, this is one of the things that blows my mind. It's like across that 3,000-year civilization, that iconography didn't change very much. Like it's the same look. And how do the kings draw themselves on the walls? They're always trying to position themselves as being one of the gods like they were talking about. Eventually they got this aura of divinity. You became like the pharaohs became divine. That wasn't always the case. But they grew into that over time as that civilization progressed. And they always matched themselves and they try to make themselves look like the gods. Then again, eventually once you get hubris and ego involved, something's really big, really rich kings, you're like, damn it, I am one of the gods, put my name on the statue, that's how I want to be remembered. And that's, there was multiple gods. Seti the first did it, his son, Ramses the second, his son Merenptah, particularly the kingdom of big Petri called Ramses the Great Usurper. That's what his name meant, because he was putting his name on everything, trying to label himself as one of the kings. And I think if you look at that, like from the Old Kingdom through to the Ptolemaic era, it's the same. Like,
The light is
that's part of it from what's the poem from Percy Shelley?
the stranger.
Ozymandias. Look at my works, you mighty in despair. Like it's literally a poem by Percy Shelley that talks about it. He actually gets it from, I think, Theodore an account of Theodore Siculus coming across one of these statues in a desert that's 1,000 tons. It's like they were wearing travel in a desert and an unknown land comes along too fast, that trunkless legs of stone over like nearby a shattered visage lies. There's a repurposed log of granite that Petrie found it, and there's other pieces of this statue, so we know it was a statue that had it been standing, it's about the same size as the statue underneath without the pedestal. It's about the same size. Just give it a reference. And that thing's made from Islamian granite. Now, Tanis in the north, and that's one. And it's north of Cairo, like it's up in the delta towards the Mediterranean. Cairo down here is like 1,000 kilometers. So someone at some point took at least 1,000 tons, probably more like 1,500 tons of stone as they finished the ship and finished up on site.
There used to be a greater time, no one see. You became the light from the dark side of me. Love remains was left behind. Music that you shine. Yeah. Baby, now that I like it so
That's a giant thumb. Holding a scroll, and they put the whole arm together. Picture of it. One time I was there.
there is so much I can do, so much you can say. You, the love, my pleasure, my pain, baby, give me a life of addiction. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become larger, like the you shine can't be seen. And baby, I can pay you a kiss from the sun of the center. Yeah, now that the world is alive, it's the moon. Been kissed by some again. Love it carols on the place. I've been kissed by my power, my pleasure, my pain. But when it snows, why did you shine? Can it be seen? Baby, I've been ready to a kiss from away. Ooh, the more I get a little strange.
Almost
What's true? Yeah.
150 tons on the truck somewhere on 1,000 tons these days. 1,500 tons, 1,500 tons. I mean, we have the capability.
Your hesitation sound is the one good thing that I got. You let you down. So please don't give me up. I would really love to stick around. Oh yeah. Heaven knows I was such a young boy, didn't know what I wanted to be, didn't know what I wanted to be. Was ever a little Congress who would go by the door, and I guess it was enough for me. I guess it was enough for me. Did I embrace my face when you called down a big bad place and not a little teeth? The pain is not the same old way. I really learn so happy. It makes things all we have to see. You don't belong to me. Yeah, yeah, freedom. I won't let you down, freedom. Will not give you up. Gotta have some faith and find one good thing that I got. I won't let you down. Please don't give me up. I will just stick around. Heaven knows I saw had to find boy. I can't just abide me. Can't think some good time bills on fun boy. When the winter and fantasy. I'm living in the fantasy. Got no place. Get me a phone game. Think there's something you should know. I think it's time for it to show. and beat inside of me, but I still got to be. Pick up your picture in the rain. Sometimes the clothes do not make some money. All we have to do now is to take these lines and lay them through. Somehow all we have to see is that I don't belong to you and you don't belong to me. Freedom, that's down. I feel like you are. I have some faith inside. No mind, it's the thing in your mind. That's what you get. That's what you get. I just talk to the townhouse and sometimes it feels so. All we have to see is that I don't belong to you and you don't belong to me. Yeah, yeah, freedom. If this shows me commission, it's okay. Yeah, great. Just how to get it.
So where's that sort of so this couple crack right? So this is the thing that it's like you can crack up the what they say how it cracks they don't know how it all cracks.
There she is. Working part time and wine and dine. My boss was Mr. Tell me several times. The same as the other stages that were probably close to nothing. Different than the day before. That's when I saw her. Ooh, I saw her. She walked in through the outdoor. She wore a raspberry beret. Kind of fine in the second-hand song. Raspberry beret. And if it was warm, she would have wear much more. Raspberry beret. I think I love her. Built like she was. She should have asked me some plans to do anything. Jumping song. Beret. Sour, third of a slice. Randy.
I like to tell people it's like you can only fit like these trenches around this pond. It's like you put 1,000 people that are going to sit in this thing. One person who wants
So I wouldn't join Google Fi wireless.
all that space.
Fuck this shit. Boy, on a Western day, just 100 ships a day. The sailors, the time goodbye, you would let's goodbye, little man. What's anything to say? Ready? Gets me made to find this from the back of Spain. A locket, it wears the name, a good name that Brandon loved. When it came on the summer's day, bringing gifts from far away. When it made it clear, you couldn't say no harbor was his home. The grand day, you're fine, what a good life. You think my lady is here. Yeah, Brandy used to watch her back when he told her sailors so rich. She could feel the ocean falling by. She saw it raging, grow snow, but she was an honest man. And Brandon does her best. Down, Brandy walks another man who's not around. Decisions say Brandon, you're a fire, what a good wife. You would be such a fine looking life. My brother, my lady, is the sea. You're Brandon, you're a fire, what a good wife. You can be such a fine. Find my big
There is a picture on YouTube of a guy named Shooting Hotel. And I've got this in the statue director. I think it's a painting style. And it's a sled. This statue, and there's like rows of guys. They've got the script. They're all on a row. No points again. They didn't have multipliers. They were just straight. They drag the statue into the statue. The trees on the left, it was made from alabaster, calcite, and all this heavy. But it probably weighed the estimate of how much weight.
My baby gonna hold her tight, gonna kiss and wrap in delight. None of day when the slightest side, and I gave it to the night of the whole dark night. I give it to the side of the day. Oh, what is this? The soul? Shit. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, what a night. Late December back in 63. What a very special time for me. Oh, what a night. You know, I didn't even know her name, but I was never gonna be the same. What a lady, what a night. Oh, I got a funny feeling when she walks in the room, and as I recall it and did more. Everything I dreamed she'd be. When surrender was not. Like a rolling ball of thunder, you can run. I wanna know. I got a feeling when she walks in the room, and I got a calling and did much to do. I wanna know. When it takes so long to see the light, seems so long, but now it seems so right. No lady running out. I felt the ball like a rolling ball of thunder. Skin in my head. I'm taking my body. Bullshit. Who the fuck kicked me out of this fucking one? I fucking own this shit.
Super grateful as worked out. In fact, I want to like that. Real guests. Yeah, man, it wasn't just me and Duncan. You and Duncan, right? I met you at your house. I mean, after that, I followed closely. I went to Peru and Bolivia with David. 2013 and then 2015 I went with Egypt. So it's like the fact that I'm here talking to you now, you started me on this and you weren't interested in this topic. I think it's something there's awareness out there that you get the spread of word and it's just such a benefit to the whole space. Well, I'm so happy that you guys
She can come back and let it go. Sending out a put home, give it to you. If you get to the creator, that's fine from his nostalgic play. Better than I hear what he wanted to say, only to realize that if you really want, he has a big life. She and she rises to apology. Anybody else would surely know. You're rocking on. What a fool. Love man has the power. You're breaking away. When it seems to be there's always another. There's nothing at all. No, nobody gives a shit about Godfather, frankly.
atrium. Get into what that is. It's somewhere in the realm of 60, 70 meters. So maybe like 200 feet, 100 feet.
Please,
This is not something that I can consume while I'm working on it.
when people wanna feel as well, it's still a song. What's wrong with that? Yo, dog, who was that guy in the 80s? He had like 3 or 4 really good hits. I think his name was Michael. His last name started with a K or something like that.
Crazy emerging science. This is a legitimate company that is using technology that's been well established in defense. In the UK defense, it came out of the
Maybe his name was Chris.
Technology that's been more or less proven. So, and the guy that Tim Akers
rest in peace. A credible writer to say this, what it might be, but it's definitely, it's not wood. It's not
What are the
like other
biggest
metal things you've seen, although you could
single artist
that type of metal it is.
hits of the
Yeah, there is
80s?
a palladium. Because the labyrinth has multiple, it's like you imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall and you have that central atrium, you can see all these levels, and it's like this big central chamber that connects to these multiple levels. It's open, it's at least 40 meters long, it's really tall, and what actually 40 is it contains this single sort of 40 piece, 40 meter long object that's sitting there. So, how did you find out about this? Is something
Fuck it up.
no one thought in any like traditional archaeology books. It's not as drew me to it. Is that it is being run. It's not like this. Oh, no one ever heard of this before. It's literally a structure that was written about extensively by the hundreds of years in antiquity by Theodore Siculus.
You're doing really badly with this. You need to get your shit together. Just a list from 1 to 100 of just single artists, no groups, of the biggest songs of the 80s. Please.
They'd written about it and talked about it, and they gave it this legend. Because guys like Rothschild said that it surpasses pyramids in grandeur, and then you have this is from Herodotus' Histories of the 5th century BC. He says things all the great works produced by the Hellenes, the Greeks, they would prove to be unique. All of the temples of the Greeks of ancient Greece, you've been there, you can see the Necropolis, that just if you added them all up, the labour to produce them would be inferior in what it would take to just think in Egypt, the lab underground. That's underground. How do conventional archaeologists approach this? Do they discuss this at all? Yes, they do. It's been discussed. Basically,
This shit
what happened was, so you had, we always kind of knew where it was. So, you know, you had the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic period. Of ancient Egypt, it's a transition from province, like an imperial province, and that runs up to about, you know, 500 AD, and then sort of the civilization has, we have the Dark Ages, so that Roman Empire collapses, and it's not until again you get to the Renaissance and you have artists and other authors
Provide a list
historical accounts and then
of the biggest
drawing in some of the depictions you see.
single artists of the 80s whose last names start with K.
Emergence of what I would call modern archaeology in the 18th century. So guys like Carl Lepsius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it was. So, you know, Herodotus and these authors, I selected the quotes here to just. There's a lot more. As they kind of give where it is. They say it's near. It was called Lake Aquarius, and it's a city that was the temple church, and it's right at that.
Dude, ChatGPT 5 sucks.
Where it connects up to the Nile Valley, and he also described it. But they also described the pyramid that's at the site because there is a pyramid to Amenemhat III on that site. So their libraries were chunks of stone. So Carl Lepsius went there.
No.
And he said, well,
There were like 3 or 4 big hits in the 80s, and they're like love songs. Single individual. List 50 people like that, and it's a dude.
This massive stone slab of plaster that was huge, like 1,000 feet long. Like it was just, he sort of traced the edges of it. He's like standing on the foundation.
Richard
So what he said is like it's all like it's basically he Petrie said
specific
it's been
role
cooling
of
out,
the experiment,
so it's gone. So pretty much
where
everyone
other
since then
people
in
themselves
archaeology,
were in
Egyptology
fact
is like anything on Wikipedia, they'll tell you, oh, it's gone, it was destroyed,
the first
was quarried away.
a
Petrie
doctor,
says, you know, I'm standing on the foundation of it, the bottom layer, and that's it. There's nothing here. So that's always been kind of the position of Orthodox Egyptology looking at textbooks. That's what it is. But that's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different scientific expeditions there. These happened. The results come out since, but they were covered up. That was the first guy to really do it. Brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The hiring process can be until you found the right one. Turns out they're not accepting applications. The same thing happened. You scan through hundreds of resumes. You find one you like, only discover
What is replay?
Their search is a little less frustrating now thanks to ZipRecruiter. And bonus, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter has added new tools and features to help speed up the hiring process and save you valuable time. They can easily connect you with qualified candidates in minutes. They also have a wide pool of talent to choose from, and it's continuously growing. Over 20,000 resumes.
All the music videos, they're fucking up.
And save time hiring. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And if you go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan right now, you can again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter is smart, it's way to hire. Yeah, it's like, what is our boy Zowie? Zowie. Sorry, it was. And again, don't always, this is the one that influenced the Courier, he's a Belgian artist and entrepreneur who funded and drove the Madar expedition in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which at the time was held by us. Also with the NRIG, which is the National Research Institute for basically subsurface study, so used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that pyramid at the site of the large ground penetrating radar geomagnetism, very low frequency, which is the topography. There's a bunch of different techniques that are well established. Known scientists, this isn't like the cover scans, that was like you can debate the merits of the technology. This is established technology, and they found 11. So, and what he found is that, yeah, so what Lepsius said about the ruins of a Roman or Greek or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff, yeah, that's there in the first few meters. And then you go down and hit the water table, so the water's about 5 meters below the surface. And under that is the slab that Petrie found. So like 6-7 meters is that Petrie found that he thought was the foundation. And then below that, Petrie didn't dig deep. Below that, we can find essentially a labyrinthine structure of granite and very dense rocks and walls that like a maze-like structure that has walls that are meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's the green. It's actually so this is at 8 meters. We can feel it sounding, so you can see like this labyrinthine structure of these walls, and all of these lines of walls, these are like granite. The scale of this is 100 meters vertically by 150 meters. 100 meters tall. So vertically, so the y-axis, I guess, of this. So we're looking down in the ground here. But you got to look at the scale, like across the top. That's 150 meters, right? So, I mean, 150 feet. So these are big walls. So it's huge.
The experiment
requires you to form, 100 meters in Australia, 500 meters in the yards. What is the difference between yards and 100 meters? 100 yards is a little less.
Persuaded.
So 150 meters, and this is only off the Levant. They scanned 2 students. Levant itself is said to be much larger than this. So they found much larger than that. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, no, it makes sense overall structurally. It's like 1,000 pre-identification, more modern space-based scans now, but when they did the ground penetrating radar scans, so they scanned two areas. That was the bigger one, like in front of the pyramid, then they did another one on the other side of the canal that runs through the side today. They found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the labyrinth, what the textbooks will tell you about the labyrinth not being there and it being destroyed too. No, we've actually, now there's been the Matterhorn expedition confirmed it was there. And they, so what happened, this was interesting. I have I think this happened. Control release of information, so it's always bad. And they have dismissed things that they got ahead of themselves a little bit. This is the ion detection, cosmic ray detection stuff. They've been running that experiment for years at the Debris from the Great Pyramid. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and it's you're able to detect. They had to somehow tell the difference between a neutron through solid matter versus a void. It takes years to build up a resolute picture. But once they did, they said, "Oh, okay, so we've discovered that big void." But they also discovered the small void at the main entrance. If you look up at it today, there's those chevron blocks, like above. You go in down here at the Alma-Moon's tunnel, but at the top where the descending passage actually exits the pyramid, the original entrance, there's this big chevron blocks, and behind that's that chamber. So you remember a few years ago they made a big fuss. But I think as an example, like when the pyramids guys on their own initially, he basically came out and said, "This is bullshit. This doesn't exist. There's nothing there. And if there is something there, we knew about it already." and you go on a couple of years, and now it's time to do the press release and to roll out, the footage. He's making the announcement and Chuck Clinton's
set up
like,
the
fascinating situation over there with him. Yes, I just released a few days ago just some even more intrigue about something.
Absolutely, baby.
The Giza Plateau in the 90s, which we can get into that too. But so what happened with the Matterhorn was that 2009 they finished their on-site work. They put on a very small public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. And again, in the words of because he waited like 2 or 3 years and then put this out there, he said that he was told to cease any and all discussion of the project, and him and his team members were threatened with national security sanctions from Egypt, which means that, I think if the region will arrest you, and if not, then maybe we'll come get you. I don't know. It's this national security sanctions. Isn't there a way to sort of
30 brief lectures on how to kill Jews.
That would have been the case. I think that was again, if it had been released, I actually think in the case, it's
Come on, you fuck.
I don't really blame him. This was a political decision, not a. It's that's happening. This new data labyrinth is the biggest archaeological discovery how big it is. The way it's reported in antiquity is nothing bigger than that. Roger says it's like finding just like you can't. I just think it can be the biggest discovery of the building. Unfortunately, this is just my
I know exactly what
intuition in my read of the situation. What's happened is that the reality is the groundwater level is rising. Right? So it's kind of attacking that part of the site, at least the higher levels of the labyrinth, the shore are suffering with this salty ground. It is
is going to
This
slowly
is
erode
the worst.
WORSD,
so worse.
Today, if you go to the
Little
review,
bitch.
there's a passage you can go down a few steps and just throw a water and create mud. So this water table, it has risen slowly over, since the 1960s, since they built the dam. So it's the high dam. So what happened is this is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's a lot of the next to the fire in Egypt. I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple times a year, and fantastic place. But they are one of their food poor in terms of like the things in the order of wheat. They eat all the agriculture. They all right, we've got all this agriculture happening. We've got farmers, water rights, messing with this, and it's heading through this nature. So I think could be the biggest discovery of our time. And it's happening because we built a dam inundation of the Nile. We were talking about the Nile floods.
Too low. Messages.
It's like water in the Nile. And no, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had the 3-month wet
Come on,
season,
dog.
and then
Where the
you
fuck
don't
up?
have that
T4 problem.
9-month dry season now. So you have essentially
Like these two, you have a best
time in the Nile, which is having this effect on rising water levels.
What is this?
And say or excavate, start working on the labyrinth, an area that size to try and get the water out, divert the farmers' water, deal with all of those problems. And then, so what I think the options are, you might be left with here is like, well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this for like, we don't know what's going to get, we're going to give decades more, but places suitable for tourism, there's much to see there is now. We basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it because it's too expensive and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think the decision was likely, in my opinion, complete speculation. That it's just easier to brush this under the table. It's never happened. They never discovered this. This doesn't. Let's just go on. Someone took something. After our expedition, this was 2009, trying to figure out what is the deal with the groundwater. Where's it coming from? Like what direction they were doing Boston. Figure out the water situation. According to them, that information was also covered up because they also did ground penetrating radar surveys, also confirmed the labyrinth. The guy who was in charge of that at Corrie University was actually put in jail. Again, this is on their report. The information finally came out in 2017. He lost his job. Obviously, part of it. So they covered that up too. But they I guess, were working on the side. I don't know. I don't know the reason it's is that illegal because the Hill allegedly halted the project and then put the guy in jail. This is what they say on the report from that expedition, that work which came out like in a decade after they'd done it. And I'm digging up lots that are interesting. Even after their work, their conclusion was, well, the water is a very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple different directions. Northeast is the shallow, like it's coming in from this way, but it's also coming from another direction. They have to dig along and test holes in a wider area to really figure it out. And I think we have to start thinking like remediation.
obviously just try and pump that down canal and then trench that whole thing out like a massive sided net and start now, looking for probably. Yeah, I mean, I think we could do it. I think that you can divert the Rabbbi canal out of the way if you had to. I just think it is like orange. So it's a deep pockets. Yeah, don't you want to know? Yeah. Well, the crazy thing is too is that according to the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space-based Melamaras and geoscan stuff, and I know that also the guys from the covering project, they are going to stand it. So I've talked to about it. And it seems like they might be free water. It's just like shallow groundwater once you get into the bedrock, and it's like a there's multiple levels. So it'd be impossible to dig it. So if you actually believe you go with these scans, you know where these minor tunnels somehow get down, that would be epic if we did that now. I would love to see it. Like me personally, it's like a terrible travesty if they don't. I agree. It's just the reason I made that video as well. I wanted to draw attention to the claims of oil. This is like no doubt. Like this is what I'm talking about. And then it's been confirmed with multiple scans. You had expedition. University of Klaus Steiner, a friend of his, who runs this German geoscan space-based satellite. I think it's like a mathematical statistical method used to determine the elemental composition of stars. That's the best explanation I have. However, they have a track record of being able to find things like water and oil and gold. They're using that as a company for like to go basically survey and they go dig, and they've done 3 or 4 of these. Okay, this is what you said it was. They scanned the labyrinth. They were the first space-based scan to come out and talk about it. Then you had Melamaras, which is this that's very similar technique to the covering scan guide. So they use synthetic radar and topography. These guys are using like high frequency. Seismic data. It's very similar in the way they've got it on the top. You can see those ripples in a 2D scan kind of thing, and you can interpret them to show you the topography of what it is in that 3-dimensional space. It's something similar to that. So technology is awesome. The ability to do that, look at that. Beyond the cap rate stuff, which, you know, I don't want to get disappointed. So I look at that like it's too great, it's too amazing, it's too spectacular. It's a huge claim. Yeah, and if it's true, does that change everything about everything? I'm in the camp of want to believe. Trust me. I mean, I'm sure you are. I was skeptical when this when it came out. I've since certainly come around. My skepticism probably still exists in the layer between the scans as I've seen them and then the interpretations of the results. Exactly. Yeah. What their interpretations of it are quite contrast. It's because you don't really have a crystal clear view of what this thing is. It's some sort of a test of oil or whatever it is, like giant cubes with I think we'll see. And I want to get into the SAR shaft because that's another thing that I just recently put a video out about. These other scans that happened in the 90s confirmed that have since kind of These wildly different techniques, right? So you have Mel Burrows, which is a similar technique to the breast scan group, and it was used. I mean, just so this is what Tim Akers tell you, it was used to detect submarines. They would look at like surface patterns on the water, and they were using it to basically track submarines under the water. So that's its origins, at least in the military, as far as I know. It's like non-classified part of it, at least reported to have said. Yeah, I mean, not ancient, but so here's an it's you know, 1,500 rooms. Total of these. We saw one level he wasn't allowed to go. Courts, massive open courts. These are like Herodotus didn't have access down to the bottom level according to him. But there were signals what that measures are like, all right, there's a granite tree. They've got the same thing. They've got these different accounts that are essentially different civilizations that visited the same place. And what they say astonishing is all of them talk about there being thousands of rooms and twisting chambers and also giant open courts that might have 40 columns to a side. And all of it being done with just spectacular craftsmanship. Yeah, this is Theodore Siculus, 1st century BC, talking about that, you know, in respect of carving other works of craftsmanship, they let no this exists to surpass them, saying that this is, and in this enclosure, one found the temple surrounded by columns 40 to each side, and this roof had building had a roof made of a single stone, carved with panels and richly adorned with excellent things. So 40 to a side, that's 80. How was this even? Well, that's always a good question. That's a core question when you get into any of these subterranean spaces like the Seraphim. It's always, there's no soot like rain. We don't know. The answer is no, it wasn't the flame. I don't think it was the flame. And then you had the struggles. In addition to these things, there is the edifice of the labyrinth, which is a building quite equal to the pyramids, a great palace made of many palaces, for such is the number of as a way style courts. With one another, at least 12 that would it's absolutely crazy. You have 3,000 rooms, 12 gigantic courts. About the roof being made of a 6 stone, I very much doubt that what I think he's describing is the craftsmanship that you see in those megalithic buildings in which you can't see the joints. And here, Pliny the Elder, who lived between 23 and 79 CE, which is the current time. So he's saying 3,600 years ago this was constructed. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, so that predates the pyramids. Yeah, well, yeah. Allegedly. What did you go with the Orthodox state of the pyramids? It says that basic conventional dating of the pyramids, that's so it's, I believe it's like a wide range, but it's like several hundred years, like 2 years prior to what they say is the time of Christmas. She also depends on the sales. It's a lot of specific. Plus minus 20, 30, 50, 100 years, it depends. I think for reference that date, because it kind of messes up the timeline a little bit, or it's not thousands of years, there's hundreds of years, so the explanation tends to be a little old wood. It's like I said, ash that gets mixed into the mortar as the salt. And they say, well, maybe they just burn really old trees. That's very convenient, right? It becomes convenient. And did some enhancements to the like they refurbished things, and so that's the problem. Is like you refurbish just say this is when Thursday, I think this is when they were certainly being worked on. So I think it's just you cannot attribute everything that we see in ancient Egypt to our current understanding of those dynastic Egyptians. Very good. So we have the tools, we have the Egyptians. Have this other category of artifacts that unmatched intensity of the NFL straight to your fingertips. When you're backing the first touchdown score, hitting anytime TD props, or riding the thrills of live in-game betting, every play is packed with possibility. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, $100 bets instantly. When you more
various
Plus,
types
over
of
$200 off
designations will
NFL Sunday ticket from
them
YouTube and YouTube
to their
TV.
close
We can
or
start with
expiring of the one
that is
very
cool. Doesn't have the advanced category. Yeah, so you can't really make it with the tools that the ancient Egyptians were just we know that we're using that. They found
they see
they don't show the scenes. There's no scenes of buildings. There's no scenes of them making giant stuff. The stone pyramid building, the really massive megalith stuff. The next one with the Vedas is a good example. This is what I've been calling intelligent industries. It's a whole theory that I've been putting together for the last year. Visibly sophisticated, usually very hard stone. That's the other characteristic. Either the primitive stuff is usually softer stone like normal ways. These artifacts, as we're doing analysis, dynastic predating what we would call dynastic civilization. And last few years, that some of the best industrial processes that we do, those are the numbers that we're seeing come back on a lot of these vessels. Not all of them, again. These are levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, you're talking human hair, like a sheet of, it's like 6 or 7,000 of an inch thick. Human hair is 2 to 3 or 4,000 thick. Control doing the right, so yeah, to get it. So this is the issue with this, and right all the way around, and come back with a different process, a different tool. Basically with some positional collaboration on the tools, you account for that in the way industrial design. So we know that we're going to lose a little bit of precision when we change tools and process, right? So we account for that. You don't see that on analysis on this area of the background. It wasn't done on a lathe, it was past. And the only way to do that, we talk about you just cut it out in basically one pass, put out, change the tools. And that's the other challenge with next 5,000-6,000 years, I think it's potentially quite old when we get into how old I think. So that's the other challenge that is rarely talked about. Is that these things are made from pyrite. Rock crystal, that thing's rock crystal. Basically, causes is simply hard. Yes, it's I haven't grown enough. More of this, but I don't use BMA. It's like I don't need to protect it from anything. Right? I protect my counters from it because it's going to destroy anything. So that's that's the it's translation. You hold a lot up to it. Rock crystal is translation. So that one gets down to about 2 millimeters thickness, just under the lid. Right, so you have it's not material that's homogeneous. So inside the granite, you've got silica and orgland and mica and all these different. It's less hard than other bits, and it's the way granite takes millions of years of heat and pressure to bond those things together atomically, and that's the stone we get when it pops up. And they drop out. This is one device that has a reasonable collection of these and find them in the pre-dynastic section. All over. There's no debate. Like, they're found in these burials and they carbon date the burials or they culture date them, reference date them to periods of thousands of years prior to the dynastic. All of those burials, unfortunately, today are underwater because of the dam that created Lake Nasser. But either way, I don't people will debate how far back they go. It's just not controversial at all to say that they are pre-dynastic. 100%. And I think the reason is that they're this size, right? You get if you have it, then you can be buried with it. You can't do that with a 1,000-ton statue. You can't bang into it. And then we come 1,000 years later and say, oh,
Jakarta culture, and even the Watoshka, these older ones. Pretty similar in that you're talking like the burials are all 80, 90, 100 of them white.
Although very few of them are
Yeah, they're on the customer side. I would say is easily over 100. Right, that's a lot. This was an industry. That's the other key. And it's only it's local. Like I just know, like this lattice was really artifacts that are pre-dynastic. The nearest lattice quarry. I mean, look, this is not a problem. Restricted to the books in the Osiris shaft. Like, again, this very, very quarry. That's I think this happens a lot. So it's almost like that image. Yeah. There's one thing that pushes me out. Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. It's a those mountains and mountain ranges, but like I said, the desert, not so much. But there are mountains that just looks like channels. Just looks like you can see them on the water, literally washed over the area and spit it out. Yeah, it's huge. There's a massive amount of evidence. There's massive giant floods through the Nile Valley as well, not just across the Sahara, but Petrie was talking about views up on cliffs. They're finding water lines and like points and stuff that are indicative of massive floods. This is Sahara. Yeah, it's the labyrinth. So there's the canal. You see, that's the canal. Talking the Rabbbi Canal. This is so crazy that when you get to like sub-Saharan Africa, like how little of that has been explored, and how much of that was like insane green and fertile not that long ago. Well, certainly not yet. Well, it's interesting. I did that erosional features of the Giza Plateau because last year, 2024, they released a paper that some geologists can't remember the names, unfortunately, but they talked about the fact that there was all of the valley temples, so these pyramids, all these pyramids that are on the what you would call the lower Egypt, Giza, Abu Wash, Abu Sir, Saqqara, Madun. The pyramids aren't just a pyramid, it's a pyramid complex. So it's like you have a pyramid, you've got a structure in front of it, but this causeway that runs down to what they would call a valley temple structure. End of the causeway, so that's the full pyramid. Like it's connected by this causeway, and they figured out that during the African Heathen period, which ended thousands of years before dynastic Egypt had started, there was a grand
It wasn't this flood situation. It wasn't this annual inundation. It was just rainfall. There was enough water in that Nile Valley to support this caravan branch of the Nile, which was said to be like a mile or 2 miles wide in some places. They've traced the path of this caravan branch and all these valley temples for these pyramid complexes are there all the time. And this period ends and you get the desert of Sahara starting around 65 until 5,000, 4,000, 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC. That's when that's 3,100 BC is kind of when the Egyptian civilization started. So it doesn't make sense to me that if they built these valley temples and these things, you would build them where the river is. Like the river was way down there. Yeah. So what is their response to this? Well, I explained it in my. I mean, has anybody tried to do these papers? You've seen this in habits and genetics and the DNA studies that have been done too. You don't. These other scientists put out archaeologists still there. They're really trying to put the days to stick on. There's a unit. I mean, thank God there's a place where a video like yours can get millions of views. There's so many people all around the world can watch your idea.
Research on
Because it's very clear that
Columbus colonists ship in
people
fact
were alive.
maintained his
There's like
presence there and
photographs of the
his court there,
soldiers. We're
which
pretty
catered
accurate with
to
that.
an increasingly
6,000
large
BC,
and
and you're just
diverse,
guessing.
but ultimately doing
And it's also,
until
it scares them
November 1943,
because
he
like
was
that,
murdered
if you really find it, and start murder, 6,000. Go back to tempting, we didn't know that was possible. Shock. And as human ego on display for the world, you want to be the gatekeepers of this information. You want to be the one person,
a young
or the
historian
person
trapped
that
in the work that he
represents taught at university, and you're the only one.
and so he
You're the only ones
organized
know
early on an
the
organization
ancient history of Earth, despite the fact that
delight
people
of
like yourself and
which was a clandestine
who spent a
archive
lot
that
of
was
time. Careful about what they said.
Of what was happening
At the conversation is getting out of
journals,
right? Things like myself,
materials together
the
for
people
the
start
future
this
historian
what
like
we call
yourself
archaeological
you ever understand what exactly happens over
Yeah, they're very
Rothschild?
good at what they didn't know.
His
Tell when he's finding
German
like I've done it.
identity
Yeah, like I've done it, we can't
who
do
was
it. I don't know how
specifically
they.
asked to live
And this is, I think, because again, that's the academic geographical club or whatever these days. So it doesn't get out, and now there's like this big with the academic club. That's the authorities say this. The hand in hand, you can where, you know, to some extent, I think it is possible to do it. And run around what you're saying. And I do want people when they're guys like that are trying to embrace that media space. PSAA, it's so dumb. It's so dumb because one of the dumbest parts about this, no matter what, those are the same people that lived in Africa. So no matter what, whoever built that is people that lived in Africa. So shut the fuck up. Like the way it makes no sense. Yeah, it's correct. It's Africans. That's the people that live in here. If humans make it, you know, if you're not in the alien camp, which is a bizarre camp, but if you're not in the civilization, incredibly advanced, takes a long time to rebuild the remnants of these ancient civilizations, and then sort of claims them over generations. After 1,000 years, nobody really knows who fucking built it, you know. And then this is where I think that's where I'm at. But if you're all the information when you clearly it's quite I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn quite happily, which is on the chair city. But if it's
as we saw earlier, when the Nazis did they
all these other disciplines that are I think required for
as if they could not
authority
recognize
figures on
themselves.
that on board, which is
Two different levels of exile from the Torah that's mentioned.
betrayed again.
And so people read the technology of the prophetic writings that are well turned out, and they would see themselves in
approaches to try and solve some of the machine.
Another example was treasures found in walls of the Israelite Canaanite inhabitants of the land of Israel.
How
The
quickly it
walls
penetrates
themselves, they looked as if something wrong with this place. As if to say to the Jews, we don't know what this is, but it's bad.
that certain promotion just straight lines. But it cuts
to understand
how it grinds. But in unwinding that spiral and looking how is this possible? His numbers got refined a bit like Chris rules like this, and this is the other element. I think the basis that showing
people in Israel are giants, never conquer this land and enter it. And this happens to be read immediately after the Greeks that France has fallen. Despairing, but nevertheless, it's like Rabbbi returns to careful. Some of them will enter around Israel, but they did not pass the land. So you eventually that redemption and spiritualism of a leadership to provide hope for
this is where it's become a problem.
the Rebbe's own. Certainly came
The scientific measurement data that's coming out, the precision,
and
the
that
fact
would
that
be
geometry, there's a whole bunch of the geometry space that
in the spring of
indicates that
that
they
year,
are like designed, they're not just made, they were designed with
nearby
mathematical and
Belgians made his way
geometric
to the
principles in
Warsaw
mind.
and provided
They show
full
pole
how
ratios
the
and
Nazis
Nazis
were
all
actually
sorts of stuff
gassing
in them.
the Jews.
No one's pushing back on the major pushback on the Western project was looking at what fakes and
Eventually
what
made
they're not
its way
the real deal because they're not
to
coming from
the
museums, they
Western
get
powers.
in modern forgeries, how can you say they're
July
real?
of that year,
So what's happened in the years since, and when I first came on here,
the
I
head
talked
of
a little bit about that. That was very much the early days of this project,
that
about
earlier
2.5 years ago.
decided to commit suicide
Now,
because he could not
the
save
base and particularly the Artifact Foundation,
Warsaw.
out of Young, who started this whole thing, who owns the actually, this is his base.
Sermons.
They've
Shortly
been
thereafter,
now 4
he was
museums around
given
the
a
world,
document
scanned
to
close to
the
100 vessels from inside of the museums with impeccable provenance.
his
Those
writings.
results are starting to come out. They're matching the results that we found so far. So
And
the
we see
provenance thing
in his
is
writings from that
kind
time
of that's going away. The people that I think chose to fight on the hill of provenance have died on it
leading
now.
stance. These
They're
would be
they are
God.
legitimate.
He
And to be
communicates
fair,
as a
you
way
can also
directly
find
to God. He's
like
no
vessels
longer
in private
speaking
collections
to
with
an
impeccable
audience of
provenance.
human beings,
Just as you can
speaking
find a lot of
truly
vessels
to
in
God
museums that have no
himself,
idea
saying,
where they came from.
"Who the master of the
It's a
universe."
much. It's not as clear as just well, if it's in a museum.
Very
It's trusted. If it's not
moving,
covered, it's not.
theologically very
But
difficult. He's
what
also
else has
quite
happened is that there's other
straightforward
bits.
about his
So
own
the
challenges.
project
He writes
came out and
in
it gained a lot of
1942.
interest
Am I
from
not
really
broken?
talented
Am I
people
not
around the
in a
world.
continual state of
And there's
grief,
been several of
weeping
those.
from
One of
time
the
to
guys
time?
that I've been
How
working
can I
with a fair
possibly
bit
stand
lately over
there?
the last
How
couple of
can
years
I
ago,
draw the
Dr.
strength
Max
to delve
Samuel,
deeply
who's a
into Torah
physicist.
and the seat of
I
thought?
believe he taught, he's a nuclear physicist, talking 10 years, I think he's
Discusses
He's
the tremendous
he runs his company
scene
now.
of bloodshed everywhere.
He reached out to me and actually took me straight up to his house in Florida.
On its axis,
He was sitting in his living room in two, like a scanning electron
just a
microscope,
sense
as you
of
do.
like his own internal struggles and the diagram in his
So
writings,
we started to
not
do
only
things
by
like
the way
look
that
at
he
these
includes
pieces through a scanning
his
electron
record
microscope
of
to
the
try and
sermons
find
that he
evidence
delivered,
for
but he also
the
included his
materials that we
personal
used to cut
spiritual
things.
diary.
These were used with the tools so that the orthodox explanation being, well, it's a copper tube and it's sand or it's some sort of cutting medium, it's spun and ground out. You should find traces of copper or whatever that material was in there. We looked at, we spent days looking at
He
several
maintained
pieces.
a tremendously
Zero
steadfast
copper.
ultimate faith in
Didn't
God,
find any copper.
arguing that
Nothing at all that I was scanning electron
he had
microscope.
no
Not
power
only do you
to
get the
alter his
magnification,
faith,
but
but he relied
you can
upon
focus a
God
beam
to
of
do it.
electrons
And
onto
he
a
could teach
particular
God
spot.
with all of his
And that
strength.
backscatter of electrons, you can then map out the elemental composition of the material.
Can I pause for a second?
Yeah.
The oldest tools that they found
I continue
Yeah,
to
yeah,
get
yeah.
Albert started this
One of the dates of the oldest tools. Well, they go back all the way to the Old Kingdom, 26, 27, 2800 BC. Like,
many of his writings
yeah,
have
it
been
was
translated.
early days. They were smelting it. Obviously, the older tools are stone tools, like flint.
In
We
which I
look
look
up,
at
you can carve
his
stone,
history
hard
writings
types of stone. So
and compare
there
them
was
to
definitely flint
the
things being
historical
used.
events
But there's no evidence, like not up until like the very later periods of the Egyptian civilization, is there any significant evidence of iron, things like that. Like it's pretty much copper and bronze alloys, tin, copper and tin as well.
So when they analyzed the traces, there's no copper.
We didn't find any copper. We did find some other stuff, which was very interesting. Well, the most interesting thing we did find was titanium. Titanium and titanium alloys with iron. We found iron, zinc, tin,
I'm not a
zircon,
titanium,
and it's not. Yes. So
just a regular guy.
yeah. So when you
The
find
term alloy, doesn't that refer to something
I
that is
come
melted?
to the
right, that's been put together exactly. In fact, titanium, as we know it as a
Rabbi
metal, doesn't
Shapira
exist naturally. So it's,
is,
in nature, it's titanium dioxide that is found in rocks. This was not titanium dioxide that we were looking at because you see again that the SEM gives you the spectrum, right? So you can see oxygen and titanium together. We didn't see that, and in fact, I have a video on this, and it's we found a piece actually like a small maybe 20, 30 micron white piece embedded in one of those grooves in a tool tip that looked like an embedded piece. It shines up very brightly. When you see metals on this in the SEM, it's like a bright spot, and you can name that. It is just straight titanium, and it looked like a small piece of tool that had been wedged in there. I mean, look at it in our modern times. I mean, I think titanium was discovered in the late 1800s. It wasn't used outside of laboratories until the 1930s as a material. But there seems to be evidence that there's some titanium versus here. No, I wouldn't. I know Max is trying to work on that. It was not a systematic search for days, a couple of days, and we didn't do like a systematic grid search like you did one of those pieces. It would take a long time to just map it properly. It's like devil's advocate. Would that be evidence of lack of change of custody, perhaps essentially using titanium to see if they could cut it? Yes, it could be contamination. So we looked through signs of contamination. This didn't seem like contamination. In fact, at the end of when we finished scanning, we actually took, he had some titanium dust, like he put some on one of the pieces and put it in to see what that would look like. Just like a tiny, I just went through a matchstick and just squeezed in and just tapped it and then had that under the microscope to look like contamination. Didn't seem to be contamination. Can't rule it out. We found other types of metals as well, so it didn't seem to be contamination. What is the reason why it didn't seem to be that? Well, because it didn't. So we looked at what contamination would look like it was only like small specks where you can actually see the material. The one piece that we found didn't seem to be affected stuff as if something like this tiniest fragment of metal or some sort of magical tool tip wedged itself in the stone and it stayed there. It's only like 20 or 30 microns wide. It's pretty big under scanning lens on a microscope. But that was the only piece of titanium. We found other specs, and then occasionally be titanium and iron mixed together. And then we also found specs of like zinc, zircon, and tin, and then various combinations. I honestly, I think it's grounds for more investigation. I think the most significant thing was the no copper thing, because that's like, no copper. Like that to me was the biggest takeaway. The fact that we found some other elements and pieces of what, let's say, questionable provenance. I know these are legitimate pieces from these vessels. Ideally, the best thing, if we could, if this was, I'd love to work with the Egyptians to do something like this, because I know there are fragments of vessels in the step pyramid, and there's hundred thousands of them down there still. In fact, like the last time we got down to the very bottom level, which is a special permission pyramid, and then even then they generally won't let you down to the bottom ladder. It goes down further than water table yet. But in one of these corners, and this very bottom level, like 100, and it was a collapsed, it must have been a collapsed magazine. Published it because they had been a cache of it and then something had happened. I think there's a Russian group that did something similar. They also found, they found containers on LAH, Azerbaijan alternative history. Titanium, it's a smelting process from titanium dioxide. So he took it on precision basis and he put them in a germanium because radioactive. They're 2 to 3. He's so far to the crystal piece has a notable cesium-137 signature. So that's an interesting very interesting result. This has to have been something that irradiated. Give them that signature even after however many thousand years of just reading. It's just it's a strong alpha emitter. If you were on a tool with a plate,
It happens to have
the other, I was talking to this morning, is, okay, that word machine, this method that these were used in some method, the other. Part of a process or enriching material science somehow or another. That's just too much. That's too crazy. It's so crazy. But
makes a little sense. See, we were sure that there was a cataclysm in a lost civilization that we deny that possibility. So by closing that door, now you're left with sand and concrete. It's
21st century,
I agree.
you have,
I
first of
agree.
all,
The machining hypothesis. Nuclear study needs to happen. The nuclear machining hypothesis. That's yes. I'd like to put that in the same context in these arguments forward as well. It's like we just don't. To me, the answer is, we tend to look at the past and it always has to be a subset of what we know. Right? It's like you look at the history of knowledge and technology. Give us 50,000, 50 years, 1,000 years, 50,000 years. You know that there's more out here to the sides that we're going to learn. Right? So that means there are realms of science and technology that we don't know anything about. I think if we were a bit more open-minded about investigating some of these mysteries of the past with some of these inexplicable characteristics, the precision or the machining, the engineering things, how the stone was cut. I think some of those answers could lay in those realms of the unknown, and by being open-minded about them and by investigating them with our capability, we might end up learning something about them, which is what we're doing. The scan project, we are learning the depths of precision, and Max is starting to learn like there's some weird, like radioactive characteristics of these things. Let's try and look at more and figure out some more. We can tonight. This is very speculative at this point. Lots more testing and data is required to even shore up some of these theories about these possibilities, but it remains that could be they are possibilities. There's also this assumption that there's been a linear path of progression always. But that's not even the case today, right? You can go to ancient sites, whether it is in Mexico or even in Greece, and you see really shitty construction right next to the Parthenon, right? I mean, the Acropolis and the Parthenon is right next to the crappy Roman buildings. They're really close, right? Yeah. That's a decay. Obviously, you can't do why didn't you do that? Do that again. Like this. Yeah, it's huge. It's something, there's something weird. There's something weird going on. And this is like 2,000 years ago, where we knew who they were. We know the people, we know they did it. Like amazing precision, amazing construction methods, incredible art, incredible engineering and architecture, right? And all understandable, but yet more advanced than the techniques utilized in 2025 in the exact same area, which is weird, right? So that's without a cataclysm. Right, yeah, it's also a criticism of architecture, to be fair. Yeah. You don't even go back to 2,000 years, just go back to like the Gothic era with the churches and the cathedrals and the places. But so you see a decline of these craftsmanship and entry into Egyptian cultures, but this assumption that there's always this linear path of progression, and if you go back, they were dumb. Go back far enough, they were dumber. But that doesn't seem to be the case here, and Egypt is the best example.
So the first major area of research
exactly, and it's one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest contradictions. It's exactly it's the technological progression. I mean, you're talking about dynastic Egyptian civilization at least 3,000 years.
This is
3,000 years, but if you look at it from a technological progression perspective, it's almost like they went backwards the whole time. I mean, you have
essentially a
the emergence all of a sudden of this culture and language. Like the gods are one of the craziest things about ancient Egypt is this emergence of hieroglyphs. Here it is this complex, extremely complicated language, cultural system, gods and everything pops out of nowhere. It's pretty consistent. It evolves over time. It doesn't change that much. I mean, beautiful in Samaria, there's a clear progressive path. We can see it being developed. We don't have that. That's not the case for ancient Egypt. And then it's all of the best stuff is the oldest. It's the biggest stonework, the Valley Temple, the 2,500 tons of granite in the King's Chamber structure that's in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid itself, these things are amongst amongst the very first pyramids ever said to have been built.
Historical events of the ghetto.
Progressively, as you go through the economy, they get to upgrade pyramids. It's almost like you're going backwards. And it's just, technologically speaking, it doesn't seem like they progress very far. And so I think there's another interpretation for that data, one that fits the evidence a little better, which is that I think they got a kickstart, they got a head start. They inherited an awful lot of objects. No visual, these precision objects were around before the ancient Egyptians. They don't match even the cultures that predated them. We have no idea where they got them from. I don't think they made them. We don't know how old they really are. And I think there's a lot of other artifacts and architecture on these sites that they match these. Technologically speaking, there's a lot of the same tools, the same precision. We see that. Yet these are massive artifacts, sometimes like 1,000-ton statue. That can't vary with you. It stays on this side. It gets inherited, it gets renovated, it gets reused. Eventually, you get kings with hubris and arrogance. Guys like Ramses II that says, carve my name 3 inches deep onto that sucker. It's going to be me. I want to be part of the gods. I want to tie myself to the ancients. And the really crazy thing is that it doesn't often get admitted is that this is literally what the ancient Egyptians themselves said. They call themselves a legacy culture. They trace their own history back 40,000 years. They have a list of kings. They talk about these different eras of time. The Shamsu War follows a 4,000-year period. You can send divine beings to the earth. You can talk about kings and rulers and that. And then before that, you have September when the gods themselves on the earth, and they trace their own history way back into those eras. That's the stuff that are brought up with stuff. What is this? It's funny. I'm reading while listening to the Book of Enoch. It's so hard. You're going. With Earth and creating years ago. The version I think that how long it's swirling, and that's where you get. He said it's match any signature that it's one of the things. Or even a big object alone raises profound questions. How did it get there? Why is it there? A more speculative theory is that it's some kind of signature is like anything I've seen in my life. It is he went full or no, a stargate. The Egyptians Talk about Stargates. Do they? Should be. It is there to
Right. That's more than you have to do.
And I swear but it is one way to Sunday.
Yeah. Go in and add all your other people.
Some of people.
Absolutely. I think you can do 200 in a day. So do 200. Or how many? If you do 200, you'll get 20 by Sunday. All right. Well, it's a long way. You're naughty?
Oh, that's so early. I wake up. All right, Well, I wake up early in the morning and just start talking. Wake up in the morning, just start talking. You know, seen that? That was funny. Look, Brandon been in here, huh? He leveling up. What rank am I now, right? Am I 3?
I believe so. We're going to check it right now.
Brandon should be coming up there soon.
Number 3. You are officially you overtook Cass.
Yeah, she been in here much. She been ahead of me.
Yeah, she has spent a lot of time in here, and she sleeps in here too sometimes, which helps her score. Thing is, she lost one of her accounts, so okay. If we were to combine hers, she would have. She'd be at like a level. 134, 125. But under one
Right.
account,
Okay.
you are winning 125. You overtook Caspian Sea.
Yeah.
You overtook Caspian
Right.
Sea recently. And
Right.
because maybe he didn't talk. I'm not sure. 930 hours. And you have 854 hours.
Yeah, that's what I've been talking. Hey.
24 and you're 125
You better come on with it.
today. He is
I was
moving.
124 now. 125.
He is moving. Have you ever met him?
I don't know.
I think.
Yeah, so many people in here, like.
Yeah, I know. I think he has at one. He met him at one time.
Yeah, I probably have. I just can't keep up with everybody.
I understand. I get people coming and I'm like, hey, how are you? They're like, great. I'm like, yeah, we met. Where we met? They're like, you don't remember me? I'm like, it was a long time ago. I don't really. Unless you're in here every day, or we're here like earlier this week. I don't really remember people. What were our conversations? Then a lot of.
Okay. That's good.
He has a bunch of, but he's even streaming or in another one. He is number 6. You need
Oh, okay.
Caspian Sea has Caspian and you have 854.
I gotta be out. I gotta be there. My best friend made an appointment with me, her, and her. So there's 3 of us. The big bridal next Sunday on the 14th.
Of course I know David's bridal.
Yeah, I'm
Are you
excited. I'm just glad to be a part of this journey. I am so
Absolutely. You were there for the decided.
yeah, I know she's happy. We can't believe it. We can't believe she's getting married, but I know she's excited. You put those two pieces of fruit, let them freezer. Put the other pieces in the freezer. Oh, I'm gonna get me one of my. Oh, it's okay for me. I'm gonna get this little piggy down there. I'm like, we just sleep out. And I need to put my foot on you. I need to put my there. So what you been doing, Rabbi?
Building
You
robots.
had a good day?
Yeah. Building
Yeah.
robots. I made one of my robots very efficient, and that's always good. The ability, just on Reddit, and somebody gave me an idea. Basically, there's a way. So I like to go on Twitch, and I don't spam anybody, but I create clips of people, and I put links in their clips. But the issue I was having, the issue that I was having on Twitch is that it takes very long to load. And it's not because of the internet, it's just there's a lot on a Twitch page. There's like a chat that loads and leaderboard that loads, all kinds of stuff that loads, and it takes a long time. They figured out how to shut all that stuff off so that it loads faster. And that made my robot about
Mom! He went back to the chair. himself. Anyway, that's good. So Twitch, they be banning y'all. I knew it was gonna do that. I knew it was gonna do that. What about do they ban you? They ban you over there?
Yeah, but not that often, so that's good.
Okay.
Yo, what's going on, half man? How you living, pimp? Have me in. Can you hear me?
I'm so sick of this thing. Look, come on. Oh, all right. Okay.
By being and socialized, by being and socialized, I must get 10 people a day who send me invites to their servers.
Oh, boy. That'll water in a minute. What is it? This it? No, it's not it. This it? No. Oh, God. I'm glad I got one more day. That's tomorrow. Schedule appointment. That's not it. What is it? Oh, God. This it? That's it right here. I know it is. I might wear that with that. I don't know. If I wear that, I might look cute. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to look cute with it. Maybe my light jeans. Yeah. Which one I do? Let's see. Clean that. Well, nothing y'all have, Rabbi. Do y'all have good miles?
Do we have what?
Good miles.
Good malls. Yeah, we do. We have some of the biggest malls in the United States. They're dying. We have outdoor malls that are really.
Oh.
City had a mall. Even all the little get absolute. Normally, the designer sells it to a company for $100. That means that Amazon's going to sell it for $100. Pennies. Nobody's going to go into your. I knew a lady who was like one of the big so cool.
It's getting dead out here too. Yeah,
The mall,
I never been there. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
the mall used to be the place
I
to
really
go.
do believe it.
It used
To go to my
be
Yep.
what they call
Picture places out there. We used to take pictures all the time.
absolutely.
Cool background.
Especially with shipping, I can literally with some stuff, like let's say a pair to my house faster than I could go to the mall to get the right size. And that's another thing. Like you the internet can just tell you everything that you need to know about it. And so it's just like, well, I could just all right there. And it took to me at a maximum of 3 days.
God dang it, God dang it, God dang it. Hit my dang on. They cut me and they cut myself. Hold on, let me make sure. Cause, oh, Lord, I did scratch myself. Right?
I hate when I do that.
Make me. Well, I gotta take a bath first. Bye.
I'm sending good.
All better. You're right.
Sending positive
Better because you're here.
positive vibes.
Yes, please, because it hurts. I'm always hurting myself. What's wrong going? I'm just feel my finger. Now I'm just tearing up my ankles. Okay, finish. I'm sorry, everybody. You can finish now.
You're good. Another issue that arises is just I mean, again, the prices, but like the last time I went to the mall, I went to the Levi's store in Irvine and bought a pair of jeans. And normally I would have bought them on Amazon, but I wanted to document the event to show people what life was like um, for future generations. Because I've seen people do the same with like footage of malls in the 1980s, and people think that kind of footage is really cool. So I would just go in and just show what it's like to go buy a pair of jeans, and I think they were like $80. These are just like Levi's, your standard Levi's jeans that people have been wearing for 100 years, and it was like, okay, fine, but you could get those jeans at TJ Maxx or um, Ross or like
Mm-hmm.
one of those like secondary sellers for probably like $40, $50 maybe. And then on top of that, if you go on like eBay and get the same jeans, even new, for like $25. Like basically, there are a lot more alternatives that you have today that you didn't have in 1985. But the mall used to be where it was at. I like I would go there with, like try out perfumes and things, and colognes and all that. Like that. That's like the one thing that the internet can't do is smell. So like stuff like anything that you have to smell, or I would say
Yeah.
the makeup counter. All those ladies were overs and things, and it's interesting what happened. You had it. It was like the mall was a place to be, and everybody wanted to go there. They had the thing with people would do that, and it's just stuff was cheaper. Taxes weren't as high, so people had more money. Inflation was high, and it was still expensive then. Arcades, uh, uh, because they didn't think that the kids there would. $5 in quarters or whatever, and then allow the arcade to just be on. That it was like the only place to buy anything. But now, again, the internet, the internet killed that, and then you, you know you have like it's called like big box retail. The mall, like that. Let's say you just need underwear, plain white shirt, or something like that. You could go to the mall, and it's going to be $10. You go to Walmart, it's going to be $8.
Mm-hmm.
I've
You're
heard.
right. You're
I've,
absolutely right.
I've heard as well.
Come on.
The
Mhm.
the mall, the prices to rent places in the mall is the thing that killed them as well, because every year they have to renew their leases. Like back in the '80s, it wasn't that expensive, but nowadays, and let's say you want to start your store, the Miss Aquarius store. Okay, you, or next to what was and beyond, or what where people can park right outside. You don't have to pay for all the lighting and all of the amenities of the mall. So if you're gonna
Mm. Something that'll be cheap, so everybody can come in. So we can just have everything that people like, and it'll be cheap. It'll be cheaper.
so
It'll
like
be cheaper.
one,
Probably not too bad like Dollar Tree. I wouldn't let Dollar Tree be out of business, but yeah,
yeah, now that's one. The dollar store used to be really big, but they're all closing down.
yeah, yeah. That $1.25 on here. They're not a dollar no more. They say.
Right. And it's like you used to be able to get cool stuff for $1, and now there's nothing there for that. And they started to Uber did this thing. Uber, the car app, they partnered with, I think it's Dollar Tree, one of those dollar stores, and they'll deliver to you dollar stuff. Uh, and so, like, basically, you don't even need to go to their stores anymore. The plan that I've heard is that in the future, this is maybe in the next 5 years or so, especially after the pandemic, the stores recognize they don't have to be open 24 hours, because they used to, a lot of them would be open 24 hours, the big ones. And they don't need you to go inside the store. It's delivered to me, and it's fresh, and it's there within like whenever I want it to be. And
Yeah.
and so in the future, you won't. And the big thing is people steal from stores. What all of these places, including McDonald's, it's been this way, owned by Kroger, and everything just automated. The goal.
That's cool. Now, if you had a store, what would you name it? And what would it be in it?
It's a great question, Miss Aquarius. I mean, to have, you can't even have these stores anymore, really. I was gonna say they used to have something called like Electronics Boutique, which is or like GameStop, where you go in and you buy a game, but all of that is just online anymore. I'd like to have like a Best Buy, but again, like you just download it.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
They can do like Walmart. I can just get them.
store that's like uh um the Candy Castle in Candyland. Basically, the outside that would be cool.
That would be cool. That's what I. This is what our business be. I forgot what I said. Yeah. Question, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Everything is gonna go up. All right. We got listening to my hands and get everything from the head, take my shower. Okay.
You got it.
What do you want to play now?
Nope.
Later.
Later.
Later, right?
That's correct. Go take your bath. Put your Neosporin on. Put your bandage on.
Yeah, I got a band-aid with Neosporin on it.
Okay, well, good.
Have you seen it, Rabbi? Have you ever seen it?
Bandage with Neosporin on it? Sure.
the shirt. Have you seen it? You never seen it? You
Um,
got Band-Aid? I had the shirt. Yeah, got the new burn in it. Yeah, because I used to wear finger and it started hurting.
Oh, with it in it,
So
yeah.
listen.
With it in it, yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Okay, yeah. I love it. And I'm not from the store till that next one I got is got ointment in it, but it's also got for the burns. It goes fast, but you have to put that on like every day. It didn't start hurting. Paper cuts take long. I think they take longer to heal. If you don't really like bandage it or something. And then I got to. I can't walk around wrinkled. I can't stand that, especially at work. Okay. Um, uh, okay. Yeah, to the bath. Mm. Oh, where's his belt? I need his belt. Now I don't even know what his belt is. Uh-oh. Let's go see. Where's his belt at? Let's see. So they hurry up. There go your belt. I found it. I found the belt. Okay. Right.
solve the immediate thing.
that is the translation of the constellation of the gate. Literary translation.
There is one single theological.
That is part of I mean, the ceiling is the
I
zodiac.
already understand the sermon.
No, it's
without going.
it's actually
very clear.
you'd have to look up and yeah.
The last
See the
I'm
exact
gonna
one. That's not
open it.
it's literally cluster of stars.
There it is. Okay.
I know I
population.
Hey.
We found from a video from Trevor Grossi on YouTube.
Hey. It's hanky. I have to remind him in the morning. You got a hanky in there. He's God. Next minute. Has a embroidery eyes. That's how to use this hanky.
Very, very
When I travel in Egypt, usually go with
Take my shower.
he just shows us this. There's always a better of ones with the actual constellations of the day. There, if I get into it. Yeah, but them all standing next to each other, go back a little. Back. Circular zodiac.
Computer here. Computer
This is
there.
original and it is the translation of the Stargate constellations. I can say what it is. So, yeah, they say the constellations in the sky, like this do what this
Right there. I almost lost
is the sky, it's all part of that. It sort of falls into this category a little bit of, I use this analogy to kind of set the stage for it. Imagine the young dries have tomorrow, or it doesn't. But same wipes out civilization, but we survive. As humans. We're sitting around campfires telling stories about
this memory technology now, if you take that concept, like say, there's a cataclysm, and now there's people that remember and tell these stories passed down. Imagine there's a civilization that comes up and you think we go to a temple in Egypt that was made in Ptolemaic era or whatever, and it's, you see things on the wall, and I think there's a great way to interpret some of those. One of them has a tuning fork. Literally is a simple form of nearby jet and nothing down so what is that? He's saying about this trip is that there was, it tells you what to do with his arms now, like the span of a human expand something they're called as a electrum. Rabbbi himself It's like we've always found the Rabbbi works deeply down toward the Rabbi's experience. It's enriching your control. An example of what I would like to call teleological. Is there something like that in Afghanistan? I don't know. I assume that I would be surprised if that's something is happening somewhere in the massive uranium industry. It's like, well, suffering, but
it might be enriched. Somehow I think that's probably what's happening there. I know let's go back to
utterly rejected. Maybe logical.
the lizard guy, the frog, or whatever that reptilian thing is. That freaks me out. Oh, yeah, it's one thing, the weirdest dragons, and the idea that somehow or another they could eventually reach incredible level, high levels. Dinosaurs.
And he knows God
Super smart, like smarter than most kids. Realm of like puzzle. Like it's just I think when you look at the vastness of space and
life
they could have massive civilizations collectively that have risen and fallen a million
there
years ago,
right
and we just weren't part of it. And that's literally a blink of the eye in those sort of time frames. It's not surprising that this is the Fermi paradox, like how come we haven't got like firm proof or anything, even though so if you have it, it's like yes. It's the length of time, like we can rise and fall that span of a billion years, it's just nothing on those time scales. It's a little at the end of that period of time. Then you got to try the question now, because the chain of telescope and stuff is supposedly way older than that now, right? We'll see, we got to find out, like this 3-eye atlas. That's it. What's the other one? So that one. That was it's done. It wasn't the weirdest thing about a real moon. It seems to be it's clearly some motion, but at the same time, he clearly made it. Well, not that. I think it was anything to say that it was not what should have happened according to Earth's refractive properties as well, right? Well, it's, yeah, I mean, just be long and narrow, and it was falling. That's what caused it to catch like the long side. And then it just passed through the system, and it's going the gravity of the sun. And the accelerator, that's what I understand it. Then there was another interstellar artifact that came in that was pretty much a comet, behaved like a comet. Interstellar rocket ice, what they say that was the difference. The thing is much larger, traveling much faster apparently. It's too, but it's also not behaving. It's more of a that it's a around it for some reason. I can get it, but we'll find out. Like, it has it. I'll ask you. Our system, unless it dramatically alters its velocity, and it's I mean, it'll pop out. I wonder if it actually is going to, if it changes behavior. I mean, what's he put it up? I put it like 40 or something.
It's so funny with all the deployment on the K in a big way, and it's just like, I'm like, okay, we're going to be joining the period because this is a whole alley on the side. I think might be a mechanical special, I don't know. If that's how they travel, I'd be very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky. Well, it takes months. If it slows down, I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for an advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings, right? I want the advanced scientists from the 21st century. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Once you come fast on a bird spaceship, they're the dangerous ones. Because they're probably the more like conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean? And that seems like that's how you're rocking it. You're still doing it the way we do it. We have something thrusting you insanely fast through the cosmos. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. You know, the dog forest. Things like the dog forest theory. So this came out of, it was the Three-Body Problem. Great series of books by Chinese authors that got turned show. Great show. The book is phenomenal too. And it's just, it's this idea that, look, we shouldn't be making noise. It's like, imagine you're hunting in a dark forest. So it's just, might be other things out there. And it's this like a philosophical engagement of like, what should you do? Should you start light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest that's full of predators? You know it's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are. What's your bag? What should you do? Should you see another predator? This guy could have a tank. Another guy could have like a massive, some other energy weapon. You know, there's massive differences in capability and scale. And pretty much every scenario works out to like what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something, you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in dark forest. It's like it's too risky to reveal yourself. You should basically eliminate that threat, and you can do so safely. And you apply that to kind of the galaxy, and to some extent, I feel like we're the equivalent of like a baby in a cot that's screaming around the roaring fire because we've already this, limits out there, right? And we're just like sending these signals out into space for 100-some years now. Well, we just have to hope well, you have to hope that something is so evolved that's gotten past war, that's gotten past the way we behave. So we're hoping and assuming that Space Daddy, Space Brothers, that Space Daddy, Space Brothers will be benevolent and wise beyond our imagination, and that they will come here and want to take care of us and give us information.
Yo, motherfucker, nobody wanted to talk with you anyway.
I had this discussion. I've had this discussion a few times. My response to a lot of that is, well, we can take nature. What happens when we take nature? Let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, or on the land. Apex predators don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks.
1969.
We just dominate. Like if it's in your way, it's inconvenient, you kill it. If it has something you want, we take it. If those bees have honey, we take it. Like it's just, we're not like helping them. We're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. Like there's still parts of the world where we're just eating them. Like there's, I don't know. Nature suggests that apex predator, but maybe we're just. I think this is the other element that you're saying is maybe evolution leads you past those primal nature at some point. The territorial primate instincts that we exhibit, like hopefully one day, because clearly we're on a pathway to that, right? We're clearly much kinder now, at least locally. If you don't live in Gaza, what are you saying? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in the middle of a war zone, you're like, what are you talking about? This is as bad as it's ever been all throughout human history. It's the same behavior exhibited over and over.
No way, it fucking worked. Shout out to Denny. No way, it fucking worked.
Just like us, but way better.
They're tight as fuck, son.
The cosmos in 20 years. We're going to be the same now. Right? We're not going to be significantly different unless we integrate with technology, remove the ego and emotions. Mushrooms. Emotions is something that mushrooms help us get to.
10 hours ago.
Emotions of all the things, the human reward systems that exist that we currently struggle with. We would be the same way if we just think of what we justify on Earth in terms of destruction of habitat, native species, animals that we kill, all the different things that we do on Earth, factory farming. Now imagine, why would we care about these lizard people that live, in caves on some fucking stupid planet? We would probably kidnap them, we'd kill them, we'd pickle them, we'd bring them back home, we'd freeze them.
Got gold in them caves.
Yeah, right. Look what Columbus did when they, arrived and took the natives and have them get gold, and if they didn't cut their arms off. Horrific, terrifying thing. So imagine, there's no evidence that aliens are currently doing that, which is the promising thing. Right. Even the abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying if they're true, they seem rather benign. Like, in fact, in the Travis Walton case, that was one of the most famous ones. Real simple, 1970s, he's a logger, he's working with a group of guys, they see a ship, he runs toward it, he gets hit with a beam of energy, gets knocked back, unconscious, his friends flee, they come back, they're yelling at each other, we gotta go back, they go back, he's gone. All four of them get investigated for murder, they tell a story, no one below passed polygraph test. 5 days later, he shows up. Payphone, makes a phone call, has this fucking story. But the story was that they took him aboard the craft and communicated that there was a bunch of different types of, and then he has been telling the same story ever since the 1970s. So, but relatively benign compared to what we would do, for sure. We fucking, we shoot elephants. It's an attitude. Yeah, think about the horrible things that we do right now on Earth.
No, I agree. Yeah, and it's something that I always say, it's great quote from Christopher Hitchens, which is not the end of that evolutionary chain. Just the current version of humanity, our frontal lobes are too big, our frontal lobes are too small, and our adrenaline glands are too big. Our thumb forefinger opposition isn't all it's cracked up to be.
We love violence. We love violence. Our national sports. Dudes who are enormous running at each other. The other one is guys punching and killing each other. It's kind of crazy. We're so, and then we're also more simultaneously. It's proxy. Proxy wars, it's at least human beings are involved.
Yeah, it's never. This is literally the status throughout history. It's just we've always been at war with each other. I still do. I personally maintain the idea that it is still the best time to be alive. 100%. Technologically speaking, but all this. It's been like in the past, even though it's terrible when it happens, but we're in an era where there's actually less talk about it. Put it down, it's going to be part of the book writing for sure. It's a big part because it's not just something. Investigation in the past, I genuinely think it could have a significant impact. We get taught in school, okay, we're in caves, 3,000 years later, here we are. This is the only way that an advanced civilization can happen is on this path. Don't worry about it. It's almost like it's preordained. Just worry about next election cycle, next quarterly result, whatever, right? And we just don't think about it. This is this concept I call it. I think it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be a human being today. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. Like, all right, it's no age to us, we're advanced. This is the only way it happens. I do think that if you can change that at that fundamental level,
it stands a chance of like changing some of our behaviour. And money on takes and guns, more money on space exploration, makes solving the long-term problems a bit more a priority. And it's altruistic and it's like a crazy goal. I know it's altruistic as all hell, but it's just, I think there's precedent for it too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. The fact is that the term climate change is right. It's a concept in that movement. It changes our interactions with each other, with the planet. It's changed our behaviour, the way we think of our zeitgeist as a species, and it's changed our behaviour. The things, I think, in actually getting to the root cause of what's happened and actually could help us in our future. I think it's important to help in a lot of ways too. It's another example, rather, of how primitive we are, that we still, the actual climate is political. That's been, pollution is political. Yes, boy. I mean, if you disagree, I always find it crazy. If you question any of some of the like official narrative about this stuff, bad, pollution bad, yeah, just because I think that some of the science trends like, let's be stewards. Yeah, well, it's also the amount of time that we pollute the oceans in is spectacular. What we've done, just the depopulation of the ocean, that's nuts. Like 90+% of all big fish are gone. Yeah. In a short amount of time. 100 years of like overfishing. We fished out the ocean. Just about. That's nuts. Not only that, we polluted the fuck out of it to the point where you're not even supposed to eat it every day. Right. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you eat sushi every day, don't recommend it. Maybe not enough. What? That's crazy. Man. That's how gross we are. Somebody was over there and they chucked one overboard. It looks like it's pretty recent, right? Recent. Like, why isn't it covered in sediment? You know what I mean? Yeah. The surface covers things up. It moves over time. It probably won't be there forever. It probably won't be sitting on the surface like that. Oh, but it's wow. Unless there's some sort of downward current. Scientists find a beer bottle that that's 6.7 miles, 35,000 feet. I don't want to look, but that's oh yeah, no, yeah. Oh, there you go. Right. Yeah, with the last one, I don't have a lot, but yeah, I like it down there. Like, fuck all that. You're all the way down and you're watching a screen. Yeah. It's not like it's a window. You can't have a fucking window. No, exactly. Yeah, like one little door just in this one just joined big thing in the front. Imagine a freak out of being at the bottom. James Cameron knows. I mean, he can tell that guy. He's doing that by himself. I know, it's crazy. In that, he did it right. But I guess if you're gonna do it, why does he do that? We need titanium around me, like in a sphere. Yeah, we need to make another cup for it too. Yeah. Well, especially not one. Instead of every test I did, it went bang, and that's fine. 20 successful trips with that.
Oh, they did a bunch. Yeah, and it was
a recreation of what it would look like. I mean, just the fact that we're that weird, that we choose to do that we have technology, like, let's see, let's go. Yeah. Oh, it's so funny the way they skirted I mean, he signed everyone up as like basically expedition team members. That's how they got around. I'm not selling seats for this. Like they're coming on. They all have supposedly it was like getting around the regulation, the safety regulations. But yeah, no interest in that sort of attack like that. Just wait. Pretty much, it's just like a hardcore swimming. Oh my god, why is this free? It's a terrible thing. I mean, it's just, why? I wish I was friends with that guy. Like, yeah, no. I want to explore. Like, there is some stuff on Cuba they say that's reckon we're kilometers deep in the ocean. I've seen internet videos. Yeah, I love the chicken. Yeah. But I did dive. We were in Alexandria. I dived on the lighthouse. So there's, and actually there was a news article the other day about the Egyptian report, like, stuff out of the water there. And directly on that, it's quite an interesting story. We were in Alexandria, dive in the Mediterranean on the Egyptian side, and I mean, it's amazing. There's massive columns, massive megalith from when that the lighthouse fell down or it collapsed. There was an earthquake, and so you're in the water, but you're diving over like megalithic blocks like these and huge columns, and it has a history that stretches back too, right? It's the megalithic stuff is what's associated with the very earliest periods of building. All the stuff that happened later was not that big, but yeah, this is actually that's what's nuts is the older you go, the bigger. This looked into the erosion that was like the Giza Plateau. You have 2 or 3 feet. It's not the Sphinx. Everybody knows about the Sphinx enclosure erosion. But you look at places like the Pyramid Temple of the Middle Pyramid, there's some of the blocks on the Great Pyramid, the casing stones that are there that we can see now that they're coming down the causeway. There is limestone blocks with up to 2 feet of erosion, like it's these waves. I think I have a directory on that drive with erosion on it. And it's you have to juxtapose that case and all the other stuff that says Fourth Dynasty, right? So right next to Temple, there is another structure that's built from small limestone blocks. It's apparently older. So here's a good example. This is the mortuary or pyramid temple. So these are, you can see where the face of that block originally was, but it's a bit eroded in, like up to 2 feet in places. There's huge amounts of erosion that you can find in a lot of places at the Giza Plateau. Yet at the same time, you have what is said to be contemporary structures, said to have been built roughly in the same time. Sometimes they say they're even older, that have just no erosion at all, made from the same stone, made by allegedly by the same people. What force did they attribute erosion to? Well, it's wind and sand, right? That's what they say. Look, this is just regular weathering. And here's the crazy thing about these structures. Like, this was also cased in granite. These are the inside blocks. So this structure was fully cased in 4 feet thick granite blocks. And that was stolen and they were taken. It would have protected this stone from erosion for however many thousands of years. You find it. There's another picture up in here of like the that's so there. Like this is sent to like back to that one here. So that this one all to the right, they say this is older than that. And that this has never been cased in granite. That other stuff was cased in granite. It's megalithic. There's a block in that complex that's 450 tons. And it was cased in granite. Now, there's been studies, right, that we know how long it takes to weather limestone. There's been a bunch of studies.
as the government departments have studied it. They put limestone blocks on the top of a building in Washington, D.C., and a government department has studied it over 11 years. There's endless cemeteries with limestone. To 122,000 years to get that much erosion. I mean, and I think that's in a more erosive environment. It's at the same elevation, the same age. The difference is megalithic, and a lot of this stuff was encased in granite down at the other end of the causeway. Same thing. So all the megalithic stuff that is encased in granite has severe erosion, yet there's buildings all around it. And up and down the plateau, they say it's built at the same time, yet it's all the blocks. It's not a nice word, and it's not eroded like that. Like, what's the conventional explanation for that discrepancy? They just don't address it. Like, I've not seen the enclosure, right? Rothschild, John Anthony West, they came here thousands of years of rainfall erosion to get those patterns on the walls. That's where the discussion's been focused. It's not. There was no comparison made. It was this, just and the experts say it's water erosion, but then you have the archaeologists and the Marklaters saying, no, it's wind and sand. I think there's a better argument to be made when you start to do comparative work like this. You go, all right, hang on. Let's take the Western Cemetery behind the Great Pyramid dynasty. It's at the same elevation level. It's the same mortuary or the pyramid temple of the middle pyramid complex after Khufu. So if he built that, and his son Khafra built this one, how come this one, which was also encased in granite, wasn't? How come this is so much more eroded than this? There's no. It's at the same elevation level. It's the same stone. You would get the same weathering. Why is this so? That is not. You can't explain it the other way. Yeah, I've not seen anyone respond to that argument with anything that makes anything. We showed literally, like, showed me which one looks older. Like, same stone, same elevation level, same everything. Yeah, I mean it's. And again, we know it's crazy. That's crazy. And it's not like this. This is very hard analytic. Limestone. Like, it's full of fossils. It's not a soft limestone. The idea that there was a civilization built this, that's so crazy. But have you seen any of Michael Button's work? Yeah, I saw that episode. Yeah, that is a very interesting episode. He's talking about how human beings in at least 300,000 years. At least. So that's suggest there might be human beings that were 500,000 years. There's 6. That's 4 actually. Really? So the Morocco find, I've talked about this as well. It's the fossil record. So we used to be 195,000 with the Ethiopian. It's 319 with the Morocco find. That's the latest in the fossil record, and the nominally modern humans. However, these that I reference usually, one is a DNA study that suggests, like, from a genetic perspective, Neanderthals are our cousin. Like, we didn't evolve from them. We both evolved from a common ancestor. And they, based on just looking at the genome and trying to trace it back, the
ancestors somewhere in the realm of 800,000 years ago. Us and the split from a godhead. And there's another study on Tifel, which was it actually got set up to prove that we're only 200,000-300,000 years old, and now we're looking at right. So our nearest common ancestor. This big statistical study on a lot of more around the world. They figured out the rate of dental evolution is much slower. So they said they basically were involved then. We may have been around as many as 800,000 or 900,000 years. So you have two different studies. I mean, again, fossil record, and some of those valleys are, we know, as a result of catastrophes to the surface of the earth, when nothing would be left. So I honestly put the realm of possibility for advanced civilization, not just the last ice age, but within, up to 1 million years potentially. Could be, well, it's not dust probably, but it would be dust what we would find now. Yeah. But that's what Michael Buttons already mentioned. When you're dealing with anatomy similar human beings or anatomy, exactly. Give us more weather and enough food to eat. We start solving problems, which is one of the reasons why Egypt itself was so spectacular. It was very fertile. It was in the African human period. This is one of my arguments. I think if you assume for a moment that there was a civilization that flourished during the African human period before it, when the Sahara, and that's why I think the Sahara is such an appealing target, is because what happened, right? So if that civilization ends, we went to a relative age, the people that were populating the Nile, people have been in Nile, we know, for like hundreds of thousands of years, like people that, if they're going to start that civilization, they're going to do it if the only part of that country that made them their own, assuming it's ever before. So what they to me is the possibility that out there in the Sahara, maybe near an ancient aqueduct or something, or an ancient aquifer, we might be another Assyrian out there. Subterranean things. It might be another Serapeum. It might be another land where that's not been touched, that hasn't been inherited for years. Well, that's where the racial structure is. Right, and that's on a timeline that could be very ancient because it's very eroded. It's hard to see anything. Like it's interpreting almost at this point to figure out that if there was a structure there. Right. Yeah, it's interesting, but it's also that's another one where you go above and you look at the that place got washed. Yeah. It got washed. That was one of the clearest examples of a place that looks like it got washed. Because there's literal salt deposits everywhere. Right. Yeah, I mean, which is nuts. It is nuts. The whole thing is nuts. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like Jimmy Corsetti does some amazing videos on that. Oh, yeah, everybody's interested. Jimmy does. You do as well. Jimmy's awesome. Yeah, that's other places to look. I mean, Michael Donald's is interesting. Talk about Bill Flores and that satellite scan company. There's a guy named Michael Donald who's been working with them, still is. He's putting out a documentary pretty soon called Atlantica, and he thinks he's found that this is not Atlantis, a part of Atlantis off the coast of Spain, and they for 100% found some shit in the waters. I've been diving on for a couple of years. Found nothing else megalithic city. He he thinks it could be Atlantis as well off the coast of Spain. I saw that documentary was coming out. Yeah, I didn't know exactly what they discovered. Is there images that we can see right now? It's not. We saw like an advanced in his car. Well, close to his chest. It comes out, but they discovered it with that Nolan Burroughs scanning tech, the same satellite-based tech, and then they went and dived on it. And we saw like a cut-down version of 3 episodes at this conference I went to and met him. I've since fascinating. 100% found something. Like it is man-made, but whatever it is. Yes. For a second, they'll go before. Yes. I'm very happy I'm in the West on a couple of times. It's like this tiny thin neck on it. Flynn, he's just saying, how much these bases are. Someone did. He said, I can only hope that at some point in the future, these things and try to learn some more about it. So it's fantastic that basically project is basically doing what he thinks we should be doing. That is learning a ton about it. His TV series, Magical Egypt, is what got me hooked. Yeah, I know. That series is insane. He was great. A symbologist, and I think that's it's fantastic. Sometimes you go too. Like, it's pretty funny. I have a copy of his guidebook, which is hard to get these days. His guidebook to Egypt. One of the boundaries that come from ancient Egypt, but he just wasn't into it. No, right. His example was so crazy. His explanation was this was the national project. I tried to watch that podcast. Imagine we're all going to fly without wings. This exactly, use your mind to fly without wings. We're all just going to work on that. I have heard him say that for 10 years. 11 years. 10 years. National project. Yes, I was in the room with Graham Hancock and him having this debate. It wasn't a debate that Yellen flipped out earlier in the day, but we asked him that question. I've heard him given that answer so many times. You ask him about anything precision or logistics. All these difficult to explain topics. That's the response. It's basically they tried really hard. That's all they did, and it's that response. By the way, that's a pretty stock standard answer to anything. We said, well, how did tons statue 1,000 miles? Just what they did and what it would. Or how did they build the pyramid so precisely, or whatever? Or how did they do it in the time frame? No, a national project that's really wanted to. And it's the response. A good examples like the Apollo. The Apollo program, right? Technology involved, right? You can't do it without the technology. That's the aspect of that answer that annoys me. It's like, no, I don't care how hard you try. Try does not. like precise down to within tenths of a micron, 6/10 of a micron. That's the most extreme precision I've seen. What's interesting too, that these vases, these small things that you can hold in your hand, are evidence of this incredible technology. When these enormous statues also exist, I mean, you don't think of your vases as being the thing that's a smoking gun, but it kind of is. They are. It's because they predate the dynastic Egyptians, because they were buried with those people. They exist. We know they existed in those times. You can't do that with the big statues, but I have a whole long 2-hour talk about boxes. Also, one of the stone tools we use to say shows up, and pretty much the oldest and the best examples of all those things are typically also the oldest. Like the first example, say centering points on like there's like a like measures. Up to, I imagine the bigger ones are maybe 100, 150 tons, 200 tons. And you have these existing on auction sites like Saqqara, Giza, Abyssinia, the single-piece columns. They are also on sites later on that are attributed to the new kingdom places like the Rothschild Temple, Karnak. However, I think that those places will have a granite core and infrastructure there already, and then those kings second and first Rabbbi second built a record, and you can see the different technology on what's in the granite core, the nine obelisks, and the columns and the granite buildings of the Morgan Valley Temple and the old structures. Then outside of that, it's all sandstone and it's blocks, and they make giant columns too, and they're made from blocks of sandstone. They'll stack them up and shave them down. It's a much softer stone, and they're making blocks of the round things. You're making columns around right easier than your single flared, you know, something like that. You can't have been that long because you have, see, Jamie, in that precision directory, there's a picture of column here. Standing next to this amazing piece. Faceted, so you can't have been late week. I mean, that's one of the columns. Tennis. And if you flip through this, there's like a column end point. Yeah, that's an actual. So see this, there's a column. That's it. And there were forests of these things. Like, look at that thing. That thing is one of the most. That's one of my favorite artifacts in all of these. It is immaculate. The faceting. Look at that almost that runs up the center of that front of the palm, because these are like palm-shaped pillars. I mean, it tapers, it's thick on one end and it fits right down to the end, and it's exactly the same on either side. It's gloves that it just get there and scans things. One of my favorite pieces, I mean, probably hundreds of these things on these sites. And then going back in time again, these are columns from Saqqara and Abyssinia, which are all old kingdom sites. Again, these are existing kingdoms. They didn't build columns like this later in the civilization. They built them with sandstone pieces. Solid pieces, by all accounts, had far
they built these granite hallways like that, and they weren't as precise, they're quite rough if they into the Pantheon. This one on my favourites. This is called Pompey's Pillar. You see the dude standing at the bottom like this. Like I actually got it through the they carve that head or it's a separate stone, I'm not sure. But this is in Alexandria. So this is the stack round sandstone. This is, I always like to show people this core of Karnak because there's an unfinished column on the end there. You can see how they did it. They stack up those blocks and they basically, it's called the gold, it's right up there, duplicate it, try and replicate it. And so they were doing their best to replicate, imitate with sandstone in it. It did great work, right? Don't get me wrong. Karnak is, this is the great sort of like, it is the work of taking. But it still pales in technological significance to like the older stuff, the single piece stuff. But it's fabulous. Like I think this is, I love the Karnak. It's one of my favorite places because you have all these examples like trying to get one high-tech and Pennsylvania Kingdom, so like 40, 50 BC. Even then, they're doing some attack push. Oh, it's just not as sophisticated. It was violence, right? Violence against the Old Kingdom and was the New Kingdom. That was Egypt's height, the height of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. Like Ramses II in particular, they always called him the greatest of the Egyptian kings. Egypt had the most power, the most wealth, the most ability to do that sort of work. So they built these great temples. And it just is very, very clear. It's very clear that they built X, which is attributed to Ramses II. I mean, you these kings that go back to very structures. Also, at one point of that, in that hall where they pull up a massive file, around at the bottom there is a column base. It's another, like an older and quite calcite column base that is the same, and either got destroyed or not down this whole place. So you build the city standard on this site. It tells you, okay, but this is, it's like looking at these ancient sites, you always have to keep that in the back of your head, like, all right, not only inheritance, but renovation, reuse, and cleaning. Like, people have asked me if I think that statues are so old, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I think the answer is it's the other way around. I think the dynastic Egyptians look like the statues. So, do you imagine there's it's like 5 or 6 giant 1,000 tons stable and stuff you see it like with the head its crown, the thing on the head, and there's in that iconic symbolic style of ancient Egypt. I have the precision lines looking at the statue. And imagine that you are a tribal culture that's emerging from this Stone Age, and you have this history. And these legend stories, and you come across this iconic book. Yeah, this stretches back as an old king, is attributed to this is tough rain times. One of my favorites, that's with the column. Is a corruption out of the background. Is this made out of that same something hard? Yes, it's like this is an incredible statue.
this is what it looks like.
It's a flood decision.
The actual tube drill between the heels, and then in the legs on the inside, you can actually see overcuts, like a saw cut from where there was they cut too deeply into this insanely hard stone. Overrun, which is if you were doing it by hand, that's a mistake you'd have to be making for about 4 hours. To actually get the depth of the cut, but if you had some sort of power tool that was removing material quickly, you can overcut. And then there's like little mistakes. I think they inherited their icon from the things that they gained in like statues like this, and also the 1,000-ton versions of statues like this. Same look, and how do the kings draw themselves on the walls? They're always trying to position themselves as being one of the civilization that progressed, and they always match themselves, and they try to make themselves look like the gods. And again, eventually, once you get hubris and ego involved in some of these really big, really rich people, and that's his son, Ramses II, his son Merenptah, particularly the New Kingdom, Petrie called Ramses the Great Usurper. That's what his name for him, because he was putting his name on everything, trying to label himself as one of the kings. And I think if you look at the kingdom through to the Ptolemaic era, it's the same. Like they're depicting themselves as one of these gods who are always depicted in the same way, and that's part of it. From Percy Shelley, Ozymandias. You actually get, I think, Diodorus, an account of Diodorus in the desert that's 1,000 tons, like a weary traveler in a desert of an unknown land. Too vast and trunkless legs of and arrogance, and it's basically written of Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my work, you mighty in despair. and the endless sand stretch far away. So, I mean, I'm paraphrasing your dicks. Especially when they become kings. There it is. Look on my works, you mighty in despair. Nothing beside remains round the colossal wreck boundless and bare the London level stairs. So it's like, if you imagine you come across in the same like the remnants of 8,000-ton statue. I'm sure you've seen pictures of the Ramesseum and the 1,000-ton statues. Like there's 4 or 5 of them at least that have a single piece stone statues that were moved. In some cases, up to 1,000, like 600-700 miles away. I have them in the colossal directory. And did they fall from earthquakes? Is that the speculation? I suspect either that or the hands of men. I think with enough dudes with enough leverage, you can probably eat that thing over and it'll crack. That would definitely. There was a long period of destroying all the gods and all the icon past. There's a place called Tanis. There's a giant foot that I can't. I mean, my whole astra's hand wouldn't fit in the toenail. As a repurposed block of granite, and Petrie found it, and there's other pieces of this statue, so we know it was a statue that had it been stamped out the same size as the Statue of Liberty without the pedestal. The foot's about the same size, just give it a frame of reference. And that thing's made from Aswanian granite. Now, Tanis and Cairo is down here. It's like 1,000 kilometers. So someone at some point took at least 1,000-ton, probably more like 1,500-ton block of stone because they didn't finish them. They didn't ship them finished. We know they finished stuff on site. There's an even better example, Jamie. I think in the foot of tennis. No, that's it there. The first one. In my in the massive. There's actually one of my video thumbnail in the ancient tennis, largest stone statue ever made. Giant, huge objects. There you go. So there's gold one. That's the foot there. So you see, it's funny because this box blocks. Been repurposed. Cut off both sides. Blocking on wall. Cut the front off and the back off and stuck it in and it's that yeah, so this is it's made from composite scale, and people are like, how are they doing this? So they took it apart again. Yeah, but you can still see the thumb there today, so it's museum, they're seated, so they always have their elbows bent to their knees. This thing was standing. So it was a standing statue, 1,000 tons made from composite quartzite, which is in a lot of ways more difficult to work than granite. It's a very hard compressed form of sandstone. Like 6.5 to 7, but it's full of flint. It's a stone color nightmare. It's like you can see the chunks of flint, but they somehow worked out just with no problem over flint, which is 7.5. It was where that stone came. So can't get this granite bit further south. Composite quartzite doesn't come from out, it comes from the Red Mountains north of it. And there is the Nile River flows north, right? So they had to take the block for that thing, I'd say on 1,500 tons easy. They had to bring that upriver, 600 miles or something, 500 miles. Wow. I don't know how you explain it. That is a logistic. I mean, I don't know how you can rival. It was a national project. Don't you get it? Just a national project. They really wanted to do.
Well, it's one of those really amazing. The actual facts of it are so spectacular that it defies any conventional explanation to the point where it opens in the meeting. Almost anyone listening to this, it's even remotely reasonable that sees that goes, oh, okay. I think this picture is a lot bigger than we thought it was.
That's honestly my response to it. I don't know how they did this. You can't do it primitive fashion. Like, we literally tried. Like, we've had the thunderstones and the other.
How did they even do it to
power, like huge bar. I didn't even know. You try to move. I mean, it's like makes newspaper headlines when they shift the load of like 100 tons these days. You don't even do 1,500 tons. I mean, we have cranes, we have the capability, but it's usually by water or giant. I don't know if we how we transport a load like that over anything other than water. Imagine the waves that sink. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. How much of a boat do you need? Can you fit a boat that wide? In parts of the night you can, but I'll tell you this, and I've looked at this, that you sure should come do it at the quarry, because this is what they say. You go to the quarry, this is an example I like to give people all the time. The unfinished 10 tons of quarry. they will tell you that, oh yeah, so this low area in the quarry, that's the harbour where they park the boat to take the stone. I mean, there is no chance that you could put that thing on a boat that even would. It's like there's not in the realm of possibility for a boat to displace enough water to take a load like that obelisk. It would literally just be this giant clunk. It just can't happen. And what's more, that quarry, or that harbour in the quarry, that isn't a harbour. Area to the corner now, we can't get in there. It's already been done 100%. We know it has because we've got the statues and blocks of that sort. Massive, basically like the obelisk, the unfinished obelisk. So something like was taken out on the wall. There's red ochre painting. It's paintings of like emus and stuff. And it's an identical. It's exactly the same. It's not. It's pre-dynastic artwork. That's what I have a video where I look at this on my channel, but it's the exact same artwork that you see on the vessel. So it's to me, it was a primitive giant body. So it's not extracted either. That's what I should say. So it is still attached to the bedrock. So they were cutting it out. And then for whatever reason they stopped. But if you assume that the obelisk would have a square section, which means it would have, its mass with the granite there is 2.7 tons per cubic meter. Maybe today's the pain. This is scroll down a little bit. That scooping thing. See, this is crazy though, because they extend basically from the top of the wall, like 15 feet straight down these ridges. They go up down that out. And also, that would not thank you very much. Yeah, we take people down into that area around this block every time. That's great. And this that is the unfinished obelisk. And so, where is that sort of crack? And so there's a couple cracks, right? So this is the thing, that there's attempts at quarrying that have been made. It's I think it's that crack up towards the top is what they say. How it cracked, but we don't know how. We don't know if it cracked. We have no fact either. It's possible that, I mean, like a lot of these places, that it was a tools down situation. Just something happened to stop. There was civil unrest, cataclysm. To get down to this sort of holiday granite, which is not surface level granite. You have to go 10, 12 feet. All this, once like all of this has changed. Okay, so all of that gravel up to the north. Assistant who actually excavated that site, he had to split a bunch of big blocks to even get it out of the way. It took him forever, but they eventually uncovered it all. But it was the back end of it's 7-8 meters rubble. They had to clear it. There's many more quarries. This is just because that's in the quarry. That's the quarry that's sort of been cleared and made available for tourists. There's tons of quarries like that. There's that's the jewel images. When it first popped out up there, so they had this 6,000 of them on the site, these round stones. However, the vast majority of them were broken. They were split. And God, I'm blanking on the name of the guy who excavated the site. However, he was like, how come these are all broken? And he tried to break them, so he stood up and like a 15 feet up, and he put these stones down onto the granite. He had to do it 10 times a day. And look, you eventually create enough dust. Eventually, I mean, it's like actually have been studies done. Dennis Stocks did a study. The volume, it's basically you remove about, I think it's 2/3 the volume. So not a lot. Yeah, and if you can imagine, I like to tell people it's like, these trenches around this pond. It's like you said, there's one person in one spot that dudes. And so all you have to do is imagine all of that space being filled up with golf balls, because it's 2/3 a golf ball, and then maybe add another half again to that to account for the negative space between the balls. That's how many hours it would take, which is, decades of effort. It's not remotely possible to do it in any reasonable time frame. People can't. And pounding stones, how do you break it free? Well, that's the issue. Of course, underneath it, when that's That's what I think these balls would. So I think the rigging, they're difficult to break. They've taken away all the different ones. The only ones on side now, these like little nice round ones, and even you can't do it from all the company. You have to kind of let it go and catch it. Your arms are burned out in no time. But I think so many were broken. I think, and you can actually see this in the harbour area. There are these channels that I think you can see the remnants of them with a big extraction out. And I suspect what these balls of dolerite in there, and it would provide enough movement or just enough support where they could cut the rest of the like whatever scoop out or remove the other attachment points. And then you're also, once you get out of that trench, you can now to get whatever you would need to get under to lift it up out of it. Because that's the other problem. The obelisk is like it's on an angle, and I mean down two-thirds as they needed to go. So that trench at its thickest point would have been like 12, 15 feet deep down there, and you got to get under it. So it's on an angle. You have to lift that thing up 15, 20 feet up in the air to get it out of the trench, and then somehow move it to get it. It's this crazy environment to get it somewhere and then take it wherever else you're taking it. But you have to be able to maneuver. So I honestly think those dolerite balls could have been used as primitive ball bearings that would just, that's all they were used for, was to support it while you cut it free. And then it would, a lot of them would have snapped in half under the mass of something like that. So even today, but even how how you lifting it? What are you doing to lift that obelisk? People are involved to get 10% of the amount of people. It's such a problem. It's like with logistics pictures where the Egyptians are making something that is 100 tons or 150 feet. Now, that's not how logistics works. Like, so, for example, with the statues, we know they scale right up to 1,000 tons or more. There is a picture on a tomb of a guy named Hotep, and I've got this in the statues directory. I think it's a painting on a wall, and it's a sled with this statue, and there is like rows of guys. They've got the imprint of dudes, they're all pulling on a rope. No pulleys, they didn't have force multipliers. They were just wooden levers, a wooden sled. They're dragging the statue. In the case of the statue, we know about the statue. Pieces of the left, it was made from alabaster, calcite instrument. But it probably weighed, the estimate of how much it weighed was 57 tons. It's respectable, right? You can imagine that with enough labor and on a sled, this is it. This is a 57-ton statue. There's a guy pouring something on the sand or in front of them. So you can count all these dudes, the shadows of the dudes behind them on these ropes. And so there's a figure about it, and there's been papers written about this. There's literally, I think, a Japanese team wrote a paper about what would it take to do this. And okay, this is possible for 56 with enough people, enough horsepower, you can do it. Now, that scales up on like a linear increase in difficulty to think that's 1,000 tons. It's more of a logarithmic expected. You cannot take this everything that's 1,000 tons. It's 20 times as heavy. The roof, those sleds would literally just drive into the ground. You can't. You get to you're in realms of mass where it's like material failure becomes a problem. It is no longer sufficient. So you certainly can't move up any slopes. You have to do all this ground preparation work to even attempt it. And they move these things like 1,000 kilometers. Go back in time and see. That is it. Yeah, Glory would be a good one. God, if you can go back in time just to see construction, I guess Glory. But I mean, pyramids. How are you lifting things? What are you doing? What is your machinery look
like you must have some kind of technology that is just dust in the wind now. It has to be. Because we've tried this, like there's an exec, you know, but no, I did hear about this. Yeah, in like the 1700s, I think it was pre-industrial age, early days, and no diesel now, no hydraulics. And this is the Thunderstone. So we in Petersburg, they carved it away. It's the base now for, I think, a bronze statue of Peter the Great. But this is how they did it. And so basically, you can see the capstans, they're rotating. They would dig these giant holes to anchor these big logs in the ground to then use force multipliers with dudes on giant rails, and then they have these huge big iron rails that they would put on the ground and carry back and forth, and the whole thing was moving on these bronze spears, these big giant volleyball size spears of bronze, and on a good day they're 150 meters, 450 feet, and this thing weighed around 1,500 tons. It's interesting that using bronze spears, brass spears, I'm sorry, whatever metal spears, which is very similar to what you're describing with the outlaws,
right? But this again, when you compare the level of technology here to ancient Egypt, there's nothing. They have. I show you what they did with that Djibouti Hotep image. It's a wooden sled, no force multipliers, no capstans, no pulleys, no none of that. Just dudes yanking from a rope. There's no evidence they use pulleys.
pouring water on the sand, slippery or cool, whatever, right?
It's just. They built a giant platform. Took them a year to build it, and then they washed it on the other side of it to keep it balanced. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. One was like, "What are you doing?"
I know, but look, you were right. It worked out.
I'm super grateful that's worked out. In fact, I want to. Obviously, thank you for the hospitality and the invite. This place. I was always interested. It wasn't until his first appearance on your podcast back in the old days, like was it 2011, 2012, something like that.
He was my first real guest.
Yeah.
That was just me and Duncan, that one.
You and Duncan, right?
Yeah.
At your house.
Yeah. That's what I was doing at my house.
That one was what really. So it's like the fact that it started me on this, and it's come full circle. So thank you for that, and the fact that you're interested in this topic, I think is such a boon to everyone else out there that you get to spread the word, and it's just such a benefit space. So,
well, I'm so happy that guys like you took that fucking baton. And I don't understand you if you're not interested in this. How is this not unbelievably fascinating?
Yeah, I agree. That's what happened to me. I fell down this pyramid-shaped. I go to conferences and tech events, and the second that we're out in the break room, I some pyramids and great man, this is really interesting.
It's a literally interesting thing about civilization, time period, and the mysteries that are involved, especially if some information comes out of the lab. And hopefully, I'm very glad that it is. I'm thrilled to see other people get into it. I don't see it. It's not competition. It's like it's a rising tide. Yeah, come on, jump on board. Yeah, you can definitely say you found it. Everybody looks great. We didn't talk about the Sphinx and the stuff in the star shop. Save that for next Saturday. Yeah, definitely do. I saw your video on the labyrinths in Egypt. Spoiler alert. There appears to be an object. How deep into the ground? It's in the central atrium, which we'll get into. That is, but somewhere in the realm of 60 to 70 meters. So, anybody who's interested, what is the name of that video that you put out? I think it's the ancient structure, like it's said to be greater than the pyramids. I try to tease it a little bit. Yeah, it's on that. It's on my channel. Well, it's good tease. You got me. Thank you. I don't right hand. And I remember I was in the gym while I was watching it, and I literally stopped working out. I was like, okay, I gotta pause this. This is not something that I can consume while I'm working out. I need to like really pay attention. It's so wild. Yeah, and I honestly, I'm grateful for how like that video took off. Like for me, it took off the way. Once recently, a bunch of new data that came up about things that happened a decade or two ago, inside the last decade, that really changed that picture. And there was things like the Mel's object, but he's incredible. Guy to say this. He doesn't draw conclusions about what it might be, but it's definitely. It's not wood. It's not one exact type of metal. It's central atrium. Because the labyrinth has multiple levels, and it's almost like you imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall, and you have that central atrium. You can see all these levels. It's like this big central chamber that connects to these multiple levels. It's open. It's almost 40 meters long. It's really tall. And in the center of it is what is more than 40 because it contains this single sort of 40 meter long object that's sitting there. So find out about this is something that has been taught a long time. No, in any like traditional archaeology. No, it is. So the labyrinth is kind of this is the other part that is that it isn't something that's coming out of like it's not like this. It's literally a structure that was written about by authors like Herodotus, Theodorus Siculus, on the Strabo, Polonius Mela. Like there's all of these writers of antiquity, and you're talking about BC up to the 1st century BD. Herodotus said have so this is from Herodotus' histories in the 5th century BC. He says, for this I saw myself and I found the greater than words can say. If one should put together and reckon up all the buildings and all the great works produced by the Hellenes and Greeks, they would labour and expense to this. So he's saying, all of the temples of the Greeks, of ancient Greece, you've been there, you've seen
Metropolis, and just if you added them all up, the labor, the inferior in what it would take to just make this one make in Egypt and Labyrinth.
That is underground.
That's underground.
Right. And how do conventional archaeologists approach this? Do they discuss this at all?
Yes, they do. It's been discounted based on what happened was, so you had, we always commanded you where it was. So, you had the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from kind of like dynastic Egypt into become essentially a Roman province, like lots of Rome. That runs you up to about 400 AD, and then sort of your civilization had the Dark Ages, so that Roman Empire. And it's not until again you get to the Renaissance and you have these historical accounts that talking about the drawing and some of the depictions you see from the Labyrinth until the emergence of what I would call modern archaeology in the 18th century. So guys like Carl Lepsius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it. Herodotus and these authors, I collected the quotes here to just, there's a lot more that they say about it. One of the things they talk about is they whereas the temple of the Crocodilopolis or ancient Arsinoe is the other name for it, and we know where that is. And Lake Border is somewhat still exists. It's much smaller now, but it's in this region called the Fayum of Egypt. So if you look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine it's desert, and you have from north to south, you have this green line with the Nile, traces it down. But on the left side, you look at there's this leaf-shaped depression that's all green. It's called the Fayum. It's a depression which used to flood with the Nile. Today they use it for agriculture, and it's right at that neck of the Fayum where it connects up to the Nile Valley. And he also described it, but they also described the pyramid that's at the little over there, like blocks of stone. There, and he said, well, it's like a Roman town. It's built on the surface. It's nothing down. So pretty much everyone since then in archaeology, Egyptology is like, if you look on Wikipedia, they'll tell you, it's gone. It was destroyed. Was quarried away. Petrie says, I'm standing on the foundation of it, the bottom layer, and that's it. There's nothing here. So that's always been the kind of position of Orthodox Egyptology. Look in the textbooks, that's where it is. But that's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different now scientific expeditions there. This is where it gets into some intrigue because the Matterhorn expedition, the Cairo University expedition, I mean, these happened. There was some coming out since, but they were covered up. There was some press. So the first guy that went was 2008 was the Matterhorn expedition. They were covered up. Yes. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The hiring process can be absurd, like when you're looking for a new they scan hundreds when you're only discovering they aren't looking for a job. Well, good news for all you hiring managers out there, search looks a little less frustrating now thanks to ZipRecruiter. And bonus, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter. New tools and features speed up the hire process and save you valuable time. They can easily deal with qualified candidates in minutes. They also have a so you can reach more potential hires. Use ZipRecruiter and save time hiring. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter candidate within the first day. And if you go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan right now, you can try
for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Yeah, so what is our boy Zoe? It is Zoe. Sorry, it was Zoe. And again, no more words. This is the words of Louis de Cordier, he's a Belgian artist and entrepreneur who funded and drove the Matterhorn expedition. He did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which at the time was held by Zahi Plus. Also with the NRA, the National Research Institute. It's basically subsurface study, so that's a whole bunch of different techniques. Look at these areas around that period at the site of Hawara, things like ground penetrating radar, geomagnetism, very low frequency, like demography, electrical resistivity, topography. There's a bunch of different techniques that are well established. Known science. This isn't like the conference answer. You can debate the merits of the technology. This is established. And what he found is that, so what Lipps said about the ruins of a Roman or Greek or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff, they're in the first few meters. You go hit the water table. So that's the other issue on this side is the water table. So the water's like 5 meters below the surface. And under that is the slab that Petrie found. So like 6-7 meters is at that end. Below that, people dig deep enough. Below that, we can find essentially a labyrinthian structure of granite and very, very dense rocks and walls like a maze-like structure that has walls that meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's the great actual VLF right that's in there. So this is at 8 meters with VLF sounding, so you can see like this labyrinthian structure of these walls and all of these lines of walls. These are like granite, and the scale of this is 100 meters vertically by 150 meters, 100 meters tall. So more, 100 meters, Australians, 500 meters. So 150 meters. We have some better indication with the modern space-based scan, but when they did those geophysical stuff, the ground penetrating ground scan, so they scanned 2 areas. That was the big one, like in front of the other side of the canal that runs through the site. They found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the lab, like what the textbooks will say about the lab did not being there and it being destroyed too. No, we've actually, now there's been the Matterhorn expedition confirmed it was there. And so what happened, this was interesting, I think reasoning for why this happened, but it was in the words like Louis de Cordier, he eventually got sick of waiting because what happens in Egypt, anything you do, whether it's you're an academic institution or you're an individual or that's funding some sort of work with the Council of Antiquities, Ministry of Antiquities, but essentially, you got to take years to get access, and then once you do, release some information, so that's always part of the deal, right? Is that Egypt gets to do the announcing, and they have dismissed this in the past, except they've then accepted later. Yeah, a great example is the honestly scanned pyramids project. So when they got ahead of themselves a little bit, because the great stuff that is running that experiment for years and he's in the Great Pyramid. And every time I go in there, there's always a agreement in different places. These cosmic particles, they'll pick one up. You're able to detect the voids. You don't have they can somehow tell the difference between it traveling through solid matter versus a void. It takes years to build up a picture. But once they did, they said, okay, so we've discovered that big void in the pyramid, but they'd also discovered the small void, but the main entrance, if you look up at it today, there's those chevron blocks above. You go in down here at the Alma Moon store.
Hello, fellow students and
Second
teachers.
passage actually exits
I'd like
there
to
with the
invite
original
you to
entrance.
participate in
There's a big chevron blocks behind that chambers. You remember a few years ago they made a big fuss
the
with it.
Holocaust.
And
I've
as an
received a lot of
example,
feedback
like
that
when
the
the Scandinavians
structures
guys
which
on
I
their own
put on
initiative announced that we made new discoveries of
some time ago have been very well received by individuals who just want to expand their awareness of this dark, dirty history, but especially from middle school and high school
and you
teachers
go on a couple of
who
years
have
and maybe now
used
it's
these
time to do the press
lectures
releases
in
to roll
part
out
in whole
the
to
footage.
supplement
He's
their social
standing
studies curriculum
at the podium
and
making
to
the announcement that
give
showing
their young charges
like that's
an awareness of
a
what exactly
fascinating
happened
situation
over
over there with
the
them.
last
Yes,
and
I
why it
did
is
a video
relevant.
I just released a few days ago that got into some even more tree about stuff that's
So
happening here.
please have a look at the information box
In the
below.
East
There's a
Plateau in
link
the
to
1990s,
this
which we can
online site.
get into that too. But so yeah, what happened with the Matterhorn expedition and the labyrinth was that 2008 and 9 they finished their on-site work. They're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. And then they got told to sign again, in the words of Louis Cordier, because he waited like 2
Hello,
or 3
fellow
years to put this
students
out.
of Jewish history.
He said that he was told to cease any and all release of information from the Matterhorn project, and him and I think it's all over, like if you come to Egypt, we'll arrest you. National security sanctions. Isn't there a way to sort of you can be like, that would be the case. I think that if it had been released, I actually think in the case, it's funny. I sort of don't really
Lost
blame
and extremely valuable, tremendous individual.
not so maybe people say, oh, it's telling the truth, whatever. Yeah, okay, that's happening. There's new data.
A short
It's
video.
amazing find
I'd like
that
to just
can
tell you
change
a
the
little
world.
bit
In my
about
opinion,
what
honestly, the labyrinth is
was
the biggest archaeological discovery. When we get into what that structure is, how big it is, the way it's recorded in antiquity, there's